carry on in this festival, your initial impressions, what is it about this place that led to these record-breaking numbers that we saw in event number one?
I think it's just like a few things. We've been really crushing the content. It's getting kind of just put out there more on Instagram, Twitter. You've got big names coming up, hand histories of Ivy, Jason Kuhn reaching some of the newer generation. And I think some of the young guys are like, hang on a minute, I want to show up to some of these Triton events and I want to be involved with some of these OGs, some of the legends of the game that maybe my generation grew up watching. And it really is an opportunity here to actually sit down and play with these guys.
I'll tell you what, though, OGs alone will not break a record. We
No,
just don't have enough
that's
of them
true.
to compile 166 entries. What did it this time is first timers to Triton.
Yeah.
Andy and I were sitting down just now, counting up the number of them in the unique field. It is a staggering figure. Here's the sheet of paper, guys. Just look at the number of names on this particular list. I counted out over 35 of them. And guess what? 32 players going to be restarting here today. Exactly half of that field, rookies. So we could very well see a first-timer to Triton winning in their first ever event. And it's something that's happened in the past. Maybe a little bit of beginner's luck, Kilbay?
Yeah, I mean that's pretty wild. The fact that we're coming back with 32 and half the field playing for the first time. I mean, there are a few qualifiers as well that stood out. The Pablo Silvas of the world, the Daniel Smilkovic's of the world that kind of came up throughout the day that qualified over on GG. But yeah, these guys coming here for the first time. I don't know about you, but I feel like I'd maybe be a bit pressured by the bright lights and the big stage. But these guys they're here and they're holding their own.
Well, let's be fair. Just because you're a first-timer to Triton doesn't mean you're a first-timer to a
Of
poker tournament
course,
by any
right.
stretch of the imagination. And as much as one might think that there are disadvantages associated with coming out and kind of getting the lay of the land, there are some advantages as well, as there isn't really a big data set on these players. There's not a lot of experience that our OG founding sort of Triton participants have on them, and it made for some very exciting moments. Yesterday, Daniel Smilkovic, to cap off our coverage, was a part of one of those pots in particular. You'll remember it. It was that 3-barrel bluff with ace-3 up against one of our GG Online qualifiers, Artur Martirosyan. What a pot that was, Henry.
Yeah, Smilkovic against Martirosyan. I believe Chris Brewer was also in the hand after flatting from the small with sevens. So yeah, three-way flop, 10-6, 5, 2 spades, check through, king of spades rolling off on the turn, and Smilkovic, the player that opened from early position, decided to start kind of representing, maybe a hand like ace-king, king-queen with a spade. But Martirosyan getting sticky, keeping him honest after he barreled the turn with just bottom pair. Queen of clubs rolled off on the river, and we ended up going into what I can only predict was like a 7-minute tank or so.
An unbelievable
number
of time banks were deployed in that particular pot.
Smilkovic just putting him in the blender with the naked ace of spades after barreling turn and river. And ultimately Martirosyan ended up folding, but I don't know about you viewers at home. I was rooting for the hero call. I mean, it felt like he was going to sniff it out.
Yeah, it's not that we want anybody to lose the pot. We just like to see something tantalizing in terms of the poker action. Now, some big names did find their way out of the event late during last night's coverage. We found Carl Chapegatien really a hero of sorts when it comes to Triton festivals for his specific brand of play, which is very unpredictable. Jason Kuhn sharing the 4-time title, most decorated honors with Mikita Badziakuski. He unfortunately will not be claiming his 5th. Michael Adamo, who had that fantastic sniff against Michael Soiza, who tried to 3-barrel throw him out of the big blind with a spade draw and a gutty unsuccessfully. And then Sam Greenwood, who started off the day with a big boost with pocket threes. And interestingly enough, the other storyline that I want to get to is the fact that Smilkovic, who we just touched on, was down to just 8,000 in chips early on, like within the first couple of orbits in level 1, and bounced back to be amongst the chip leaders over 3 million in front of him. Tell me more about this German first-timer.
Well, I mean, if you head over to the Triton Poker Plus app, you can actually see that journey for most of yesterday where, he was down to, a short stack and just grinded along throughout the day. But not much for me to say that other than, he qualified over on GG, was down to 8 big blinds. The group chat, with his mates probably popping off like, oh man, unlucky, first time going to a Triton series. getting outflopped by a green one who is more than capable of putting you to the test
Sure.
with, combo draws of the likes. And yeah, I mean, Smilkovic, what a spin up. I mean, it's going to be one of the biggest stories coming out of this series, especially if he goes on to final table this, and who knows, um, if he goes on to win it. I mean, that's the storyline right there.
He
right?
sits currently behind Jonathan Jaffe, the American, here at his second festival, currently the chip leader, and Patrick Antonius, the world-renowned Finn, who sits in second. By the way, funny note, Patrick, breakfast with him yesterday, said that his luggage had not yet arrived. Somewhere in transit, it had disappeared. So not sure whether or not he's on inside-out status, if you know what I mean.
Wow.
$965,000 up top for the W here today. And as we take a look at the rest of the payouts, I may have just lost battery here on our laptop.
Yeah, sure.
But in the Triton Poker Plus app, of course, we are able to source all of this information. So we turn our attention elsewhere. 965K will go to our champ. 653,600 will go to second place. And we work our way all the way down. The money bubble will be at 23 players. So we are 9 away from that. 48,200 will go to 23rd place.
Most exciting part of the tournament. For me personally,
the bubble?
I love this. This is what it's all about, right? You got 32 players going home last night, getting some rest back to the hotel room. But the reality is 9 of them are not going to make any money today. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, obviously an unfortunate situation. And as we look at the way that the tables are going to break out, it is table 3 out of these 4 tables. You can see it on your lower left of your screen there. That is going to be our featured table. And it does feature Martirosyan and Smilkovic, who gave us that last hand that we talked about earlier, as well as Tan Juan, who's an incredibly decorated Triton veteran. First-timer in Jitrada Bunak. And then, of course, Chris Brewer coming off of that red-hot performance at the EPT over in Paris. Many of our players here made their way over from Europe, so they are in game form, perhaps many of them, as we head to today's coverage. Now, of course, there is going to be a day 1 upon us here. It is the very approachable 15K buy-in, an 8 max no limit hold'em event. So if you happen to end up on the outside of that money bubble, fear not, you can get right back into that saddle. You feel like the price points matter a lot in terms of these Tritons? I mean, once you're here, 15K, 25K, whatever, you're just playing as much poker as you can.
I mean, I don't know about you, but flying, all the way from the States, for example, Europe to come to Vietnam, I'm not taking a day off. I'm not skipping a 15K, So I think we're going to see just as many runners show up for that 15K. The people, obviously, that are still in the mix, potentially going to miss out. But the people that do bust early today in this 25K, I expect go for a walk, maybe, shrug it off a little bit. Will be straight into the 50K.
Let's not forget that beyond just the money, of course, there is a measure of prestige. Many of the players that play on the Triton Tour here at our festivals play exclusively on the Triton Tour. They really are just fans of what we're putting on. And, of course, with the announcement that the Player of the Year award is being named in honor of our dearly departed Ivan Liao, who passed away late last year during the Northern Cyprus Festival, I think a lot of players would love to get their name etched on that particular trophy. As well as, of course, player Super Millions live rankings, rather, that GG is putting on, which for the first time ever are going to reflect profit as opposed to just wins. So your losses or your buy-ins are going to be deducted from the overall amount that you've won on tour, and whoever's at the top of that leaderboard, it'll be a function of how much money they have actually managed to win out on the felt.
Okay,
and
so
not just
the old 8
winnings.
entries, 7 entries, no
Correct.
longer. I love that.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm a big fan of that. Okay.
Yeah, obviously we are very much looking forward to see how that ranking leaderboard shakes out throughout the course of the year. But in the meantime, we must send it down to the action. It's what you've been waiting for. Day 2 coverage of event number 1, the 25K GG Super Millions Live. And here we are inside the arena where the gladiators shake out as follows. 8-handed with Smilkovic holding court. Over 3 million in chips. Jitrada Bunak, we mentioned him, the first timer, 275,000. The short stack lines will be at 20 and 40,000 with a 40K ante. Those chip stacks are brought to you by GG Poker. Let us not sleep, by the way, Henry, on that 4th place stack. Who is that gentleman there playing under the Union Jack?
Mr. Stephen Chidwick currently in the lead for that Ivan Liao Player of the Year award coming into this series. Going to look to add some more points to, I want to say, overwhelming lead, might I add.
No question. There's a big gap between himself and the rest of the field, at least for the time being, as anxiously the players wait for this first hand to be dealt out. In terms of the way that stacks are arranged, players are positioned, anything of note for you here?
Yeah, just scanning around some rejam stacks, some open shoving stacks in the form of Saliba, Rabbits, Bunak, Martirosyan. Coming into today, obviously 9 off the money. Some heavy ICM implications coming back straight off the bat. Expect to see Smilkovic try and run this table over, given that we are 9 off the money and can really lean into those middling stacks. The Stephen Chidwicks of the world with 24 bigs, the Mike Watsons of the world with 28 bigs.
Bunak, Martirosyan, and Saliba all at this table, all bottom 5 chip stacks at 530 and below. As you get a look there at Chidwick, it appears players are being briefed by our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi. Always bespoke and dapper.
That's true.
Nursing an injury, though.
Thank you. And if you get bad beat, they give you a bucket of water. You're allowed to throw it over the other person.
I think Elky's
Some
gonna come do
boxing
this
gloves.
final table dance live too for us.
Yeah. Oh. Where are the emojis? Sorry, I'm warming up.
Live emoji.
Exactly.
Where is Elky? We're going to have to come again to do the final table dance.
I've
Wonder
not
if
seen
you'll
this
miss the
final
second
table
picture.
dance.
No.
Yeah.
Of course you have.
Have I?
On GG, when you make a big final
Oh,
table,
right,
you've got
okay.
the Elky dance.
I thought
where
like
he's
a- He's live going to conduct
No,
a
no,
dance.
he's-
I've seen it. It's
this
that's
is
an animated dance that you see online.
Sure, but this is the GG Super Millions Live edition, so one would assume that Elky is going to come to the final table and perform that dance before the players take their seats. Or sorry, as they take their seats. We're trying to make
I
this
can't
live
tell. I'm
edition.
just quietly
Like 30,
deliberating as to whether or not I want that to happen or I deeply
That's
don't
50,
want
I
that to
think.
happen.
I feel
Yeah.
like the fans would
That's
want to see
15.
Elky. I would get up there and dance with him. I've seen him do it.
Now I
Yeah.
definitively know I don't want it to happen, Henry, if it's going to involve you dancing as well,
Listen, Pat, you could learn a thing or two, all right?
flapping about out there, flailing your tentacles.
Like Slender Man.
Yeah. You cephalopod. Jack 10 offsuit for the German here, who has that big stack of 3.1 million, third overall to start the day. In raise open. And ace-5 suited feels like it could be an adequate moment for Bunak to decide to go with it on the button here.
Yeah, close spot for Bunak, but I think given that it is up against the chip leader, late position open from Smilkovic.
He tends to agree as he jams, makes the decision easy for those behind him.
Going to see a bit of stalling from the likes of Rabbits. Short stack, first time coming to a Triton series. This is probably a pretty big deal for
Just saying.
young Czech player as Smilkovic makes the call. Cards on their backs, first hand of the day, Ali.
Bunak in good shape here as he has 56% equity up against Smilkovic. He knows better than to get excited before the full board is delivered, though. Both players stoic. King 6-5, leaving ace high as a pair of fives and in the lead.
A couple of backdoor draws for Smilkovic, but that's 6 of diamonds on the turn, leaving him drawing to 6 outs once.
And the river is clean, so the first-time player from Thailand, Jitrada Bunak, starting his day off as scripted. Up to 550K and change. blind money in there.
Yeah,
The ante.
even with that, not in the safe zone just yet. Got a lot of work to do.
Oh, okay.
Moved up to 26th. So still bottom
Okay, okay.
6 stack.
I assume you're getting the clock up there? I assume the clock's going to be up there? Okay.
Mike Watson, known as Sir Watts in the online streets, under the gun with the ace-8 suited. Opens. And do not adjust your screen. That is not Ashton Kutcher in a disguise. That is actually first-timer to Triton, Mario Mossbach, playing under the Austrian flag.
Mario Mossbach.
King 9 suited, 3-betting to 210,000, Henry.
Like the hand selection from Mossbach.
What is it about King 9 suited that makes it a good candidate against the under-the-gun open from Watson?
We get to fold out some hands that have us dominated. You know, some King 10, King Jacks of the world, some King Queen O's maybe. Also like the fact that we're blocking, you know, top of range, Ace King, Kings. It's also nice to be unblocking some of the hands that just, you know, have to fold to a 3-bet. Some of the weaker ace-X's of the world, such as this.
Watson doesn't appear thrilled, rightfully so, as he is forced to put his hand into the muck, and a nice moment there for Mossbach.
Austrian football player, Mossbach, turned professional poker player.
Guess he's not going to be invited to our normal staff football match.
No, he can be the goalkeeper.
Where did he play his professional football?
He used to play for SC Wiener Neustadt in Austria. Gave up on his career as a professional football player, transitioned into becoming a professional poker player, joined the Poker Code team, I believe, good friends with the likes of Fedor Holtz, and very quickly fell in love with the game. I guess Fedor in your corner.
I was going to say, I could foresee a friendship with Fedor rapidly devolving into a professional poker career. Understandably. As we see the check, Rabitz, with ace-8.
Quite the online resume as well.
For
Yeah.
Mossbach or
Yeah.
Rabitz? Okay. $15 big blinds deep here. Rabitz really mulling this one over out of the cutoff.
Yeah, gonna want to have some raise folds off of this stack depth, although maybe with ICM, raise folding isn't a thing. Just gonna jam.
Yep.
This feels close. Not 100% sure myself. Don't want to speak from a place of authority. 15 bigs. 8 off the money. It's close, but he's going to get it through. Nice pickup.
Especially as we close in on that money bubble. These pickups are oh so important for these players who are just looking to keep their heads above water. Get onto the right side of that bubble before maybe loosening the purse strings, so to speak. And much as Henry and I utilize it here in the booth, on delay, of course, as you can at home. The players are actually utilizing the Triton Poker Plus app in real time to help inform their decisions at the table. You may often see them when the action is upon them, looking over at their phones in an effort to gain their bearings. Osbach dressing down Bunak here, who has woken up with an ace-king, and he is going to jam over the top of this ace-9 open. Babitz doesn't look altogether comfortable with what he's seeing. Not doing a great job of hiding it either, was he? Is it the sizing? The choice to jam 650 over the top of an 80K open that he's
No.
taking issue with? Or
No, Ali. I think he's just
had a bad bowl of pho at breakfast?
that. Someone spat in his coffee, you know, you never know. Or just, you know, the big stage, first time coming to a Triton. 867,000 in career live earnings. This is a big deal. First prize, 965. More than his total live earnings to date. First live cash coming back in 2018, so relatively new to the live poker scene. See a ton of cashes on GG Poker for Kravitz.
Yeah, oddly enough, there are moments where you look upon the screen and you think to yourself, well, these guys have never faced one another, but you never know just how much context they have online.
See, Game Set Match over on YouTube saying, I finally downloaded the app. It really is incredible.
Love to hear it. Let us know what you think in the chat. And obviously, if you are streaming us on YouTube, be sure to click the like button and the subscribe button so you can be kept abreast of each and every one of our live broadcasts and each and every time we upload new content, the best of what's around on our Triton Poker YouTube channel. Welcome to those of you who are joining us on Twitch as well, or of course right there in the Triton Poker Plus app, one can also stream coverage from each festival as well as access archival videos from prior festivals. As we see Mosbox open with the pocket fours from up front, has drawn some interest from Mr. Chidwick's ace-jack.
Stevie with the non-all-in 3-bet.
Looking for some focus.
3-bet folding this combo, obviously, against the under the gun open. I don't think Mosbach will be coming back over the top with the fours.
Started with 1 million. At 1 million.
Like 870.
Mosbach just getting a count of the itinerary of Chidwick. EP open. Seeing a 3-bet off of a 21, a big blind stack. 4 is going to hit the mark. Stevie with the pickup, uncontested.
How do you feel about raise folding fours in that spot?
I think it's absolutely fine as one of the chip leaders at the table. You want to be applying a ton of pressure. I don't think you're going to face much resistance from non-legitimate hands. I think if he's playing like sub 20, then maybe it gets a bit close. Mosbach currently 8th in chips overall.
And one presumes that Mario has had access to one of the foremost minds in the poker sphere in Fedor holes. A source of plenty of sound judgment over the years in all manner of situations on the felt.
Yeah, Fedor's just built different, man. A few people asking about the delay. We are on a 30-minute delay to obviously protect the integrity of the game, but Ali, Najad, and myself are watching the same feed that you guys are as Artur looks down at 2 red 10s on the button. A welcome sight off of 9 big blinds.
All tokens put forth. 365,000 of them, to be exact. And that'll earn him an orbit's worth of leeway. That would have been something if Martirosian had made that call last night. Is that what you're thinking about?
I was literally just thinking that. I'm going to have to speak to him later on today. Like, if I just see him in the hallway and just be, hey, man, sorry, just for the fans at home, like, can you just give us 15 seconds of insight as to what you were thinking? Because his intuition, his gut was telling him to call. I mean, he doesn't tank for 7 minutes just to posture.
No, heck no.
Like, his read was on. It's just like, what led him to ultimately fold and go against what his gut was telling him? That's what I want to know.
Because it very much felt like every fiber of his being was telling him to make the call. And as each successive time bank was deployed, I just grew more and more tense, wondering,
yeah,
would he find the button? But in the end, he clicked fold. And I'm sure, obviously, he
found out.
maybe before going to bed, which would have been a bad idea, I take it. Or maybe this morning.
Note the fold of the 4s from Sir Watts, different stack depth. 24 bigs. Dean saying, tell me about how you guys feel in Vietnam. What's the weather like? How about the food, people? Well, so far, Dean, I have nothing but positive things to say about my experience here in Vietnam. Big fan of the coffee, big fan of the food. Weather's been a bit gloomy, but the sun is out today. This wonderful resort.
Actually rained a bit this morning. We are in the tropics, of course. So to be expected, it wasn't cold, just coming down a bit. I saw people in the pool, just swimming in the rain. No biggie. As we see Mosbach with Jack-8 offsuit, getting after Bunak's big.
Yeah, a little 3.2x. Bunak can't defend. Mosbach just leaning into that ICM.
Yeah, recognizing that in all likelihood, Bunak is going to need a lot of hand should he choose to want to play at this point. As he seeks to chisel. I will say in response to that question from our YouTube chat that I've long been a massive fan of the staple of Vietnamese cuisine, pho, which is, of course, the rice noodle soup that comes in a multitude of varieties. But I suspect, though, by the end of this trip, I'm going to have to take a real hiatus from that particular dish. I don't think I've had a meal here yet that didn't include it.
I personally haven't tried it yet, so maybe you're eating it the wrong place. I don't know. Maybe you're eating at the right place.
The breakfast buffet.
Okay.
It's available at all hours. What sort of pedestrian palate has abstained thus far from indulging in the delight that is pho?
I just haven't seen it, mate. That's all I'm saying. That's one spec.
You haven't seen it.
I just haven't. Obviously not paying enough attention.
What
when
are
I
you,
go
a
for
culinary
breakfast.
ostrich? You've just buried your head in the sand and...
I've just been going for scrambled eggs, but
Oh my
yeah,
God.
I'll tell you what else is scrambled.
Yeah. This spot here for Bunak, who is facing an open from the button to 800,000. That's putting all of his chips on request. And Bunak would do well, it would seem, to get away, although he does have 2 overs to the pocket tens should he choose to get in there. as we can certainly anticipate Hrabets will gladly do once the action gets to him. Oh, he's going to put it in the muck reluctantly. And of course, Hrabets happily puts the remainder of his 660 in there, coupled with the big blind he posted, and the wheel of fate will be spun with 1.4 million up for grabs.
Yeah, average stack in the middle.
So far, so good for the 210s. Turn card does bring a backdoor wheel gutty into play, as Mosbach picks up 4 deuces to go with the 3 aces. He holds as outs to ruin Hrabet's day, and a 5 on the river is not going to be enough.
Was why is this like so small that the guys say just run aside.
Delayed reaction to that one, Ali. Had to peek that river. Wasn't sure whether it was a deuce or a 5.
Anxious moments.
610? No, 660.
660.
It's weird because that was really a Hollywood A-lister sort of pot there between Ashton Kutcher and James Franco.
I'm changing this.
I mean, the doppelgangers aplenty here at the feature. Brought to you by Poker Steak. You see the newly minted stack for Hrabet. Was that a courtesy laugh that you gave me? I know you don't really... Are you going to Google James Franco now to see what he looks like? Do you know who he is?
Mate, of course I know who James Franco is.
I
Come
just,
on,
you know,
man.
I never know.
Come
There's
on.
like weird
Yeah.
rocks that you hide beneath.
Behave. Come on, man. Don't start.
Ashton Kutcher, you know who Ashton Kutcher is.
I do, yeah.
Okay,
But
just, you know, just
don't
never know.
start. Come on. It's early into the stream. Save this nonsense for 8 hours from now. Shout out Poker Steak, by the way. Really kind of changing the game with this option for the fans and viewers. This more immersive, engaging way to view poker. Just have a little sweat. A little $10, a little $20 on one of your favorite players. Why not?
Not so little. Pocket Queens for Martirosian off of 465K.
$80.
Just going to min-raise open.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Smilkovic with ace-king suited.
These two going to go at it again. Smilkovic, man responsible of putting Martirosian in the absolute blender late last night. The min-click 3-bet.
3.5 PB, always min raise.
Also, if you're gonna lose 2 players from the same table, the shortest stack will be a bubble. If you're gonna lose
Awkward spot here for Bunak with the 9s, Henry. An upfront raise and a 3-bet in front of him.
Yeah, I think 9s, don't want to say it like it's preordained, but do find the muck. Smilkovic just saying, look, I'm happy to stack off against Martirosian. Everyone else, stay in your lane. Artur going to be more than happy to get its final 12 bigs in the middle. The two ladies.
Smilkovic obviously ready to beat him into the pot with the suited ace-king, the classic race.
This is a classic race. As clean as it gets.
Coin weighted toward the Russians' 2 queens here, 53% to 46% for over $1 million. Jack 6-3 with no club, a delightful board for Martirosian, who is now a 3-1 favorite with 2 to come.
Oh.
Turn is the king of hearts, which is heartbreaking for Artur, who's on his feet, gathering his belongings, and to add insult to injury, it is Trip Kings. The down, the 2 queens. Martirosian, palpable levels of disappointment, obviously, for him, but certainly the sort of pot that were he in the other seat would have played out the exact same way. That's just poker. Unfortunately, on this occasion, on the wrong end of it is Martirosyan, as the Russian will be denied a cash here in event number 1. The second casualty of the day, I believe. We started with 32 players. Hing Yang Chow playing under the Malaysian flag. First to be showered, and now Martirosyan.
GG's in the chat for Artur. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him.
Oh yeah, he's not headed back to the Da Nang airport.
No,
That's for
it
sure.
wasn't a one and done qualify into this event and go home should we not cash. The 7 off the money, always going to sting. 30 remain, 23 places paid, in cash of 48,000 and change. 965 up top. We will be crowning a champion today. Question is it going to be one of the OGs of the Triton series or one of these 16 newcomers still in the mix?
Another ace-king suited popping up for Bunak here. And finally, he can get involved after having to fold king-queen offsuit and 2 9s in the prior 2 pots. And this is really going to be demoralizing for Watson. The Jack-10 suited is so pretty, Henry, but yep, must find its way into the muck. You see Watson open the ace-8 suited, the only other occasion in which he popped his head up to get involved in a pot, and got his hand smacked on that occasion as well.
Bad case.
Rhino Poker saying, hi there. Used to live in Vietnam, Da Nang. Now live in China, but pho, banh mi, and condensed milk, iced coffee are a must in your daily diet, being in the Num. We'll give it a try. I've been a bit of big fan of the coffee.
Now,
Condensed milk.
as you know, in between Triton festivals, I'm not one that partakes in the delights of the Java bean. But during a festival, especially out of our native time zones, I often turn
He struggled a lot too yesterday.
caffeinated supplements.
With the card when it was stuck
Red
here.
Bull has nothing on Vietnamese iced coffee. 2 small glasses in yesterday.
You're bouncing off the walls.
I was a human Pegasus,
And put the
Just-
chances as protection.
winged and taking
Yeah, good
flight
idea.
around the room. In fact, if you see
But if you
a server,
5.
Henry, flag her
I would
down.
need to cover all this
It's time for some iced coffee.
It's-
Thank you for reminding us, Rhino.
Anyone out
I have
there
5. I
in
have
the
17.
vicinity
I know, but you have 5.
Oh yeah.
feels like bringing
Right.
2 iced coffees with condensed milk to the broadcast
Well,
booth?
not blind.
Be much appreciated. Chidwick not even going to entertain the idea of tangling with Watson 9-5 into the mark.
Finally, Mike able to bring chips back toward him. Cautionary advice being issued in the chat from one Vincent Wilson, Henry. Just don't drink too much Viet coffee in the afternoon. Blows your brains out and keeps you up for 2 weeks. Yes.
Thanks for that, Vincent. That sounds about right.
Service. I'm
Rest.
ready.
Rest. Do appreciate all the engagement in the chat as always. Those of you watching over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel, do show some support. Take a couple of seconds, obviously, out of your day to click us a quick like. This day 2 coverage of the 25k GG Super Millions Live Edition. Record-breaking turnout for this event here in Vietnam. And Ali gets a kick out of seeing the like counter go up. Gets a pat on the back from superiors.
The only thing that's giving me kicks around here is that Vietnamese iced coffee, and I confess that since we brought it up, like a real addict in development, I'm
He's
nervously looking about the room in search of someone that can deliver one to us expediently. At this point, I'll flag down anyone. 10-9 deuce with a couple of diamonds here as the gut shot straight draw arrives for Smilkovic, the defender. From the big. I think this one was limped pre, yeah?
Believe
right?
so.
Yeah.
3 bigs in the middle.
Story checks out. Oh my goodness, the 7 of clubs, a welcome sight for Smilkovic, who makes the 10 high straight as the action went check, check, but Watson has now picked up a club draw.
Just when you think we've got an absolute nothing burger of a hand about to develop, dealer just puts out the biggest action card in the deck. Smilkovic turning the second nuts, so Watts with 4 high. 20% equity in the form of clubs. Just gonna call.
So to the river we go, and the Queen of Hearts is a safe card for Smilkovic. Watson with just 4 high.
Both flush draws bricking. No showdown in our hand. Is this one to just wave the white flag on?
Oh, apparently not. And this, of course, is going to be an unsuccessful attempt here from Watson, who fires quarter pot.
Yeah, I think this is designed to just fold out all of the hands that bricked the 8Xs of the world. King 8 of the world. Diamonds, clubs. Smilkovic just grabbing a fistful of 100k chips and a snap fold from Sir Watts. Smilkovic on Jaffe's tail, up to second in chips, 3.4 million now.
Now, normally this music means it's time for us to pay some bills.
We were just talking about buying some action.
And there is a look at the sorts of returns that would have been available to you had you made a $100 investment in Michael Soiza, as I assume many have, over on Poker Stake. Our official staking partner here in the Triton Super High Roller Series. Unique platform for staking. Professional poker players around the globe with no fees on any purchases. Truly the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. Check them out at pokerstake.com. Meanwhile, Rabbits, Queen 10 offsuit. Min raise open. Going to be pushed back upon by Chidwick with ace-king.
Third card.
24 bigs, ace king O. Could argue strong enough to 3-bet induce. Chidwick certainly capable of having 3-bet folds even at this stack depth.
All in.
Just gonna make it easy for himself.
Yeah, rips it.
The pressure back on the players behind.
How much is it, like 900?
Yeah, a bit
950.
more.
Queen 10 readily finds the muck as Chidwick moves to 1.13 million. That chip count brought to you by Shambhala Jewels. You know, I should have known, as I took it upon myself to visit the Shambhala website in search of perhaps a trinket or two for myself, that the price points might have been slightly out of commentator reach, if I'm being honest.
Comment like your average commentator. Reach,
Yeah,
like the reach of your average.
your reach.
Exactly.
Is what
That's what
said.
I felt like. That's where you were going. You know, you're like
No, no.
insinuating. Out of
No,
my
it's
reach.
they're beautiful pieces.
They are. They are indeed.
Maybe if there was promo code Triton for 97% off, I too could indulge in some Shambhala jewels. Are you headed there yourself now?
Gonna have
Henry?
a little
Have a little look.
little gander.
Truly beautiful pieces, and obviously for those who participate here at our festivals, very much within the range of accessories. Seen some pretty pricey ones on display here, not the least of which is adorned on the right wrist of Triton first-timer Chitrada Bunak here, who's done well for himself in the early going of this day 2. 3-4 suited. Out of the big, just another 40K if you do. Roughly 5% of his
Call.
remaining stack. He's going to make the call.
Next time, please. Deal one.
Promo code Ali's little trinket. 97% off. Why not?
2 jacks and a 6 here, not connecting with either holding.
40.
Smilkovic just going to continue to leaning. Bunak, one of those middling stacks that have really handcuffed this thing stand until we make it into the money. Not much he can do.
Feels a little grindy right now, doesn't it, Henry? Guys might be a bit groggy even.
Bit of a stalemate. Groggy from the jet lag, Ali, or just
Well,
groggy?
they played 15 levels yesterday.
It was
That was
a
a
long
lot of
grind.
poker.
It was a long,
That'll
hard
wake you up
grind.
there, though. 2 queens. Obviously, it
80.
woke Martirosian up and then put him to bed, unfortunately. Watson hoping for a better outcome. And he's poised to get it for the time being, as Smilkovic is certainly a candidate to be a customer. Makes the call. By the way, remind me before the end of the day to ask Bunak what it's like in the future. Just, you know, maybe he knows. I don't, I'm just
Thank you.
Robert's just asking for a count. And the big 30 bigs blinds are going to be going up soon. Queen 6 does find the mark, so Smilkovic looking for a 9. There are certain boards where Watson just gets the full double. 260,000 in the middle. And that's potentially one of them.
Yeah.
755.
not the kind of texture that 2 9s are going to shy away from.
Next time, please. Deal one.
C bet from Watson to 100 $250,000. Smilkovic, of course, makes the call. 10 of diamonds was in the neighborhood. Of course, in that suit, it's never going to be nines full, but nevertheless, it is an overcard to the nines, but not entirely clear that Smilkovic will be altogether concerned by that card.
SPR less than 1. Beautiful spot for Sir Watts. Does he go for the jugular right here, make this a 2-street hand? Or does he go for a non-all-in size, kind of small, and then set up like a SPR of 0.5 going to the river?
If you're sitting in Smilkovic's seat, which of the two lines looks fishier to you? The jam here at sub 1 SPR, just under, or getting it in 2 stages, turn river?
Honestly, I think both lines have merit, and both lines sell different stories depending on the stage of the tournament. I'm a fan of this, you know, from Watson going for the non-all-in sizing, giving himself a bit of room to kind of try and sell the story that he could still fold, or he may slow down on the river. Smilkovic, undeterred, quickly calling.
Pot up to over 1 million, and that 6 of diamonds doesn't rate to be the kind of card that's going to change any of Smilkovic's feelings about the nines in this spot.
It's funny because really only get value from 8s and 9s. Some 10x's of the world as well, some slow played aces. In it goes. SPR of 0.3.
Yeah, I think Smilkovic had his mind made up a little bit here that barring the ace, king, queen kind of rivers, that the nines were going to be making a call for it all. And Watson with a very tidy pickup as he can exhale.
Oh, sorry.
Well, well, well. Like that. Out of nowhere, Michael Watson up to above average. 33 big, second in chips at this table. And first big misstep we've seen for our GG qualifier, Smilkovic. But still, what a story for Daniel, just being sat here 5 off the money in itself is one of the biggest storylines coming out of this series.
It really, just at this point, it's already epic for him to be where he is in terms of stack.
Yeah.
Off of the 8K. But if he were to parlay the spin into a W, we're talking about Triton legend status without question, as the new blind level will be 25 and 50,000 with the 50K ante. Brought to you by Poker Stake. Closing in on the bubble here in event number 1 of the Triton Super High Roller Series Festival in Hoiana, Vietnam at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. King 6 suited here for Chidwick.
Price of poker going up, Ali. 25K, 50K.
Mosbach. Ace Queen. $130K open.
Saliba likely to run this one with the ace-9.
Just 230K. And yeah, Justin jams, obviously ready for it was Mosbach, who is going to be in lovely shape here. Can't say the same, though, for the American. Young Justin Saliba. First ever Triton appearance. And he's going to need some real help going to this flop with the ace-9. King, queen, 8 is dashing Justin's hopes down to just 0.3% equity and draws dead on the turn. GG's issued. Saliba made a good run of it, but ultimately left on the outside of this money bubble here in event number 1.
Yeah, GG Saliba, very exciting player to watch. 2.8 million in total live earnings, currently currently 5th on the GPI rankings. Looking forward to seeing him in action in more Triton events. Certainly one of the names in poker that we're all keeping an eye on at the moment to see what he does next.
They balance. I think they balance. Did you balance into that seat?
Would not surprise me,
He
Ali,
needs-
to see
No, he was the big blind last
young
time.
Justin to add a Triton trophy to his already
So he can come into
impressive
here and get
resume.
one big blind.
Really talented and poised customer is Saliba, and can't imagine he flew all this way to be one and done.
Oh, 100%. His first live cash coming back in 2019. He's only really been on the scene for 4 years if you take the 2-year gap where live poker was on hold. I mean, 2.8 million in live earnings already.
To be fair, while live poker was on hold, online poker was bursting at the seams during the pandemic with so many people locked down with not a lot to do. And then, of course, tremendous amount of wealth creation during that period between the stock markets of the world and crypto.
Stock markets of the world.
Oh, Henry,
Oh boy.
do you see what I see?
I see what you see.
What is that?
That is some Vietnamese coffee. We're going to be bouncing off the walls, chat. So we wind down into...
Oh, yes.
Thank you so much. Ali is loving this.
They're almost
Okay.
like hot chocolates, but with cocaine.
Oh, let's do. Okay, chat. Thank you.
Delightful little beverage here. Really a national treasure,
Really is.
whatever this is.
Any recommendations, by the way, chat, of what Ali and I should experience whilst we're out here in Vietnam?
We already had a recommendation, and that's go easy on the iced coffee in the afternoons. We've thrown that out the window.
It's like 3 p.m. It's morning for us. Going to be here until 2 a.m. today. Going to be crowning a champion here in event number 1 of this GG Super Millions live edition. And then we're going to be jumping straight into the action. Yeah, event number 2, the 15K. Long old day of high stakes poker being brought to you for free. See of Triton Poker.
Now, yesterday, when I received my first Vietnamese iced coffee and this oversized boba straw was placed within it, I really celebrated the fact that it wasn't a paper product because of all the environmentalist initiatives in the U.S. that have left us with truly woeful beverage delivery mechanisms on that side of the pond. I thought it was double gauge plastic in a real sort of flipping the bird at Mother Nature sort of moment, but in fact I've come to find out the straws are made of bamboo, Henry. So both environmentally friendly and functional.
Allegedly made of
I will
bamboo.
say, though, I let one of my straws soak for a good long while. Then I took it out, and it was like one of those weird magician wands that went flimsy at the tip.
Flimsy at the tip, yeah. I mean,
You know about it.
All too well. All too well. As we wait for another player to be brought to the table. Hopefully not a flimsy at the tip kind of player. Someone bring some heat. 28 players remain. Jonathan Jaffe, top of the chip counts, but it is the young Bulgarian Alex Kulev.
You know
Who
that the
sat
more
in
that
second.
you talk, the less that you are drinking iced coffee.
Well, there's 5 minutes of dead air to fill, Ali.
Not dead over here. Give me one more minute.
Trying to
Do you think I can intravenously consume this? Or is that ill-advised?
quickly Googles what intravenously means.
This really. Yeah. There is like a chocolatey, cocoa-like attribute. Like I want to get out that while I am
you know,
a foodie,
it's funny
I
that
know
you say
nothing about
intravenously.
coffee.
Kofi.
It's already taken effect.
We were talking about you doing commentary with your drip feed in 5 years' time.
Right.
Being spoon-fed porridge.
Yeah.
So it's funny
Who's
that
we?
you bring that up. Sorry, yeah, you. I'm going to be long gone
Huh?
by that time. 5 years. The idea alone of spending the next 5 years with you is...
I'm on to my second glass.
I
Oh,
still
boy.
haven't taken a sip, but...
Really.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect this is what it feels like to be
This is where someone
on the
lost,
launch
like,
pad
never
as a
mind,
NASA
carry on.
astronaut, waiting for ignition.
We're getting some professional advice here from
Yeah.
Rhino saying you're meant to let the ice melt for 10
I think it's
minutes.
just finished.
Ooh. Oops. Well, it's a bit late for the first glass. The thing is, I don't know if I can look at this for 10 minutes and not drink it. The addiction levels are that high. And I'm starting to understand why when I asked for a tall glass of it, they just kind of gave me that worried look. As if to say, no, you're gonna need to just go with a short glass.
We do have our new player joining the feature. So he's put the headphone in. That's going to get promptly taken away from him. There we go. Someone at the table. Just letting him know. No headphones, no phones at the feature table. So action back on the way. 4 off the money. Ali is now doing push-ups in the booth.
Sorry, how much? Yeah. 5. No, 5 black chips, right?
You're not the.
Yeah.
Is it a bit-
How long
Of course
do I have
Yeah,
to wait
it's
for the
over, eh?
ice, Henry?
10 minutes, apparently.
He came in.
I'm reading
from-
some of the chat from
He was supposed
I can
to be
only
the big
assume
one
our
over there.
local Vietnamese viewers.
To balance the table.
Cards back in the air now, as the tables have been rebalanced. Watson with a baby-suited connector.
Okay, no more hand for hand. Eagles, you can start preparing your deck. Eagles, we kindly ask you if you have an all to still announce it. We still have 17 minutes remaining on level number 18, 30,000, 60,000, 60,000. Eagles, start please.
If you're wondering what I'm doing as opposed to calling the action, it's just staring at this ice, waiting for it to melt.
Remind you that we're going to have a complete redraw down to 16 players remaining and down to
I'm
9.
kind of worried for you.
I'm kind of worried for me. I'm worried for everybody.
You're already very edgy, as it is.
That's not true.
I feel like this could
That's not true. Be
hopefully,
honest.
hopefully none of the bosses have headphones in at the moment for the next hour or so.
There's going to be a run on this iced coffee now that I've taken up the cause.
Shipham saying it's midnight in Vegas, Henry. Shout out to those of you out west. Good evening. Day 2 coverage of event number 1, 25k GG Super Millions. I'll tell you what, I'm genuinely concerned for your health.
Who, me?
You look like Gollum after he just discovered the ring.
Precious.
He's currently leaning over a cup of coffee like he's going to kill anyone that tries to take it
Go
out
ahead,
of his
try to take this
Go-
coffee away
Yeah.
from me, Henry. I will choke the life out of you. Mosbach looking to choke out this queen 10 as he 3-bets to 260,000 over the Smilko open to 100k. Min raise with the blinds at quarter 50. And no resistance from the German.
Doubt it in the chat saying when are they going to start going hand for hand? Great question. Once we get down to the final 24 players, one off the money, we'll have our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, stop the clock and make an announcement that we are hand for hand. Average stack of around about 30 bigs or so. Could be a lengthy bubble, Ali.
Well, lucky for me, Henry. I've come prepared for that bubble.
You are indeed. Vincent saying, warning, do not operate machinery or commentate on poker whilst ingesting Vietnamese coffee.
Okay, I didn't get that warning before I got a glass and a half deep. Smilko back at it with ace-4 suited.
Lil J asking if he goes to sleep and wakes up in 6 hours, is he going to miss the winner? Unlikely. What was it, 3 p.m. local time, 6 hours from now? Do you think we'll have ourselves a champion? It'd be close. It would be close. I would say we're, you know...
Levels are
probably-
40 minutes in length.
Yeah, it'd be about 4-handed, 3-handed. Producer James shaking his head like a disappointed stepfather. It's like, no.
That's just early onset dementia. Don't read into that. Jack high flush draw here on the 9-6 deuce board.
Take a look at Ponakos and Linus. Both hit up the Picasso painting silk shirt.
Are you
Store
asking
on the
people
way.
at home to take a look at something
No, they'll see.
they
They'll
can't
see.
see?
They'll see later on today.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about. You're better at describing things like that than I am.
Why don't you just stick to what's on the screen, Kilbane? All right, we got a bet of 250,000, one bruise before us here. Bit of barley, bit of hops. Another $500,000 into the middle. 775 in this pot. Smilkovic improving to a pair of 4s.
Would expect to see Smilkovic now slow down after picking up some showdown value.
River card does not improve Watson as Smilkovic's pot control on the end.
Well, so what's with just Jack high? Bricked flush draw. A very relevant card in his hand, although could argue the 8-5s and 10-8s of the world likely to fold against the pot size continue from Smilkovic on the flop. But with just Jack high, he is going to reach, and it looks like a sizable reach at that. I believe this is close to pot on the river from Sir Watts.
Last occasion on which he tried this, it was a quarter pot. He got snapped here. Far more meaningful sizing. Do you, Henry, in these situations put much stock into the quotient of your opponent's remaining
Wow.
stack that's associated? Wow.
Daniel
Ace-4.
Smilkovic.
Sniffs it out.
Didn't even use a time extension, Ali. Just looked up at the clock, grabbed a handful of 100K chips and made the call of the tournament so far.
Well, I was just about to ask you whether or not you place more weight in a player willing to commit a larger chunk of the remaining chips in a situation like this to that bet and maybe tighten up accordingly. Obviously, we know for Smilkovic that did not weigh into the equation whatsoever. And do you wonder whether or not contextually the fact that Watson had a failed bluff taking a similar sort of line not but an orbit or two ago was on his mind?
Maybe playing into the thought process of Smilkovic for sure. I think the sizing as well on the river, kind of nuts or nothing type sizing. Representing 2 pair or better. What a pick-off from Smilkovic. Chip leader, 5 off the money in his first ever Triton series event.
Those are those statement calls, Henry. We've touched on them before. It's not just about the impact that you have on your opponent, but the eyebrows all around the rail raised.
It really does send a message to the rest of the field, that's for sure.
Boy, Watson really wearing the face of a man who was on the receiving end of that. As he takes the remainder of his chips and plows them forward with King 3, and Smilko issuing a small rebate as he folds the big. Been a tough go of it here at the feature to start the day off for Mike Watson. Obviously an incredibly accomplished Triton veteran. Taking a peek at Watson's resume on the Triton Poker Plus app.
Yeah, I mean, so Watts is
3.3 million plus across 10 caches, 3 of which came in Madrid mid last year. Skipped our Cyprus Festival late last year, back now.
yeah, I believe, is that Timothy Adams' wedding?
Yeah, I think that is what it was.
If I'm not mistaken.
Raise.
Upstairs with Queen Jack off suit goes Rabbits. You know how you can sign up on Amazon for like
1.7.
subscription-based items, like auto reload kind of thing? Do you think I can put this this server on a
300.
similar program here with these iced coffees? Or
Well, it's every hour or so.
I'll take the under on every hour.
Really?
Let's get these things moving. Speaking of moving, Smilkovic's stack in motion here from the small, understandably, with the ace-king as he 3-bets to 300,000, 3xing the open from Rabbits.
Can see that Smilkovic would snap him off. He was to misstep here with the Queen Jack-O, but does just get out of the way.
I'll tell you what, when I witness the kind of call that Smilkovic just made, I'm that much less inclined to get involved in a pot with that man.
It's interesting because Smilkovic kind of snapped him off with the 9s earlier as well when Sir Watts had the queens, and thought that maybe that would deter Sir Watts from bluffing someone that seems, you know, willing to look you up in some of these under-bluff spots. But snap calling with 4th pair. And that board texture against the big blind. Smilkovic really sending a message.
Action on Stephen Chidwick now.
Freeze.
Chidwick, one of the winningest tournament poker players in history. His Triton track record, robust, 13.5 million plus, with 1 title and 14 cashes as he opens to 100K from the hijack with Queen Jack suited.
Haven't seen much from Bunak or Mosbach for that matter. Pace of players slowed down quite considerably as we close in on the money bubble. Understandably so,
Pretty normal though.
for sure. Every decision potentially worth thousands of dollars in equity. GT3 saying poker is such a great game. Yesterday Smilkovic had 11K chips and was standing up ready to walk away the ace-8 against the ace-king. Found an 8 on the river and now finds himself chip leader early in day 2. Just 5 off the money.
1.13 million now in front of Chidwick. Queen Jack surfacing once more. This time in front of the new arrival to the featured table. Was not here to start the day. Alan Zhang playing under the Aussie flag. First timer among oh so many of them. Earlier during the pregame show, I said I counted over 35. But not everybody who is a Triton first timer has registered in this specific event.
Okay.
And in fact, I've had a list of everyone that we can come to expect throughout the course of the week as a first timer, and that list ballooned considerably. Just eyeballing it, it looks like it's got to be at least 60 names.
60
High
first
50s.
timers.
Yeah,
Wow,
take a look.
it's wild.
100K to go for Smilkovic. From Smilkovic, rather, with the ace-8. Queen 8 suited, and Mosbach keeping it clean. Dead bottom of range here for Kravitz. Predictably into the muck it goes. Smilkovic is really just bar the blemish with 9s against queens.
I can't see any.
Had a very easy go of it here. Up over 4
420 behind. Thank you.
million in front of him. 81 big blinds. Overall chip leader as he is vaulted in front of chip leader coming into the day, Jonathan Jaffe, who currently sits second, and Patrick Antonius, who started second and currently sits in 8th overall.
Some recognizable names on that list.
Welcome back.
Nice to see Triton growing.
Queen 3 suited deemed a bit too ambitious for Smilkovic. No.
4 off the money. First timers still in the field, looking to cash their first ever Triton tournament. Sizable min cash, just under 2 buy-ins. 965,000 for first.
Bunak had a moment with the 10-7 suited, but ultimately did well to put it into the muck, as Zheng is going to wake up with an ace-king, rather, forgive me, in the big. Roberts going to try to get away with a limp here. Fingers are going to be wagged. And sure enough, in it goes from Allen. 4 high finds the muck.
See in the chat that the Triton free roll on GG Poker is kicking off in 9 minutes time. Password for that one, Jason Kuhn. No late reg. Join now. You've got 9 minutes to get yourselves registered.
Allen up to 10 bigs. Over $500,000 in front of him. Scrolling down toward the bottom of the current leaderboard right now, we find several stacks in that danger zone.
Danger zone. I'm sorry, that'll never happen again.
I certainly hope not, and
I kind of half-assed this, but I didn't fully commit to the bit. I'm sorry, John.
also feel compelled to apologize to everyone who has their volume turned up on the stream for whatever that was that emanated
I
from
don't,
your
don't
gullet.
even know what that was.
It's good that you were self-aware enough to recognize
It's because I didn't commit, you
the
know?
ill-fated nature of that choice. Speaking of ill-fated choices, you
Talking
slid
of
your
not being able to commit.
third glass of iced coffee my way, which you will regret. As Rabets with pocket threes has jammed it on the button, and Chidwick wakes up with a couple of sevens here, Henry, off of 1 million of his own.
Yeah, Rabbits with the 20 big blind rejam against the early position open from Smilkovic. Can see that Smilkovic with the ace-queen, but it makes sense that Rabbit is taking this spot, given that the German is going to have a lot of raise folds.
Wow, Chidwick puts the sevens into the muck. It really was more Rabic's hand that he was considering than it was Smilkovic's. As we know, the chip leader's been pushing people around and is likely to be opening with a high frequency at this point in the tournament. But he goes racing with 2 overs against 2 threes.
Saw Smilkovic's reaction, somewhat shocked that Rabbits rejammed for 20 with the threes. So far, so good. Wow. How about that turn card? Smilkovic looking for an ace, king, queen, or a 4 to eliminate Rabbits.
Yeah, counterfeit outs. Ooh.
That works.
That works.
The 6 is a safe one.
1 o'clock.
Rabic has now doubled twice here at the feature.
Yeah, held earlier on against the ace-5. Now finds the hold with the pocket freeze, up to 40 bigs. With that pot, moves up to 8th in chips.
It was pocket 10s against the ace-5, I believe, that Rabbits had.
Was indeed. Button v big blind. Ryan said thank you for the laughs, commentators. I have a class soon. Enjoy the poker and coffee. Drink up. Appreciate your engagement Rhino, and all of the viewers at home getting involved in the conversation. Once again, for those of you that are sweating along and maybe want to
What's your blank, Steven?
play some online poker,
1 million.
at Triton free roll over on GG, starting in just 4 minutes time. So again, password is Jason Kuhn. There's no late reg, so you need to be regged before the first hand of play. Good luck in that one.
And glass number 2 in the books.
Thank you.
I feel like you need to sign something before they bring you a
I was going to
third
say, you know,
glass.
have we got someone on standby
All in.
just in case? Oh, Chidwick. Going to jam into Sir Watts' ace-8, and I think Sir Watts is going to run this for 9.
Indeed. Chidwick has such sound understanding of these stages of a tournament. Spends so much time researching them. King 3, you can rest assured the right move against Watson's stack size, small versus big. Unfortunately for him, though, he is taking the worst of it. 35% equity, though, and that is going to go down considerably on the ace-7-5 board, where Watson, whose tournament is at risk here, sits very pretty, 97%, but hang on.
That is dead.
No, that's dead, the 8. A good side card to have for Watson. The 4 is not an out for Chidwick. Thought perhaps the gut shot was live, but foregone conclusion that Watson would double through as of the turn, as he submits his chips for a countdown.
Clean double for Sir Watts, just 3 off the money. 4 off the money, I do apologize.
Yeah, we did see the elimination of Justin Saliba in 29th. Prior to him, it was David Yan, who busted in 30th, playing under the Kiwi flag. And in 28th, it was Kim Hyun Sup, playing under the South Korean banner. First timer as well. We're paying 23 here in event number 1, with 27 remaining. Mossbach looks down at a couple of 5s.
$32 bigs under the gun, 5s go into the muck. Take note, ladies and gentlemen. Bunak is 1 seat over, 13 bigs. These cards aren't going to be finding the muck.
Ace King suited, oh so pretty. In goes 645K, and Chidwick off of 530,000 on the button, Henry. Looking at Ace Jack suited.
Now the back end of doubling up. So Watts potentially going to run his final 11 bigs here, and it's going to be in rough shape.
And that's provided that he clicks call, which he has not done yet. Is it a given?
No, I don't want to say it's rough shape as if it's preordained that he's going to make this call. Ace-Jack going to be performing pretty well against the open jamming range. Bunak's going to have some worse Ace-X, some King-Queen suiteds of the world. Chidwick really mulling this one over. Just 4 off the money.
And he does make the call and is going to be very disheartened at the revelation. He is dominated in this almost 1.2 million chip pot.
5 to come, Ali.
And they're going to have to be good ones for
Ooh,
Chidwick to
jack.
avoid an exit, and Queen Jack 4 is just what the doctor ordered, but just look at all the equity Bunak has. The lion's share, 53 to 46, as he's got a Broadway Gutty and a Diamond Draw. The 4 pairs on the turn, however, and now advantage Chidwick as he moves to 68%. Can he fade all of those outs? The answer is no. A deuce of diamonds on the river spells the end of the road for the oh-so-decorated superstar, Stephen Chidwick, as Bunak wipes the proverbial sweat from his brow.
What's in the diamonds?
Yeah.
Gets a
What's in
fist
there?
bump from
What's
Pravitz.
in the
What's in the lag box?
Thailand,
Lucky
amulet.
charm.
Amulet. Yeah, Thailand amulet.
nice?
And this
Thai
is it.
Emerald, I believe.
Do we wait again?
Ali?
Nope.
In reference to?
The little pouch in front of Bunak.
Do you think he's brought?
A lucky charm?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I think with
I was
25.
just asking him
Oh, with
what's in the
25 now?
pouch. It's like a Thai Emerald.
I looked up before, unless I knew the river card.
I would have said a venomous scorpion.
I was thinking more, you know what, let's not even entertain this conversation. 24 remain here. Smilkovic, I mean, what a story, Ali. 59 bigs.
A story that's not done being told, by the way, Henry. 2.935 million in front of Daniel Smilkovic. Really the talk of this event thus far, even in the chat, as we welcome you back inside of our broadcast booth here at the Hoiana Golf Resort in Hoi An, Vietnam. Ali Nachad and Henry Kilbane taking a brief moment away from the action as some rebalancing is happening out there. The German, an online qualifier from GG here in event number 1, this 25K GG Super Millions Live, was down to 8K. We've said it before, we'll say it again because it is such an astounding feat. In fact, at one point in the chat, somebody weighed in to say, wait a minute, was Smilkovic able to run it back to this without rebuying? And the answer, of course, is yes, he was somehow at the top of the leaderboard on more than one occasion thus far. As we take a look at the overall leaders, as it stands now, Jonathan Jaffe, the American, with over 4 million in front of him. First-timer Alex Kulev, 3.365, sitting in second. And look at Michael Soiza joining the fray, up and over 3 million for him, as Smilkovic currently sits in 4th place. You talked about the pace of play slowing down a little bit here, Henry. Obviously to be expected as we're closing in on this bubble. 23 places will be paid. Currently, we still have 24 players in the mix. That stone money bubble, we generally do see hand-for-hand action, as we don't want to create any unfair advantages for anybody. Any takeaways? I mean, obviously, we've got some sub-10 blind stacks out there in Tan Xuan and Calvin Lee, 7 and 8 blinds respectively. Alan Zhang at the featured table, 10 big blinds. Are we just really kind of, as a professional, supposed to sit back and not take any questionable spots?
I think these guys are all very familiar with, you know, the rejamming ranges and the cool-off ranges that they should be taking, regardless of whether or not we're on the stone bubble. These guys are the types of players that want to win the tournament. They're not looking for min cashes, and I think that's what really separates, you know, these elites from the rest of the tournament players of the world. You know, these guys are here to win, and if they need to take a spot and potentially go home empty-handed, I think they're going to take it. But look, you know, average stack 34 bigs. We could be here for a while, hand for hand. You mentioned the shorter stacks of the world, the Tan Xuans, the Calvin Lees, the Alan Zhengs, all sub 10, but 8-handed poker. They've got an orbit and a half, 2 orbits to, you know, kind of
Pick something up and go
pick
with it.
something
Yeah.
up, sneak their way in, find the spot, and these guys are good at finding the spots when they need to.
You know, I want to touch again on the point that you make. Clearly, we know that these guys are killers that are out here in this field, and gals for that matter. Sosia Zhang is currently sitting in 10th right now with almost 2 million in front of her. And so you throw caution to the wind and you say, look, I'm not here to just eke in to a min cash. I'm just going for broke, so to speak. But in terms of the body of work that one is kind of tasked with assembling as a professional poker player, which includes getting ROI in spots, could we fault anyone for maybe really locking down in a spot like this on the stone bubble instead of maybe looking to press or exploit?
I think, we're talking about a very fine line here, right? Some of these marginal spots where maybe if we weren't on the stone bubble, the spot would be taken. And if there's ever a time to take a more passive line or maybe a fold pre in a close spot, then this would be it, which I agree with. I'm not saying that these guys are just going to go guns blazing and take every spot, even, the spots that are indifferent or marginal. But what I'm just trying to point out is that, these guys are the types of guys that when they register a tournament, they're not looking for the min cashes, they're looking to win. And I just think these bubbles at Triton tend to burst a lot quicker than other tournaments where you maybe have people that are playing these kind of stakes for the first time, maybe a bit money scared at Triton. More often than not, these guys are used to these types of buy-ins and aren't afraid to put the chips in the middle when they have to.
Well, as I take a look here in the Triton Poker Plus app at the Ivan Liao Player of the Year ranking, Stephen Chidwick will not be adding any cushion to that first place state, as Sam Greenwood also being eliminated, as is Jason Kuhn. Neither of them are going to be able to close the gap. A trail off to Mikita Badziakuski, also eliminated, I believe. Didn't see him there
Seth
in the remaining field.
Oh, do apologize. Seth is still in.
Okay, so fifth place Seth Davies is the lone, or the highest ranking player, I think, that's going to be able to draw nearer to the top of that particular leaderboard. And the story continues to be the first timers here at Triton, really showing up. Half of the field to start the day, 32 players is where we were to begin things, down to 24 now, was comprised, 16 players, of first-timers to the Triton Tour. And we love to see the expansion of the tour and obviously the increasingly international field, kind of the reach being expanded, of course. And some of the lockdowns and some of the travel restrictions finally giving way and creating opportunities for many of our players that have been chomping at the bit, really lusting after an opportunity to get in the saddle, able to do so here in Hoi An, as we will send it back now toward our feature table. And it will include current chip leader Jonathan Jaffe, sitting with 82 big blinds, 4.12 million. Smilkovic really overshadowed by that stack as he returns to the featured table. Mentioned Sosia Zhang. She's there in fourth.
Qualified on GG as well, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. She sure did. Such a lovely woman. Very pleasant presence. But formidable adversary. Don't let that smile fool you. She is a killer in every sense on the felt.
I believe had the pleasure of calling the action on Sosia for the first time back in Northern Cyprus. Merit myself, that Coin River Invitational. Stone Bubble here, event number 1. GG Millions live edition.
Sosia attending her third Triton series. Her first came back in London in 2019. Joined us in Cyprus at our last festival, and here she is now, 245,000 in career Triton earnings, as Bunak has found a customer in Hrabets who has done well for himself thus far with a couple of big doubles, but is in rough shape here with an ace-queen. Does have Bunak covered.
Looks like Hrabets is opting to 3-bet fold the ace-queen O. +1 against under the gun.
Has made it 250,000 to go.
Yeah, I don't want to say it again like it's preordained that he's going to fold to a jam. More often than not, as sizing these positions, be concerned what the 4-bet jamming range of Bunak would look like. Don't think it's going to contain many worse hands than ace-queen.
Oh, he's going to flat, though, Henry, and that's going to make things interesting, as he will be out of position against Hrabets, who has purchased the betting lead and has position.
Byproduct, the fact that we're on the stone bubble.
Peppermint.
Jack 7 deuce, 2 diamonds. Neither player in
Giving away
love
the
with
rest
this
of your
board.
chips is not the way to make up for, you know, losing a small percentage of your chips due to your own.
I really
Bunak
didn't expect it from him, but you know.
checking over to Hrabets.
6-2-5 in the middle. Rabbits with the type of hand where I feel like we just want to lean into our pre-flop 3 betting range, continue for small and wide, and the reality is you know, should our opponent show any form of resistance, we don't love it, but we also don't hate having to just fold ace queen, no diamond, no backdoor. Continue small and wide in the form of 20% pot. Bunak with the under-repped ace-king, just going to let it go. Power of the 3-bet on the stone bubble, Ali. Rabbit's chipping up nicely. 2.6 million now. Came into today as one of these short stacks. And finds himself 8th in chips. Very comfortable 51 big blinds.
Yeah, not a bad performance.
Once are up.
Is he wearing the same jacket
Bubble,
as
right?
me, by the way?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, totally.
Really?
Yeah,
I
totally.
know that you
Sure.
assume that just because you're seated next to me that I pay attention to what you've decided to wear to work.
You did yesterday. You were quite literally crying at the fact that I wasn't wearing the same
No
Triton polo tee as you and Ali, you and Randy rather.
I was quite literally crying, Henry. Yeah.
You were moaning about it for a good 5 minutes. I think you mentioned it on at least 5 occasions. No? Your memory? I'm not not serving you well in this situation. It's funny how very selective memory you have sometimes.
What's your name? Just out of curiosity. You keep showing up in this booth.
Cecilia with, okay, I do apologize. There has been an open from early position, so a 3-bet for 350 from the cutoff. This is against an under the gun open. Apologies for the delay in the graphics. Well, funny feeling. Cecilia has a lot of hand. Rabbits, on the other hand,
I don't like this.
trying to get one through with the 10-8 of diamonds from early position.
Finally get
It was
one.
too perfect. I know, obviously.
Welcome to the table.
Thank you.
She gets welcomed to the table. So note the cheeky open there from Rabbits.
Feeling it a bit,
G8.
perhaps.
Ah,
Managed to get that ace queen through the ace king.
I same.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But pre-flop only, huh?
Roman always good hand.
Buff,
I
buff.
always have a good hand when I play. When I don't have a good hand, then I don't play.
Okay.
Believe I just overheard Bunak refer to ICM, by the way, Henry. So
Oh, sorry.
not lost on him is the dynamic here on the stone bubble of event 1. 30 and 60,000 are the blinds currently.
Just receiving word from our team behind the scenes. Mr. Jerome saying that the Thai guy said amulet, not emerald.
Oh,
A
okay.
Thai amulet.
And that's the read that you had, that it was some sort of good luck charm.
Serving him well as he finds himself one off the money here.
Don't jinx it.
We are currently hand for hand, of course, hence the pause in play. Waiting for all the hands on the outer tables to finish. You guys can actually head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app and sweat the hands from the outer tables. Currently have a hand being played out between Silver and Davies over on table number 1. Dealer going to shuffle up and deal as Silver takes that one down.
Yeah, worthy of note, that is a new feature to the Triton Poker Plus app, is the ability to compile 4 tables and in real time observe the action play out at all 4. Pretty sweet deal there.
Well, he said, I'm pretty sure Mosbeck is Fader in disguise. Has anyone seen them in the same room at the same time?
Infinite.
That's a great point. Don't think I have.
Smilkovic in raise open off of ace deuce. Bunak in the small puts an ace 5 into the muck. Now Hrabets contemplating. No thank you, he says. Sends his big blind and ante the way of the German, who at present sits 4th in chips. Swinging around now to give you a look at what's happening elsewhere in the field. Where we find Patrick Antonius, Eric Seidel, Chris Brewer there, Chadawamuchi. There's Michael Soiza.
Michael just open jamming. Looks like Jack 7 of spades from the small.
That is
Blind v blind.
Liu Chun, involved in this pot along with Soiza, covered and at risk. Trying to get a sense of the holdings here, still waiting for that to be updated. And it looks like Liu Chun is the player in the lead, goes from 2 queens to 3 of them on the river. And Soiza issuing high fives there as Chun avoids the stone bubble.
Pretty big call off there. And 16 bigs or so. Lee Chun undeterred. We're on the stone bubble. Happy to take the spot. As we head back to our main feature table.
Yeah, Soiza just jammed the small blind with the Jack 7 offsuit, and Chun hung in there. Is King Queen able to hold? It's always an awkward feeling, isn't it, when you know that your cards are on their back, you have the best hand, but everyone's just rooting for you to go down in flames. So this bubble can burst and they can get on with it.
The anti-sweat of everyone else in the tournament. The best hand holding. Still on the stone bubble. Watson slides his ace deuce suited into the mark.
All in.
Zheng.
No
Down
look.
to just 6
look.
bigs now.
Did you look?
Did just
look?
pass
Oh, no.
through the big blind.
Maybe I did.
It's got an orbit or so before he's going to have to be
Replay.
forced
Maybe I
to
will.
put in a third of his stack.
played a final table once. The guy no-looked the small blind and ripped the big for 18. Looked after and he had kings.
Oh, sure.
Actually, you know what? I got it wrong. He looked at one card. He saw a king
yeah.
and he ripped. That's what it was. He
I
just
think so.
above the rim play, not checking the second one.
Jonathan Jaffe's a fun guy to have at the table. He's on the chattier side, I would say. Definitely comfortable out there.
Holding the chip lead on the stone bubble certainly helps with the chattiness, Ali.
You saying that off of 5 bigs, he's mute?
I'm not definitely not saying he's mute. Those words did not come out of my mouth. I'm just saying that more often than not, players with chips
Yeah,
tend to be a bit
chirping
chattier.
chips,
Yeah.
as we call them. Ace-5 suited now for Daniel Smilkovic. Opens to 150K.
Yeah, a little 2.5x on the stone bubble, de-incentivizing the defend from the chip leader. Can't defend as profitably.
Well, that extra 30K didn't do much, as Jaffe has at least the Queen of Spades. Not certain what the side card is, as they take the Ace-6-3 board. This is going to be in favor of Smilkovic, undoubtedly. Don't see any Ace-Queen in Jaffe's range in this spot. A check back from Smilkovic as the 6 pairs on the turn.
Yeah, a bit of pot control from Daniel. Stone bubble, 48,000 and change. Once we get down to the final 23.
Second check, by the way, out of Smilkovic on the turn. Perhaps just looking to induce with what he deems to be a hand that has his opponent drawing dead more often than not, as played. Third check out of Jaffe now.
Does go for the double delayed C-bet. 175,000 into 390, and Jaffe does just let go of his queen high.
Wouldn't file that one under riveting, Kilbane.
No,
It's all right. That's how it goes on the bubble.
That's how it is sometimes, but the swingy day it's been already for Smilkovic. Insane hero call against Sir Watts.
Yeah, and he didn't even use a time bank, if you'll recall. Just, was it a pair of 4s on the turn, Ace-4?
Yeah, yeah, continued for pot on the 9-6-3, 2 hearts, 1 diamond. Carrot being dangled in front of Bunak yet again. Just let's go. The ace-queen suited off of 15. Just open mucks.
Thank you, Gavin.
Byproduct of someone like Alan Zheng being down to just 5 bigs, min cash of 48,000 and change.
Are you okay with that?
In theory, no.
What?
But on a, from a human point of view, or a human element, if you will, I can certainly empathize.
It's very sad.
First-time Triton
Ace-8.
player opting to just lock it up on the stone bubble. One off the money.
I mean,
It's heartbreaking. You really
it kind of
shouldn't
goes
show that
back
table. It's kind of
to the discussion that we had as we
Everyone
see
knows I'm on
Jaffe
raging tilt.
punishing Watson's Jack 10 there
Just mean,
just
it
moments
just-
ago, blind versus blind.
you inflict the pain on all of us. Now we all
Okay, good. That's what I was
suffer on
going
your
for.
own.
Okay, if only everyone on Raging Toad is actually as thin as like.
Yeah, Bunak with
I was just thinking, why does he always just look so thin?
Well, actually, the real Mike Watson died like 9 years ago, and this is he's been being controlled remotely for a while. This is Aliam Surovich's RTA. It's clicking buttons
Shots
at
fired
home.
there from Jaffe. Go on, you were saying, Bunak?
less than 5K in total live earnings, according to and the mob.
When I was
Maybe coming from an online background.
Graveyard of broken mice somewhere in the
I
back.
was saying it goes back to that conversation that we embarked upon at the desk during the rebalancing on the bubble about adjustments that get made specifically on the stone bubble by players. And look, obviously, the eyeball test is not passed when one puts ace-queen into the muck pre-flop. It just feels egregiously errant. But you go back to that human element. Bunak 5K in live tournament earnings. First Triton stop.
Yeah, first ever Triton event.
Looking to make sure he cashes. Mosbach with the two black queens has picked up Jaffe. He's got king 10.
Jaffe in position on the button, king 10-0. Can really lean into that middling stack of Mario Mosbach.
Yeah, that's the one guy you don't want calling you pre-flop. In position, no less. As Jaffe is hunting one of those two queens that are busy in Mosbach's hand. Still two remain to give him Broadway as the ace-high flop is checked over to him. He does check back and turns the king to take the lead. Mosbach with a gut shot of his own. But now sits with just 7% equity.
Christensen no-look folds until one of the sub-10 big blind stacks bubble. I mean, look, that's the approach I would be taking if I could just fold for an orbit or so and myself 50,000, just shy of 50,000.
Second check from Mosbach here. And Jaffe content to check back. Oh my goodness. Runner, runner, as Mosbach manages to make the nuts while Jaffe makes kings and tens. See whether or not this one gets interesting with 450 in the middle. Mosbach certainly can fire. What kind of size is he going to come with?
Check through on the flop and turn. I think we just have to go big, unblocking two pairs of the world.
What's it going to look like, though, to Jaffe? Mosbach raising early, checking the ace-jack deuce board, checking the arrival of a king on the turn, and then when the 10 rolls off, he comes out firing 350 into 450. It smells a lot like it contains a queen, does it not?
Yeah, it's going to have, you know, some ace queens, queen tens that trap turn, pocket queens as well that obviously get there on the river. Some ace queens on the flop they're going to check to induce some aggression from Jaffe. Mosbach certainly capable of having bluffs here. Question is, how deep does he dig for said bluffs? Is he taking a hand like sevens?
The button has already been drawn to seat number 1. So he has
Sixes
three
through
players
nines.
seat number 1.
does get paid off. Jaffe can't let go of the River 2 pair, and Mosbach with that up to 2.1 million now.
I wonder what Jaffe was giving Mosbach in that spot there. We'll have to ask him somewhere down the line as we give you a peek at what Henry and I are able to rest our bones in here in the booth. It is nothing other than the Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 chair. Type exclamation point giveaway in the chat to win a limited edition Secret Lab chair of your own.
Yeah, get involved in those giveaways, obviously. Free to enter. Check them out on our Twitter and Instagram. Got the Secret Lab chairs. We've got some merchandise to be given away as well at some point throughout the series. Merchandise that you can turn into a scarf.
King Queen into the muck there up front for Alan Zhang as we continue to see extra snug procedures here on the stone bubble.
Does have 4 hands or so until he's going to be in the big blind.
With the first level, small line 500, big blind 1,000, big round deal of 1,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. 511, dealers, start please.
Smilkovic's big blind, not the one you really want to be picking on under any circumstance, let alone here on the bubble, especially as he sits with a decent stack. And what have we here at one of the outer tables?
It looks like we have an all-in and a call. If I'm not mistaken, that is Tan Xuan.
Yep.
Got his final 3 bigs or so in the middle on the button. Although I don't see any cards in his hands. So I'm not too sure.
On the call table number 1, Triton, please.
Oh, the whole deck looks like it's in the dealer's hand.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. You got a palm there. And it looks like pocket 4s. And what's he up against here? Yang Lu.
Looks like ace. Is
The
that ace
opponent.
king or ace jack?
Ace paint. We know that much.
Aces.
Oh, wow.
That is ace
It
paint.
did look like paint, didn't it? And it's top set on the Ace King Jack monotone board. A safe one for Tan.
Any diamonds in the deck, dealer? Well, some
Still-
chop outs.
Yeah. Pocket 4s are hunting a 10 on the river to chop it up. No. The diamond did show up, though, so Xuan lucky to not be up against a 4 of diamonds. And the bubble remains intact to the dismay of the field. Look at Seidel up on his feet like, like it's his first go-around over here. Love that.
How many hours of live poker do you think Seidel's played lifetime?
16 million?
16 million. Wow, you pulled that one out pretty
A
quickly.
lot of camera time right now.
I'm not even going to question it.
I don't even think he's been alive for 16 million hours.
I would hope not.
Oh, it's 2. Wow.
I mean, I haven't even bothered to loosely do the math. You're one of those guys that like would wear a watch that tells you how long you have left to
Not up
live,
to 20%.
aren't you?
No. Why
Yeah,
would- no.
I feel like you do it.
No.
I'm gonna buy you one for Christmas,
Secretly.
but then I'm gonna program it to where it like says like not that long
We're doing
and give
gifts
you an
for
anxiety
Christmas now.
attack.
Yeah. You already give me an anxiety
I'm
attack every
actually-
day that I show up to work, mate. So
I want to control that watch remotely and just like send it in different, you know, suddenly like next week it'll say you've got 1 year left, and then, you know, the week after that it'll say you've got 10 years left to live, and then you're wondering what you did wrong or what you did right.
Anxiety attack sat here, mate.
About 3 mil.
That
I
Justin
mean,
Timberlake
can I offer you a
movie
coffee? Or?
in time, on time, where it has the amount of time you have left.
Oh, yeah, I seem to
Remember that?
recall something about that.
I'm gonna take a picture of you right now.
What?
Yeah, that's going straight onto Instagram.
You never seen a man drink an iced coffee?
Well,
his third of the last
I
hour?
just want the fans at home to see
3 pounds.
what you look like in your natural habitat.
I'm scared to drink the rest of this one. For everyone. But I'll do it. 3 tables remain here in event number 1 of the 25K GG Super Millions Live. The stone bubble. Looks like we've got another all-in and call situation upon us. And on this occasion, it is Calvin Lee.
A lot of people rooting for you.
He is up against Lisa Wad Pumpkin Eye, I believe. It's like an ace high board here. And Queen High was behind King High until the turn.
King or a 10 needed, otherwise we are in the money.
Yeah, is it there? No, the 9 of clubs officially bursts the bubble, much to the relief of the field here. Buzz of electricity in the room upon the revelation that everyone is going to get a payday. And unfortunately for Calvin Lee,
I can't remember last time that I wasn't happy at bubble. Just
he is going to be on the outside
poker.
looking in. Left in the cold here at his first ever Triton stop. Did well for himself to get right up to the precipice of a cash. Unfortunately, though,
GG's
not to
in
be.
the chat.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
We are
They
in
like
the
the
money
bubble.
of this record break. Is that a smile from Prabets?
I always predict the bubble.
That's around my.
Is that a rhetorical question from Henry?
I mean, it's
Yeah.
been game face all so
Listen,
far
when
today.
the pure bubble bursts, even the iciest among us can brandish a smile. And a raise to 125K to boot off of King Queen offsuit under the gun. Sosia Jang in the cutoff now. King Jack promptly into the muck.
Oh, hang on a minute. Smilkovic on the button, suited one gapper. Wants to play a pot in position against Rabbits.
Looks that way. And he's going to have position with 400 in the middle. Nine, 4 deuce. Unlikely to have hit Hrabic's under the gun open range.
Yeah, still has an overpair range advantage as well as, you know, at this stack depth, likely to be opening 4s and 9s, maybe not deuces. Well, I say likely, definitely opening 9s. 4s is questionable. No heart in hand. Gonna just knuckle this one over to Daniel.
$110,000. The position bet from Smilkovic. Roberts gonna tear one off here, Henry. Lack of a heart in his hand is somewhat inconvenient, as the king or queen of hearts would pair him, but complete the flush draw on the turn, were he up against hearts. Instead, it's the ace of hearts that shows up, and let's see how Rabbits responds to that card. With 620 in the middle, Smilkovic has picked up a wheel draw.
Rabbit's potentially thinking of leading this ace of hearts, saying that opted to check call a hand like ace 10, ace jack, ace queen, ace king. For a small turn lead, 155,000 to 620, and Smilkovic not getting too fancy. Just letting go of the 7 high. What a day it's been for Rabbits so far. Came into today amassing a 600k stack. Up to 2.8 million. Currently 5th in chips.
I like that line there from Rabbits. Credible. And kind of demonstrating that he's not going to simply defer.
No, not at all. Seems like a very competent young player. 840,000 in total live earnings. Locked up 48,000 and change in this one already. So once again, chat, if you do download the Triton Poker Plus app, you can sweat along on the outer tables.
Oh, and Sosia Zhang is going to give Alan Zhang a sweat, as he shipped it with ace 9, and unfortunately for him, he is going to find himself up against at least 2 9s as the action is folded around. Dominoes falling. And not a great spot for the ace 9. Just 29% equity, but at least Alan is in the money.
Managed to sneak in his 6 bigs.
No ace on the flop, as Jiang looking to vanquish Alan Zhang.
Barry Greenstein needed.
Followed by a 7 of clubs, and that spells the end for Alan Zhang, but the timing was right just a few minutes earlier, and we would have been eulogizing him as the bubble boy. Instead, he is able to collect him in cash, 48,200 for that finish. Nice pickup there for Sosia as well. She's quietly climbing up the leaderboard. Tremendously successful Sosia Zhang. Spirit of competition, one that she brings to all aspects. Currently 8th in chips.
Yeah, and another playable hand. Sosia.
That was Aussie on Aussie violence, by the way, between Zhang and... Was it not? Or is she playing under the Kiwi?
Yeah, Kiwi,
flag?
Kiwi.
No.
Oh, Kiwi, Australia, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. The flag throws me off. Zhang with 2 red 6s here. Doesn't look like she's going to get patronage, but we never know. Jonathan Jaffe sitting so deep.
Classic lineup. Wallabies against the All Blacks.
I know that before you said that, you thought maybe it would get by without me honing in on it.
Come on. I know you guys don't play rugby, but you know who the All Blacks are.
Certainly.
You know who the Wallabies are.
No, I
No?
guess that's the
The
Australian
rugby team.
Right. I knew the
And
Springboks.
It's
That's the South African rugby team, right?
yeah. It's a historical lineup, mate. You know, that matchup when it comes round has most of the world watching. Not the Americans, obviously, but
Right.
you guys are
120.
enjoying your timeouts and your ref blowing the whistle every 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I mean, we have enough CTE with helmets.
Yeah.
I can only imagine.
It's interesting because CTE isn't really a conversation that comes up in rugby.
Right.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny how that works. But anyways, back to the action. Watson, Hearts dominated, going to defend. You're so tempted to continue with something like it. You don't want to let it slide. I can see it in your face.
King 10-7 here. Broadway gut shot backdoor Hearts for the German, who's up against top pair. Watson defended. Checks it.
Needle saying SMH, Charlie, thought you were a man of culture. Well,
I am. I just never hesitate to pick a moment to zero in on young Kilbane. As Watson zeroes in on the turn with a check call, an extra 120K into the middle, and both players pick up the heart draw on the turn, and probably Watson checking. And now for Smilkovic, the opportunity to check back and realize equity, but also to tell the tale.
chance to just rifle it in here. It's not going to slow down. It's actually come from a really small 20-ish% bet on this turn.
And now, does Watson maybe look at this spot and think to himself, a check raise off of 635, or would it be just too imprudent?
Certainly has a hand that doesn't hate putting chips in the middle. Just going to come with check call. 630 in the middle. Smilkovic looking for an ace, queen, or a heart. No dice as the 4 of clubs rolls off on the river, and Watson with the check mark up to 1.2 million.
Smilko feeling a little disgusted, perhaps, as he shows the ace jack of hearts and flicks it toward the muck.
We have ourselves a new chip leader.
Talk to me.
Isawad Pakinai from Thailand.
Yeah.
Eliminating Eric Seidel. Up to 3.9 million. That Thai entourage is showing up in force here.
Game very much spreading in Thailand, in no small part due to the efforts of some of the players that are here,
100%,
content
yeah.
creators.
Yep, KT, Punat, those guys kind of making a name for themselves.
By the way, between the elimination of Alan Zhang and Eric Seidel, we did lose Yang Liu in 22nd. Just 19 remain now. I believe we have lost the Finn Marcus Leikkanen as well. That tends to be the case once the bubble bursts. A lot of those guys that were just hanging on for dear life find a spot, go with it, try to spin.
Yeah, kind of what we discussed in the pre-game show, right? Some of the marginal spots maybe going to be passed up on, but once we are in the money. These guys aren't going to shy away from the small edges to be gained.
Three-way limp pot here, opened by Jaffe on the button. No pair anywhere. Jaffe bets the min here and manages to get it through. How do you feel about these button limps off of the big stack?
It's a cheeky one from Jonathan. Getting that one through. Little button limp. I want to say that the first one's never a trap, but we saw yesterday the queens being limped on the button by Dan Smith off of 12 bigs, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if you were in the booth for that one.
No, that wasn't me.
A few people in the chat asking where Rampage Poker is. It's not here. Not here for this one. Would love to see Rampage.
Is that Ethan Yao?
It is indeed. Love to see him at a future Triton stop.
King 7 suited in the cutoff for Jaffe.
135.
And on this occasion, he will raise. Just a tickle north of the min. Defense here from Smilkovic, who unfortunately shares a 7 with Jaffe. Neither player hits the paired flop. Advantage Jonathan. Has the luxury of that big stack. Sprinkles the 75K out there and continues to accumulate chips here on the inside of the bubble. Currently sitting second in chips behind Lisawad Pakanai. No question. The Thai audience is thrilled by that development.
Oh, they're loving it. Absolutely loving it. Thai players very quickly making a name for themselves.
Jack 6 off suit for Jaffe on this occasion. Deemed inadequate. Now Smilkovic, rich part of the deck finding its way to the blinds. He is going to limp the king-queen. Let's see how Mosbach elects to proceed with the ace-10.
This could be really grim off of just north of 30 if Mosbach opts to 3.5x for value. Smilkovic could certainly limp jam this combo.
Well, let's see the sizing here. Out of the Austrian, 210K, just like you thought, 3.5x. And Smilkovic taking the passive line, flatting. And a 9-high 2-diamond flop. Leaning in favor of Mosbach, whose 10 of diamonds works. In conjunction with ace high, which is best here.
Looks like Bunak is heading on to break as Mosbach knuckles behind. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. Changes nothing. Mosbok still with the best of it. Actually removes 2 of Smilkovic's 6 outs. Mosbok has turned a Triton hoodie into a scarf. Trendsetter. Fashion icon.
Third diamond on the turn. Action goes check, check. Inconsequential 5 of clubs on the river. Smilkovic
King, Ace 10.
still content to check. Announcing King Queen, being shown the ace high, and that will be the last pot of the level. As the players have all found their way to the break. Kravitz hung in there to take a look at the showdown. Currently he sits second out of that 7-pack. Jonathan Jaffe. Back up to the chip lead right now. 3.8 million roughly in front of him, as we will welcome you back in short order to our broadcast booth here at the Hoiana Golf Resort in Hoi An, Vietnam. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane. And Henry, we did burst the bubble. Didn't take quite as long, maybe, as perhaps as you might have speculated at the onset of play today. And we do have several first-timers still in the field. And, of course, a brief stint at the top of the leaderboard for one of them, Lisawat Pakanai, who has just shy of 3.7 million in chips. As you take a look here at the Triton Poker Plus app, 19 remain, 23 will be paid.
Yeah, everyone's currently guaranteed 52,000 and change for their efforts, Ali. But it's that 965 up top that they're all going to have their eyes on going into this break.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No shortage of 6-figure payouts. As we can take a look at those payouts here. You mentioned the 965K. All the way down to 8th place for 6-figure payouts. And, of course, as it stands right now, 19th place money is flat. For the next 2 payouts, $52,300. Henry and I will step aside, give you a moment to take a breather along with the players, but we will return with continuing coverage of the GG Super Millions Live, event number 1, where we will play down to a champion here today. Don't go anywhere. More to come after this.
GG Poker.
The biggest poker site.
Best poker site. Poker.
Why?
The most
So many
ambitious.
players.
This is a crazy. It's a doom.
Look at it, because I can't say side card, it could be an ace legit.
Oh, baby! Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work, and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
Close spot for Bunak, but I think given that it is up against the chip leader, late position open from Smilkovic.
He tends to agree as he jams, makes the decision easy for those behind him.
Going to see a bit of stalling from the likes of Rabbits. Short stack, first time coming to a Triton series. This is probably pretty big deal for young Czech player as Smilkovic makes the call. Cards on their backs, first hand of the day, Ali.
Bunak in good shape here as he has 56% equity up against Smilkovic. He knows better than to get excited before the full board is delivered, though. Both players stoic. King 6-5, leaving ace high. Has a pair of fives and in the lead.
A couple of backdoor draws for Smilkovic, but that's 6 of diamonds on the turn, leaving him drawing to 6 outs once.
And the river is clean, so the first-time player from Thailand, Jitrada Bunak, starting his day off as scripted. Up to 550K and change with the which is, of course, the rice noodle soup that comes in a multitude of varieties. But I suspect, though, by the end of this trip, I'm going to have to take a real hiatus from that particular dish. I don't think I've had a meal here yet that didn't include it.
I personally haven't tried it yet, so maybe you're eating it the wrong place. I don't know. Maybe you're eating it the right place.
The breakfast buffet.
Okay.
It's available at all hours. What sort of pedestrian palate has abstained thus far from indulging in the delight that is pho?
I just haven't seen it, mate. That's all I'm saying. That's my spec.
You haven't seen it.
I just haven't. Obviously not paying enough attention.
What
when
are
I
you,
go
a
for
culinary
breakfast.
ostrich? You've just buried your head in the sand and...
I've just been going for scrambled eggs, but...
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'll tell you what else is scrambled.
Yeah. This spot here for Bunak, who is facing and open from the button to 800,000. That's putting all of his chips on request. And Bunak would do well, it would seem, to get away, although he does have 2 overs to the pocket tens should he choose to get in there. As we can certainly anticipate, Hrabets will gladly do once the action gets to him. Oh, he's going to put it in the muck reluctantly. And of course, Hrabets happily puts the remainder of his 660 in there, coupled with the big blind he posted, and the wheel of fate will be spun with 1.4 million up for grabs.
Yeah, average stack in the middle.
So far, so good for the 2 tens. Turn card does bring a backdoor wheel gutty into play, as Mosbach picks up 4 deuces to go with the 3 aces. He holds as outs to ruin Hrabet's day, and a 5 on the river is not going to be enough.
Close the water, it's just like so small, but look at that.
Delayed reaction to that one, Ali. Had to peek that river. Wasn't sure whether it was a deuce or a 5.
Anxious moments.
610? No, 660.
It's weird because that was really
8 hours from now. Shout out Poker Steak, by the way. Really kind of changing the game with this option for the fans and viewers. This more immersive, engaging way to view poker. Just have a little sweat. A little $10, a little $20 on one of your favorite players. Why not?
not so little. Pocket queens for Martirosian off of 465K. Just going to min-raise open.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Smilkovic with ace-king suited.
These two going to go at it again. Smilkovic, man responsible of putting Martirosian in the absolute blender late last night. The min-click 3-bet.
3.5 PB, always min-raise.
Also, if you're going to lose two players from the same table, the shortest stack will be a bubble. If you're going to lose
Awkward spot here for Bunak with the nines, Henry. An upfront raise and a 3-bet in front of him.
Yeah, I think nines, don't want to say it like it's preordained, but do find the muck. Smilkovic just saying, look, I'm happy to stack off against Martirosian. Everyone else, stay in your lane. Artur going to be more than happy to get its final 12 bigs in the middle. The two ladies.
Smilkovic obviously ready to beat him into the pot with the suited ace-king, the classic race.
This is a classic race. As clean as it gets.
Coin weighted toward the Russians' 2 queens here, 53% to 46% for over $1 million. Jack 6-3 with no club, a delightful board for Martirosyan, who is now a 3-1 favorite with 2 to come. And a warm welcome back inside the broadcast booth here at the Hoiana Golf Resort in Hoi An, Vietnam. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane. Day 2 coverage of the GG Super Millions Live as we will play down to a champion here today. Pleased to be having you join us, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Twitch, whether it's on the Triton Poker Plus app. We'll be returning to the action in just a couple of minutes' time, and that action is going to play down to a champ, as mentioned, where we will award $965K. Currently, 19 players do remain, the chip leader among them, the American Jonathan Jaffe, who had a nice performance at his first ever Triton stop, which was at the last festival out in North Cyprus. He had a 9th place finish in a 75K 8 max event, and then in the 8 max turbo event, he finished second, 560K in career Triton earnings, and he looked pretty comfortable during the break. Saw him stretching out, really just focused on making his way to the final table. And as you look at the remaining 19 players, Henry, is there anybody, not, just based on chip counts, that you would circle and say outside of the leaders is one to watch en route to the final table and crowning a champion?
Yeah, I mean, Alex Kulev, I think I've spoken about him many times, widely regarded as one of the best online players at present. Currently sat in 5th, 45 big blinds. Nikki P as well, 48 bigs, another one that you can't sleep on. Cecilia Jiang here in the mix. Sat with 43 big blinds. She's also out there. 3-betting like ace jack and whatnot. So let's go. There's lots of people here that can do some damage.
No question about it. No shortage of talent still remaining in the field. Michael Soiza just north of the average stack at 12 big blinds, 2.3 million in front of him. Chris Brewer on the other side at 13th, just shy of the average stack of 2.2 million with 33 bigs in front of him. Short stack currently belongs to China's Tan Zhuan, who is a very experienced Triton player. Just 5 big blinds, though. It's going to take some help for him to work his way back into a comfort zone, so to speak. Current payout, as you look now at our new feature table, will be $52,300. Same story for an 18th place finish, as we welcome Lisawat Pakanai, newcomer to Triton, currently 2nd overall to the feature table, which will include the veteran Patrick Antonius.
Legend.
No
True
question.
legend.
Oh, this is smaller. I can't get
Chara Wangwichit looking down at Jack 8 suited.
I really can't get
One of 2 Thai players here, Pakanai the other.
I folded. I'm gonna look at his cards.
Okay, where do I have to put it here? In the box.
Wait, where did I put it?
So not gonna bluff so often.
Why?
Feature table, first timers.
Just make like a square.
Just getting comfortable.
Can't do all the funny shit anymore, huh? Play seriously.
All that hustle and fold.
Oh, no phone on the
No phone over the table.
Just a call, yeah?
Folded around to Pakanai's small blind.
What is the
40 and 80,000 with the 80K big blind ante, 200K in orbit. The cost of poker at present.
Just check everyone's stack again. It's like annoying
Pakanai
when you
choosing
can't
to limp. Soiza
orange.
could issue some punishment.
280.
And in it comes, 280,000 announced.
3.5x from Michael out the big.
What you're holding.
Of course, can see.
Pick up the money.
Tight player, you know, of course.
Contested.
Guy, every time.
Maybe Jack 6 so you never shove.
No set, no bet, you know. I hope you see my cards so I get a bit more respect, you know.
He's already bluffing. Unbelievable. Bluffing and lying.
Open with Jack 6, shove with Jack 7.
Looks like
know
Pachado
what
was
you're
on the
talking
Triton Poker Plus app there looking at a hand history, trying to
I'm talking about my idol Soiza.
shed some light on a previous pot.
Yu-Chun just jesting about the all-in on the stone bubble from Soiza, the Jack-7, where he called off with the King-Queen and held. Chara, a couple of kings, a welcome sight. 35 bigs to start off the hand.
Glancing up at the tournament information on screen above. Min raise open. Chris Brewer in the hijack with the 2 3s. Put it straight into the muck. Antonius does the same, and now Pakanai on the button with ace-jack off suit. Flicking in the call, quite literally.
Some tie on tie violence about to go down. Yu-Chun going to get involved as well from the big.
Yeah, at least the 10 of hearts. Able to close the action for the cheapest of all prices, as we will take this flop 3 ways. King in the window, good for middle set, and this is problems for Pakanai, Henry.
Yeah, 600,000 in the middle. Pakanai flopping top pair, strong kicker, coming up against a very capable Wongwuchit.
I don't know if that was the production team having a laugh there upon seeing this confrontation with ace-jack against 2 kings, pumping in the flush noise. 6 of hearts on the turn, as Pakanai draws dead.
There's still a bit water, so the boat can't do it, so they can't escape.
Okay, no worries, man.
Let them know, maybe they go outside and have a look at the situation.
Pachada sizing into 900K, exactly half pot, and one has to assume that these two have some familiarity with one another, Henry, as the community that has made its way over to this festival from Thailand appears closely knit.
Yeah, definitely Wongwuchit, 3rd on the Thai all-time money list.
Pakanai flatting, 1.8 in the middle now. Fairly dry river card.
As dry as it gets. Diamonds bricking. Some of the natural triple offs also bricking as well. Hand like Jack 10 wouldn't mind barreling 3 streets here, blocking, you know, some of the strongest cooldowns that Pakanai could have. Ace 10, ace jack. Maybe you'd rather have a hand like Queen Jack.
$1.5 million into 1.8, and suddenly the ace jack begins to feel real weight upon its shoulders. Note that this is a hefty chunk of Wongwuchit's remaining stack that he has put forth. Looks like Pakanai didn't make a meal of it. Found the muck rather promptly, giving Pachada credit for having him beat in spite of the Broadway cards and the diamonds not showing up. Busted
Almost
draws
all
not being assigned to that holding.
Big old pickup for Pachara.
Tell you what, you know, it's a little peculiar to be issuing praise or compliments after a player loses a decent chunk of their stack, but for Pakanai there you begin to kind of recognize perhaps how it is that he managed to ascend to the top of the leaderboard, and it wasn't by being a station, as he called the flop and the turn understandably, but then realized on the end there that ace jack look to be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, one of the strongest hands you can really have, other than, you know, the ace-queen O's, ace-queen suiteds of the world. So really tough fold there, kind of at top of range, and just sign of respect to his fellow countrymen as well, letting go of the ace-jack.
Yeah.
And with that pot, Bechara taking the chip lead, the overall chip lead in the tournament. Currently just out-pipping Jonathan Jaffe by half a big.
Now, based on that black T-shirt, which looks unfamiliar to me, I'm going to speculate that Patrick's luggage has made its way to Hoiana at long last after being lost for a day or two.
Was there a backstory? Was it like left in?
He had a real marathon path,
right,
to Vietnam, as I recall.
What, longer than yours?
Yeah, I think it was actually.
Really?
When we
Wow.
discussed it. Yeah, he went by way of Manila and Ho Chi Minh City, I think. Not a lot of convenient ways to make the journey between the States and Vietnam, but a worthwhile effort, obviously, for those that chose to make it and partake in this Triton Festival, as we see Soiza raising
Mandatory
and taking
raise.
it.
It's like the nuts on the button, basically. Basically the nuts. No. More beautiful than King Queen.
More beautiful than King Queen.
Yes.
So it's a suited hand. It's a suited hand, but it's worse showdown than King Queen.
Super good.
Suited Jack 10.
Just like 70.
Yes, Jack 10 suited. Yeah, Jack 10 suited. Jack 10 of hearts.
Nice hand, nice hand, nice hand, nice hand.
I was like, please don't shove me. I don't want to fold this fucking.
No, I wanted to shove, you know.
Huh?
King 6 suited.
King 6 suited fucking fold lah, that rubbish.
Shove you
King
lah.
6?
Can call lah. King suited can call.
No, I shove you.
Call. Just call. Could also bluff.
Also can lah, can shove also lah, but quite gangster ah. Shove King 6.
Can everything. Can fold too.
Nice, hey. Nice. Good advice.
So is it just shy of $4.5 million in career Triton earnings? One title, 10 cashes, looking down at King Jack offsuit in the cutoff here. And see that patch
To
the left.
Out, so I didn't shove there.
APT
got
flexing his
steal my skill,
entrepreneurial
you know, you
muscles
steal my
of late as
So gangster
he's
are you?
acquired the Asian Poker Tour.
Hashtag new era. Brewer, mulletless, Terminator shades on, ace 10-0 in the big. Few options available.
Good bit of kit out of the big is covered by Soiza.
Yeah, 1.9, Chris? About
1.8.
Defends. Soiza asking for a count.
These hands could collide on certain board textures. That's not one of them.
2 5s, 2 spades, and a tray. Quick check from Brewer.
Yeah, board texture that Soiza understandably going to knuckle back on a decent frequency. Brewer going to have more 5x from the big blind. Also going to have more hands that wrap around that 5 tray in the form of gut shots and open enders that could apply a ton of pressure to Soiza should he opt to fire out continuation bet. Brewer looking to get this ace 10 to showdown.
See whether or not Soiza complies. As the check back on the turn, double pairs the board. Spades come in, though don't rate to be of concern to Brewer as played.
Ace 10.
Good.
Going to be good for the Brewdog, up to 2.2 million now. The heater continues, fresh off of a plane from Paris to Vietnam. Now finds himself Comfortably in the middle of the pack. 18
fuck.
left.
I looked at the
965,000
screen,
for first.
The light got my eye.
Touched on it at one point during the day one coverage on comms yesterday, but the first thing I did when I saw Chris Brewer was give him a big hug and really a heartfelt congratulations after that truly demoralizing moment in the Coin Rivet Invitational in North Cyprus. Not to harp on it, not to bring it up, but it was so emotional, so impactful for him. The kind of thing that was like deeply rattling. And, you know, many of us speculated that perhaps, you know, Chris was going to reevaluate whether or not he was going to carry on, but found his way to the EPT and got exactly what I think that he needed to give him that boost of confidence, that sense that, you know, he belongs, he's very much capable, and here he is now looking to extend a win streak of sorts as we see two Black Kings for Kiat Liu Chun playing under the Malaysian flag along with Soiza. Min Rae's open from the cutoff, and Pachata off of that mighty stack on the button, surveying the landscape with Queen Jack suited. Choosing to flat.
Yeah, Brewer definitely one of the easiest guys to root for in poker.
Yeah.
At least in my books. 520 in the middle, Patrick in the big. Queen 3-0. Getting laid an insane price on a call, but not much hand to defend with. Queen X likely to be dominated a decent amount of the time, but going to flick in the call. 3 ways to flop, 600k in the middle. Churn the effective stack with the kings. Queen high board could spell disaster for both Wongwichet and Antonius.
9-8 deuce, 2 diamonds, 2 overs, and a gut shot straight flush draw for Wongwichet. That is a ton of equity against 2 kings.
Kiat Liu Chun just snap firing out. C-bet for 1/3. Look at these equities, Ali. Just queen high against the overpair of kings. Chara with 47% 3 ways.
Flat call, the choice for Pachata. And on the turn, he is unimproved. Sliding back to 28% equity now. Over $1 million in there. 1.2 stack to pot ratio for Chun, and he's going to jam. That is not what Pachata wanted to see.
Bad board.
I
Protect my aces.
fold. Fucking how the fuck this happened again?
What you got?
Jack
Yeah, I see. Jack and diamonds. What?
Yeah.
Fuck.
How you fold this?
And the turn has to
Well,
fold
when
out
you jam like 1.2 times the pot, what am I
I
gonna
protect
do?
my hand, my aces later.
Like the
protection.
only way I can fold
course.
is he just jams the turn.
Yeah, how do I value bet you? You
Such a
hit
good
the river, I know.
that fucking turn card's so good too. I was like, well, he'll slow down.
No fear, baby, no fear.
Protect aces.
Well, give some credit to Chun there for jamming that turn, because it was the one way that he was going to get Pachata not to
Guess I lost the minimum
realize
if I can
equity,
hit the river.
Maybe. You might have hit the level.
of which he had a decent
No, no,
amount.
no, 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 no.
I could have like maybe 10 ace 10.
You'd rather win it right there, wouldn't you, Henry?
It's sad if you folded your ace 10.
I mean,
No, you're looking to get a little value out of 28%?
That one doesn't hold
Take
as
your
much.
chances?
try and squeeze out some value with the Django's.
Black ace 10 though. But he paid for one to see.
Pay for 2 outers.
I've seen too many monsters under the bed in my time.
For sure. Yeah, same here. The great game of PLO. All the mixed game streets that you're frequently involved in. Many a monsters.
Like a rabbit hunt. rabbit hunt.
Yeah, I wouldn't have
Have you ever
minded
played?
rabbit hunting that one as well.
Yeah, yeah, that would have been
Yes,
fun,
you
huh?
definitely ahead. I don't think
Minimum
queen high.
ace
Brewer.
high.
Wakes up to ace-jack suited,
Cash
which is
game,
in great
basically.
shape against this Soiza
Cash game
UTG
definitely,
Open.
Your hand is like, yeah, a favorite in cash game. But no
Keeps it
tournaments.
clean with a
Yeah.
flat. Pock and I
Maybe
invited
just
in
all
with the
pre-flop
king-queen
too.
here.
That's also what-
King jack all in free.
Love this home game vibe.
2.1,
Between
Chris? Ish.
Some of the players at
Yeah,
this table.
2.2 to start.
Markedly different energy at this feature table than the one that preceded it, Henry. Worthy of note.
I'm still below average.
Maybe some familiarity from some of the Asian players as
Sure.
we head to a
Look at
very
this flop, then I never fold.
spicy 10-9-6.
Monster.
Talk
Gut
to me.
shot, 2 overs for Pack and I.
Yeah, I'm head of
Brewer,
everything.
that flush
except-
draw, my court.
And not and
Middle
that's not
pair.
a flip.
Very nice hand.
Note Soiza in the lead with the nines, but Brewer with more equity.
$600,000 in the middle. Brewer, the effective stack.
Soiza electing not to follow through, and for Brewer with 600,000 out there, I imagine he's going to want to get some chips into the middle.
He is reaching out late.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like 1/3. It's gone even smaller.
Yeah, quarter pot. Hawkeye likes the price, taking 5-1 with the gutter and 2 overs. And Soiza just check mucking the jack 9, Henry.
Yeah, maybe somewhat concerned that Pack and I is going to have him crushed after defending the big. He's going to have all the 2 pairs. The 10x of the world as 8 rolls off on the turn. It's Brewer with the best of it with just ace high. Now picks up an open ender. Go along with his nut flush draw. It's going to check through. And it is going to brick out.
Pretty disappointing for Brewer. Same story, though, for Pock and I. And ace-jack is actually a winner at Showdown, which is exactly where Brewer can go free of cost. All he's got to do is check back.
You really had aces on that? You had aces, really?
Kings.
Same.
Same. Yeah, it's overpowered.
Oh
so
man, I mean,
the turn is a bad card for me because
Yeah.
too risky to like.
does
play
have
back.
showdown.
Note, by the way, that Soiza would have made trip 9s here.
Yeah. I wonder if he takes the
My first
showdown
kings in the
though.
tournament.
He is going to just knuckle it back and he's going to get shown.
Walk me
The
through
king,
why
queen.
one
Yeah, the
wouldn't
jack of
take the
diamonds
showdown
fold
there
back.
with the ace-jack. What are you targeting that's a better hand that you think you'd fold out with a
Yeah,
bet?
some 8x, you know,
big
some
turn,
gut
huh?
shots of the world hands like Jack 8, Queen 8,
Kind of scary, Tom.
some 6x of the world.
As played, you think those hands find the muck on the river?
I think so. I think
Yeah.
it makes sense for the turn to slow down, given that
Okay.
a 4-liner came in. But Brewer opting to just take his showdown and up to
Welcome to event 2, the 50K Olympic AM event.
2.6 million now.
The button has already been drawn to seat number 1, so yes, please place the button in seat number 1.
17 players left. We are going to be going
Is it compulsory to like?
on another break. Once we lose one more player, we'll have
Yeah.
the final
Probably in the waiver when you signed.
2-table redraw.
Okay, okay.
Final 2 tables of 8.
From the showdown. What silly thing we are doing, is it?
Everyone currently guaranteed 58,100 for their efforts so far.
I remind you that you will have 20 seconds.
Seth Davies has taken the chip lead, Ali,
Quietly.
very quietly, to winning a huge pot against Brazil's Pablo Silva.
280.
Wow.
Soiza with 8s in the big blind, slapping the wrist of Pakanai, who wanted to see a flop with this 7-4 suited. Sawad puts it into the muck.
That's twice now, blind v blind, that Michael's come with the 3.5x. Did have the goods rather, on both occasions. Pakanite, old school poker player.
One more redraw, right?
Maybe feels like he's getting pushed around a little bit.
And I'm sure Soiza is going to be aware
mind
of the
someone
fact
passes
now that
the
on
hand.
2 separate
Could be
occasions
on
he's
different
kind of
not me.
had the goods,
I don't
raised the
mean our
limp,
table.
I hope Soiza shove me
maybe
with that.
senses that Pakanai is going to be looking to limp jam,
Exactly, I learned my lesson
limp
again.
3-bet at some
Project
point,
7, I learned my
get his
lesson.
pound of flesh, a little bit of vengeance.
Yeah, there's definitely some leveling that can go
But
into
you're
these
pro.
blind v
That's
blind
why I shove
spots.
Getting used to the game.
Good.
Just stop too long. I stopped like 4-5 years. Yeah.
So far so good.
So far so good lah. Every tournament I go I catch something lah.
So far so good.
Must be nice. Every tournament you reg, you cash something.
Pachara, min-raise open with Jack 10 up front.
I probably bluff King Jack.
Wow. Call.
Oh.
Around like 1.92 million.
Just under 2.
Liu
I
Chen
think around 2.
defending the big. In rough shape against Pachara's Jack 10.
Yeah, dominated, and both
Actually,
players
I have no
pink
clue.
middle pair on an ace-high flop here.
I think both sizes would have walked. I don't think it would have been a pretty sticky or call by me. It's like, this guy is king queen off.
He must have king off.
King queen, king jack. The only 2 hands he can have. Or 4-3 of diamonds.
Pachara following through after the Chun check. 110K gets called. Off to the turn we go with an extra 220 sliding into the middle. Now it's jacks and 10s for Pachara. Chun drawing dead. Checks once more.
Interesting spot for Pachara under the gun v big blind. Kind of blocking the hand that you'd want to get value from, the Jack X's of the world. But Li Chen also going to have some weak ace X, they're just going to defend from the big. Little 2/3. Setting up an SPR of 1, going to the river should Chen opt to stick around. It's his 400K turn bet. Again, just another one of those where, you know, Pachara is capable of just barreling off with like 4s, 5s.
Later I will know.
I have it.
I followed.
It's the kind of hand that really can't fade that river barrel.
Yeah, you sometimes want to just stick around, keep him honest for another street, but can't face much heat going to the river.
And you can't assume a shutdown either from your opponent.
Ace.
No,
As
especially
played.
on board.
Yeah, exactly.
Hard to fold ace, but jack still barrelable to fold. It's a 6 max table.
I feel like I'm going to start the Watches of Triton Instagram account.
I think you should.
Really just a spectacular display of timepieces at any given festival. And then, of course, there's your Whoop bracelet. It's your contribution.
Debating if I wanted to use one or not.
What's that?
Debate if I wanted to use
I mean, I
one
guess
or not.
It's
if
funny
we really
'cause-
lean on content, I'll post
On an open?
a photo of that. But
It's a redraw.
It's strange
Ah,
because when
I
Brian
see,
Rass
I see.
was wearing a Whoop bracelet, you
shame.
didn't mention it. Not once, I believe.
You're never gonna know
It's
how
kind of
long it's-
obnoxious, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kinda
I didn't
like-
notice it.
With your
Alright.
stack as well. Like if you were like really, really.
Well, if I was really short, I would do it.
Rent free,
and
puppy.
you got You got 9 then? Give extra time back.
6-7 suited here for
No, they
Soiza
didn't.
on the button.
Oh, no. We
Going to
sat
work
down.
on the blinds.
Did you min raise?
Oh, it's fine. Yeah.
I was just looking how you got.
I don't use them much.
First card this one. Whoa. Fucking potential. So many hands to be pipped.
No, we got added on.
So many hands to be pipped.
They added on when we went.
I love this
into
table talk.
Registration closed.
Yeah, they're a lively
Got an
bunch.
extra 5, so I think I've used 2. Yeah.
How good do you run? How did I just pull the offsuit deuce there? Huh?
I'm running pretty fucking good.
Sorry?
For the player of the year race, we have extra points if you register on time and you take your seat straight away, right?
Ah.
Which is impossible for you to do. So what we do at every stop, after, I don't wish you this, but after you get eliminated or you win the tournament, you have 30 minutes to register to the new tournament to get it on time.
Awesome.
Right.
Thank you.
To get the
Very
maximum
fair.
points?
Yeah.
Get the on time.
Vivaldi.
Basically, the level length that you have on the new tournament.
Can you make a rule where if you win the tournament, you always get 30 minutes to enter the other tournament, no matter what? So it could be like 1 hour into like registration's
You
closed.
just fucking hop in on the final table.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
like, mid.
Oh man, Pachara is hilarious.
I think if you finish like top 5, you probably don't get to play the 15K.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So Luca just coming over and explaining how
15,
the
yeah. It got
Ivan Liao
a
Player
little
of
bit
the
smaller
Year
one.
It should break all the
award
records
points
too. The 15K.
play out
For number of
for these players
entries.
that find themselves in the money of event number 1.
You think it's gonna more
Should
than
they
this 25?
bust?
I would say
Have
they'll crack
30
200.
minutes to reg event
You think
number
there's
2
some
and
people
collect
that
the
play
same
Event didn't play the
points,
25?
bonus points?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For an
people come
on-time
late as well.
registration.
For an
yeah,
on-time,
that
The
exactly.
only
yeah.
downside for the 15K is that like you're losing 17 players that can't enter right now.
Not 17, but yeah, you probably lose like 5 players.
Yeah.
You lose some rebuys too, obviously.
Yeah.
'cause
Potential rebuys.
2 jacks, raising and taking it for Soiza there, who said he's running pretty good. Sure looks that way to us.
Really hungry. We have a dinner break or not? It's only 30 minutes break anyway, but
I don't think so, but they have a bunch of snacks out in the buffet. You can go grab something on the next break.
It's very easy to fall into that trap, Ali.
Yeah.
Snacking.
I gotta put a.
is
For 2
Triton
weeks
paying
straight.
for us?
It's for the food. Oh no, it's not free. That's right. You have to sign. It's not too expensive.
That's
though.
considered a trap.
I mean, depends.
Complain.
I want
I
maximum
consider
rank
that a
back.
fringe benefit. Ace King here for Chun.
Where's it? Oh.
Looking to snack on the opposition with the min raise open.
Oh boy.
Oh, Antonius
boy.
has got
Wins
himself
and
an
wins.
issue with Ace Queen suited in
You
the
win
big
enough, they
here.
give you extra rank back.
Against Kiatli Chun, who has been very active so far today.
3, 4, 7.
PA, you're going to ship it in.
You cover me?
Can't blame him.
1.3
Very similar.
something.
Antonio
Yeah,
has took a lot of
snap
chip from
call,
me
just
already.
asking for a count. Does make
No,
the
no,
call
no,
in
no, no,
cards.
he does this.
Yeah.
Oh, I do apologize.
Call.
Oh, okay,
He
now
called
he
now.
has made the call.
Yep.
So cards on their back, Sali. Antonius looking for some
sure the chip
spades
counts.
or a lady.
But oh no, you have like 400.
cover a
now.
bit.
You have
Pretty
400.
demoralizing development to be up against Ace
The big
King.
one.
King of Spades busy as well.
The silver lining is that 15K has started. Plenty of poker to be played for Antonius unless you find some help on this run out.
Jack 7-6,
No
not
chops now,
helpful.
right? Oh no, running.
Backdoor
running
spades,
2 pounds.
backdoor Broadway stuff. Really just queen hunting for the time being.
No shots.
And now it's just 3 outs once for Patrick Antonius to stay alive here. And the Queen of Diamonds
Owned it in perfectly.
slides right in there. What a gut punch to Kiat Liu Chun, who'll be left with just
Complain to the god, they hear you.
440K.
They come. The poker gods heard you. Just in time.
Anyone want to run the math on
Just in time. The poker god
how
heard
much
you.
that
What-
queen
what-
was
what was
worth?
a little win?
You know, if you didn't complain, it wouldn't have
That
come.
kind
the
of
queen.
day, was it?
It's possible.
The queen might not have come if you didn't say what a day. The queen might not have
What
come.
did you guys have for breakfast, Ali?
The queen came because
I'll tell you what,
Shift up there.
his luggage arrived with some run good in it.
No choice.
Cooler.
what to do. It is a cooler.
Patrick Antonius,
Definitely been
queen
Ice
ball,
cream never
corner
been.
pocket.
felt like in 1 hour.
Oh my!
First winning hand.
Sorry, Solomon.
That was
First winning hand, right?
unsavory.
I think first winning hand.
Yeah, I think.
I played 3 hands.
Yeah, that's how dry.
3 hours.
A lot of
Yeah.
Patrick Antonius fans in the chat
funny.
celebrating that river.
I said what I
Yeah, what a day.
It would be nice if you win.
Boom.
Up to 2.85 million now for Patrick, who
My table.
began that
I
pot
lost ace king to
14th
ace
out
king.
of 17 runners.
Oh, yeah. My ace king whole.
Tan Xuan finished 19th, Pablo
They went
Silva
up a lot, yeah.
in 18th.
I think the 30-60 to 40-80.
Shortest stack in the field currently, Daniel Smilkovic.
The 30-60 to the 40-80. It's like a 33% jump compared to like most of them are like 25% or whatever.
Sub 6 bigs, the remainder of Chun's chips
For something.
shipped forward, and I think they'll find their way back
440.
home, along with blind and Annie money.
Natural 9.
Got it through.
Pretty sick.
I won.
Doubled up.
Yeah, 200k, right? It's about
Suited, I might
You
just.
got 200k.
yeah, easy 50% increase.
I feel like Pak and I's got a little baccarat on his resume.
That.
I could tell you a few
I'll probably get
stories,
through too.
just not on air.
You're not a baccarat degenerate.
I'm not, no.
Shavon Slicer.
I
100%
played
Shavon
one
Slicer.
hand.
So that never call me because.
Yeah, but you win.
Don't bluff a
But
fish,
you
did
win.
you play it
But
well?
you win. But you win.
I don't know.
Doesn't
I
matter.
didn't win, let's put it that way. But I don't know if I played it
So
well.
is
I
that
don't
no
know what
folding
that
button?
would mean.
No full button.
You know what the best part of baccarat is?
No idea. The peeling of the cards, I see.
Annihilating the deck.
Annihilating the deck. You don't strike me as the type to just like be out there grinding baccarat.
No, I definitely am not out there grinding baccarat.
40 or whatever it was.
I've
but-
had to self-exclude myself from Ultimate Hold'em. I've offered some friends free rolls for 12 months.
Yeah, the UTH streets are tempting for the poker players of the world, as we see Chun yet again putting everything in there, and Antonius.
Yesterday.
You know, if I play, you have no chance.
Yeah.
Asks for a count.
Oh, losing by kicker.
Bit too rich to call off
Thank
on
you.
the
I
button
love
with
you.
blinds behind you on
Eight
King,
bigs.
Queen Jack, right?
Other players okay.
8 bigs.
Only
If he
you.
thinks
That's a
that Chun
petty
is going to
fold.
be
It's a petty.
Okay, let's see. Fit this. I haven't seen yet.
shoving
Cut-
close to
cutting
any two
disgusting.
because he's going to be in the big blind next hand.
I have.
Oh.
I'm a
Oh, double up. Easy.
super solid
Chun.
player.
Easy double up.
Doubling up, uncontested.
Yeah.
No, I,
2 jams
everyone
through.
can call.
Yeah.
As a no. Ah.
Mario Mosbach rather, getting to work on the outer tables. It's got Daniel Smilkovic down to 665k.
8-4.
Moves up to
8-4
second
less than
in
1
chips.
Yeah.
Daniel
340.
Smilkovic
So,
now the shortest
right?
stack.
Yes, 840, but less the ante, so like 9.5
6
bigs.
bigs, but he's spun it before, Ali.
Yeah, he sure has.
You under time.
Off of a far leaner holding than this.
Love it.
Those blinds are unrelenting. Henry, 40-minute levels here. As we hunt a champion in event number 1. First,
Okay, Fit will decide one
we
more
need to
time.
get
Definitely
ourselves
shot
down
me. I confirm.
to 16
I
players
confirm.
for the 2-table redraw, and then the final table, of course.
What's your hand?
I can't say I didn't
Are we
want to
playing a record-breaking 25k here,
you.
Ali? What's going on, man?
Bad board.
We're having fun.
Some
Dominating.
verbal
Nine.
jousting from Chun, just saying, I snap call
Is it-
if you jam.
I think I will shove from small.
Even
what?
the suited.
If I
Yeah,
maybe
nice
10,
suited.
9, 10 suited, I might shove
I know.
10 bigs.
Fair play.
I just checked yesterday, kind of 10 bigs. What is it?
So you're
It's not
thinking,
8-5 off. I tell you that.
shit, 8-5 off cannot lah. Definitely can't.
Noodles saying these guys are super fun to
You
watch
look
at the
at it
table. I agree.
With ICM or without ICM?
No ICM.
17 left.
8-5 was too far, I think.
Yeah.
25k GG
I mean,
Super
look at
Millions
this guy,
event number
king
one.
on a stone bubble, you know, 18 bigs. He's like, what ICM, bro? What is ICM?
Too rich.
Too rich?
ICM
Too
support.
Oh.
You gotta know your customer, right?
You're too rich.
I'm not too rich. I just,
When does ICM start to matter you? 1 million buy-in?
no,
1
I,
million,
No.
1 million?
only during the heads up. Because I want the
Nobody playing
trophy.
this for min cash, bro. It's not a fucking satellite, you know?
Yeah, I'm not playing for me
Top heavy.
cash.
Let's
You want
go.
to
Is
really
it-
go
that
far.
was on you, yeah?
But later this year they do the London one again or something, right?
It's
The
gonna be small. It's
invitation-
not gonna be.
But yeah, I heard it's gonna be like maybe 200k
Yeah, that's what I
pound or
heard.
something.
Pakanai
Sounds
ace
fun,
10
though.
suited.
It's gonna be
Speculation at the
yeah.
table. Word spreads fast, Ali.
Yeah, it sure does. And on the topic of
surprisingly, a
speculation,
lot of
let's see how
people can afford
Soiza
200k but can't afford $1 million, you know. Huge.
approaches King
Man,
10.
it
Puts
is
it
a
into
bit-
the
it is a
money.
big one. It's a lot easier to degen 200k than degen
Yeah.
a million.
Must be
What the
nice.
fuck is this?
No, I
Not
still
Nacho 9.
natural blackjack.
Pachara saying it's you can much more afford a 200k than $1 million buy-in.
Same shit.
Tilted by the natural nines, by the way, the Thai contingent. I want to play Baccarat with these guys. You know what's available here? We do have a casino at the Hoiana Resort. You know what? I want to go and play in the casino only so that I can place like a multi-million chip bet, because you have the option to gamble in USD, but also in Vietnamese dong.
Okay.
And the exchange rate is really just an exercise in fiscal egomania. You know, I want to just bet like 9 million dong on something.
How much is that? Like 300
Like
bucks?
180 bucks or something, 200 bucks.
300 bucks.
23,000
They're
dong
like
per
2.4.
dollar.
Thank you.
All right, so 400 bucks.
400 bucks, okay.
Let's do it. Let's go halves.
Fuck off.
Buy half your action.
What do I got?
No.
I got a
You're
3.
a black cat.
too.
Must be
I don't
dominated.
want you
Yep.
anywhere near my dong.
Dominated.
Trust
I
me.
was gonna snap it off.
I don't want to be anywhere near your dong, pal.
30 BB sharp. 30 BB sharp, snap it off.
Like this guy.
Depending on what attire you show up in, sometimes gets forced upon us.
It's not true.
Is there like possible risk of like Mike Passo style? You can see the stream and stuff like that.
I don't think
on
he'll.
tournaments.
I mean, I'm sure that some tournament where the stream has security issues, but I'm not
drink or something?
worried about it here.
Or is all in?
I was just thinking. Like,
Appreciate
maybe
the
a good
voting
spot to
confidence,
go out and
Mr.
scam
Chris
you.
Brewer.
Yeah, I mean, if I called
Have
the 10-3 off and
the
he
best
had
security
something I
team
dominated, you
in
guys
the
should
world,
definitely
the
ban
best
me from
production
the
crew
tournament
in the world.
But you had a read.
Yeah, read.
Yeah, my read was I knew the fucking call.
His read was the phone was going off.
I just flop a boat.
No, it's too obvious. It just runs out 10 high wins, you know.
30 bigs.
Yeah.
Ace Queen of Diamonds. Behave, chat. Ali's got his eyes upon the YouTube chat.
I'm watching the stream.
I'm watching the stream with you.
Hawk and I is watching Ace Queen suited land on his under the gun.
Like,
160, flatted by Pachata.
In back-to-back mystery
My
bounties.
friends in poker.
100K bounty. And I was like, if he draws it in like a fold straight bounty, at some point you gotta be like, all right, like something's going on. Like,
Feels a
two,
little
like,
naughty,
yeah,
doesn't it?
twig.
That's a bit loose, bit out of line, and well, could potentially get himself in trouble here.
Yeah, this is a bit of a powder keg of a flop potentially, as Pakanai elects to check with the nut flush draw and the 2 overs over to Pachata, who's open-ended. Two-way straight draw, rather. 520 in the middle.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the check. I think want to be checking some of our nut flush draws as well as our over pairs. Ace kings, ace queens of the world. Be a disaster to have to bet fold this hand.
260K. Check called. As the half pot bet yields a doubling of the pot and a 5 of clubs on the turn. Now gives Pachata the 9 high straight. Pakanai checking once more, covered by his countryman.
These two elite Thai players. They go to war. 17 left. Pakanai 5th on the Thai all-time money list. Pachara 3rd on the Thai all-time money list.
$410K. Things getting a little awkward, but Pakanai, of course, drawing to the nuts.
I like the size down here from Pachara, just really putting over pairs in a grim spot. Doesn't want to go too big on this board texture, a board that really favors his button flatting range. Also then the under the gun opening range. 1.8 out there, Ali.
Pakanai makes the call, and he hits here.
Still got chips, still get win.
King of diamonds, giving him the nuts. And he's going to slip it to Pachata, and you wonder whether or not Wangwachit is going to give Pakanai credit for any diamond draws as played.
Pakanai just sliding it on over to Pachara. 1.8 million out there. Does Pachara go for all of it?
I'm going to be pussy here.
No way, Ali.
Oh my god.
What a check back there.
Wow.
Ooh, good check. Ooh.
Wonder if Pachata's going to show the straight. I think he is.
What do you show?
9. Is it 9?
8.
8. That was an 8.
8 is a 1 cut straight.
Oh, what a check.
Oh, reverse.
I didn't think you...
Top class check back there, Henry. Pachata saving a lot of soldiers from a grim end.
16, we draw, right?
As it appears we have lost our 17th player elsewhere in the field. Now 16 of 166 entries remaining, which means it'll be time for a redraw down to 2 tables for the blinds. Will be 50 and 100,000. Pakanai 34 bigs after having hauled in a smaller pot than I think he feels he deserved, especially given that his countryman had the 9 high straight. Again, welcome back inside the booth. Ali Najat alongside Henry Kilbane here in search of a champion. You're shaking your head, Henry. How impressive was that check back from Pachata?
I mean, world class. Let's just call a spade a spade. World class check back there from Pachara. Even kind of said, look, maybe I'm being a bit of a nit here, but Spidey senses tingling.
Yeah.
Saved himself 1.5 million, which is good for, what, 15 bigs. So going to try and put those to work. But yeah, down to the final 2 tables. Sawat's being eliminated by Xie Jiang just now, and we've got 16 left.
Yeah, 58,100 is the payout for 16th place here. A little jump to 64,300 will be available after the next elimination. But as mentioned, we are headed to a redraw now with Mike Watson having been eliminated. And some exciting things are definitely in store for us, as Seth Davies will be our chip leader. Chinwei Lim sliding into 2nd place as well. That's a name I haven't mentioned, I don't think, once in this event thus far. Mario Mosbach, a first-timer, 3rd in chips right now. Jaffe has been up amongst the leaders, rounding things out in 4th.
Pretty much held that top 5 stack for the better part of the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Jonathan Jaffe just really riding this one down to the final 2 tables to see if he can continue to put those 3.6 million chips to work.
Yeah, I think we should keep an eye on Patrick Antonius as well. It appeared that he was all but done for with ace-queen against ace-king, and sometimes it's just one river that manages to spin you back into contention and potentially even land you at a final table with a podium finish. Yeah.
A little bit of lady luck.
No question about it. We're going to step aside for about 4 minutes time, Henry and I. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of event number 1 here in Hoi An, Vietnam happens right after the break. Stay close.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work, and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
Very warm welcome back into the broadcast booth here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. He's Randy Liu. I'm Henry Kilbane, and we're back for the final 2 tables of event number 1 of this Triton Super High Roller Series. Here is the 25k GG Super Millions, and welcome you into the booth, Randy. And I would love to say that you haven't missed out on much, but the reality is you have. Today has just been non-stop action. Came back with a little bit of a slow start, if you will. The final 32 players coming back, and it took a bit of time for us to lose a few players, but once they started dropping, they dropped like flies. We've had some huge pots already today, but coming back to the final 2 tables, Seth Davies, a name that you are almost all too familiar with now at these Triton events, out in front with 52 big blinds. The type of player, Randy, that you would expect to really put that chip lead into action.
Seth Davies is a very experienced player. He's been to many Triton events. He was struggling at some of them, and then he had a really nice last stop, I'm pretty sure, at Cyprus. And it's no surprise that he's up at the top. He's just so solid. He doesn't make reckless mistakes, and he'll put the pressure. And now that he's in a chip lead, he's definitely going to know what to do to get to that top 965K.
100%. Certainly knows how to navigate a chip lead. That chip lead coming to him courtesy of an ill-timed check raise bluff from Pablo Silva. Chinwei Lim currently in second, playing 44 bigs. Mario Mosbach playing 41, and Jonathan Jaffe rounding out the top 4, who's held the chip lead several times throughout this tournament. Scrolling down, people looking to put their chips to work sooner rather than later. Nicky P currently sat on 3 bigs. He is going to be at our feature table. And Kiet Lee Chun, who just got sucked out on for a huge pot against Patrick Antonis. Ace King, no good against Patrick Antonis' Ace Queen, courtesy of a very unfortunate queen on the river for Patrick. 965,000 to play for, Randy. We're going to throw it down to the main stage, final 2 tables of event number 1 here. A lot to play for, a lot of new names still in the mix as we take a look at our feature table. Talking of new names, Mario Mosbach, Lisawad Pakanai, Kiet Liu Chun rather, Daniel Smilkovic, all newcomers to the Triton series.
Smirkovich, the same guy we talked about the other day, 8 big blinds, or 8K in chips.
Same guy, still in with a chance.
Level 1.
Yeah, really making a name for himself here. Made an insane hero call. 4 off the money today against Mike Watson. So Watts bowing out in 17th. Smilkovic hero calling with 4th pair against a pot-sized river bet from Sir Watts. Ollie and I were left kind of dumbfounded as he didn't even use a time extension chip, just very quickly.
That's conviction.
Made the call. See him opening up. Very loose open from Smilkovic off of 13, ace 7, as Pakanai has flopped the absolute joint here on the 8-5-4 rainbow. SPR of 2.
So because he's so short, opted to check. Wow, just bailed out right there. I was going to say, he's pretty short, and he didn't want to bet fold a hand with clean outs like this in case his opponent just wants to go all in. Pair of 8s or something.
Yeah, pair of a gut shot, something of that like. Pakanai with the turn probe for 1 big. Smilkovic.
I should throw it further.
Going nowhere. These two going to chop it up.
Well, we're going to chop this one quickly.
Snap call from Smilkovic. Would have sent Pakanai's heart rate up a little bit, given that the board did pair.
You scared me. I thought I lost.
It was very fast.
Chat, if you ever hear anyone say that
I lost.
is not a gentleman, brought over a plate of food. True gent.
No, he brought you a plate of food. He didn't bring me a plate of food.
Well, one would assume that, given
Flopped it, huh?
that it is almost 6 p.m.
I got lucky. Sad story.
you've had time to eat today,
I've
but
been lucky the whole day, so.
Which box is
feel
mine?
free to
You're telling
help
me you're gonna
yourself.
have those 16 slices of pizzas and 14 baguettes and
I
3
think it's this one.
bowls of fried
Yeah,
rice.
like the
Don't
fifth
forget
is
the
like
pho.
And the 2 noodles and bowls of pho. Okay, that's cool.
2 bowls of pho. Everyone currently guaranteed
saw the ace first. I thought you have ace eight,
$58,100
it
for
would
their
be
efforts. We are on a pay jump. $8,200 pay jump between 16th and 15th. Seth Davies leading the final 16-8 cashes. On his Triton track record, just shy of 4 million in Triton earnings.
There you count.
A count in its pocket nines. I can't really see a world where he lays this down 2 nines. It's not detrimental to his stack in case he does
1.28.
call and loses the pot. For someone to open jam 13 blinds, they are easily pair heavy. That's lower than nines. You'll tend to see, let's just say, Smirkovich has got a bigger pair like 10s, jacks, queens, and kings, and aces. Probably won't just be open jamming, so we can kind of discount those a bit. I feel pretty confident with 2 nines in the spot. The only problem, I suppose, is there's 3 people behind you.
Yeah, I think flat calling, the most obvious play here, depending on the stacks behind. Smilkovic off of 13 bigs, you know. Likely to just jam hands like 10s, jacks. But Davies not going to fold the 9s, and Nicky P. His final 2 big blinds.
Good timing.
Potential quadruple up spot. So cards on their backs. Smilkovic gets to see. He's got 2 live overs.
I know.
Clubs also working for him.
King Jack, yeah.
As good as it gets.
I like
King
it.
Jack.
It really is. Look at the equities. 40% 3 ways for Smilkovic.
After 2 calls, fucking Jack is so live somehow. Wow.
Still alive on the ace queen 6 board. In fact, picks up an additional 2 outs.
Not too shabby.
Davies looking for a 9 and a 9 only to score a double elimination. Although no king, jack or 10 would score a KO against Smilkovic. And it looks like it has bricked out, Randy. His Nicky P, the shortest stack, and his final 2 bigs in with the best hand, gets to ladder by $8,000, given that Davies has Smilkovic covered and actually eliminates the king jack.
Okay, yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's it's a good spot for him. And you know, with
it was too good to be true.
880K in chips now,
Yeah, it was still good to be true. Yeah.
definitely playable.
Yeah, he was.
How you be in such good shape, you know?
Yeah. 2 overs is like best
How?
hand.
Yeah. You just
That's
gotta
how
be,
you
look
want
at
to
it.
It's like
That
impossible.
elimination.
And then, of course, you have to miss too many outs.
Yeah, what a
DG
dumbass.
style, too many outs.
Seth Davies
Smirk.
picking up 915K. Overwhelming chip leader now.
I've only like
How much do you have?
700 plus.
Now, who was he referring to as who was a dumbass?
To Smilkovic for getting it in with so well. You're not meant to get it in that live, is what he's saying. I mean, the banter has been fantastic so far today, especially at this feature table.
Okay.
Some of the Malaysian players,
Keeping it
Thai
lively.
players having some fun. Yeah. I feel like that's more often than not the case at these Triton stops.
Almost definitely.
Wow, Nicky P.
200.
Right, little mini raise.
After just quadrupling up. Wakes up with aces. Expect to see Liu Chun defend
I
here.
didn't even see the blues.
Yeah, with 10-3 suited, you know, it's not a great hand, but you're getting good odds. With a small stack size to begin with, sub 10 big blinds, you can actually realize your equity pretty well post-flop. Well, he's just going to lay it down. But I think you will see a lot of like seasoned pros strongly consider taking that one post flop, unless there was like a pay jump right around the corner. And then we can start making cases for folding a bit more.
A couple of spots away from the next pay jump. Everyone guaranteed 64,300 for their efforts so far. Next pay jump will come when we get down to the final 13. A $6,200 pay jump to 70,500.
Suited ace under the gun. Decent stack to play with.
Adriano Alves saying, hello guys, please, is there a link to follow the live updates? I tried Googling it, but couldn't find the live chip counts. Well, firstly, welcome to the stream, Adriano Alves. Great question. If you click the pinned link, or comment, if you will, by Triton Poker, the field of players, chip stacks, table seatings, and the structure can be found on the Triton Poker Plus app. It's free to download as we dive back into this.
On.
Nicky P on an absolute tear.
Back to back to back hands.
Wow.
Chen mulling it over out the small, down to 6 bigs.
You know, when you're short, you're trying to find creative ways to get your chips in there. Gonna realize no dice.
It's just under 1.4.
1.4?
Just under.
For a count.
It's a little bit too much to be committing here. Gotta realize also that you're raising under gun. Petrangelo from the hijacks range should be a little bit tighter to re-jam on. You would really have to think that Petrangelo is way out of line to be making a call here.
My first 5 minutes.
Same here. I also don't know.
It's 20 seconds.
It's always been 20 seconds the whole time. I thought
It's 20 seconds pre, 30 seconds everything else.
Pre-flop is 20. Oh, okay.
That's why they have the pre-flop and then the flop button.
Reluctantly,
flop.
let's go of the
Oh, okay,
A7. Always tough against the likes of Nicky P, who
That's a good
are
roll.
going to have the Jack 10s, the King Queens of the world,
It
but
just
the
hurts
A7.
when you fold to like a 10 big blind jam,
Right.
and you've got like a reasonable hand. You're like, gosh, it's just annoying.
Couldn't agree more. Tell you what else is annoying. Losing big pots in the cash game street, something that I do all too frequently over on GG Poker. You get $100 in rewards or 100% bonus up to $600, and we have been dishing out the free roll passwords throughout the streams, and that is going to continue over the next 13 days. The password for today's one is none other than the name of our full-time champion and Triton ambassador, Jason Kuhn. Keep your eyes peeled for those free roll passwords in the chat, and would love to see you guys here at a future stop and qualify over on GG into these Triton series events.
I don't like peeling my cards over
there. Yeah. Over 10 players into this one alone, if I'm not mistaken. GG Super Millions.
Yeah, Lu Chun's gonna go with King 6 suited.
Says run it. Late position open from Mosbok.
I have to protect my buttons.
Gotta play your button.
Number. Oh, count.
600 and
Fades the slap call.
85.
It's a good sign.
It's the same. 585.
Yep, thank you.
590.
King 6 suited, that's the solver's second favorite hand. I mean,
King
if you're
high.
going to make a play on someone,
Okay.
it's against
Let's
the
do
guy
it.
at 40 big
Oh,
blinds.
he's got natural 9 though.
Yeah.
Fuck, you're a big underdog now.
Baccarat hand.
Natural 9.
Both 4 sides.
Four side, yeah.
Baccarat hand.
Oh my
75%.
word, this is
Yeah,
too
both 4
good.
sides. So you have like 75%.
He's got a natural 9, Randy.
Yeah,
You're in big
75%, right?
trouble.
Four side.
Yes.
It's a good hand to have four side.
Wow.
Wow.
And there it is,
Give it a
ace 10
spade.
5.
Oh,
It's like they knew. I wish I played poker this way, Randy. Where the first thing I see is a natural 9.
Ouch.
Queen on the turn.
Jack.
More than doubling the outs for Chun. Looking for a king or a jack.
I agree.
to stay alive in event number 1.
All right.
No dice. Ace on the river, and Mosbok scores a KO, and more importantly, moves up to 3rd in chips with just 14 players.
When you were
To apologize, we're down to the final 13 players now.
Yeah.
With that departure, as we lost
No, I didn't know it.
Jidrada Bunak on the outer tables, or on the outer table rather.
No, I thought it's could be more.
With that, Randy, everyone now guaranteed $70,500.
Once I knew, of course, it unfolded.
Yahoo! I just got 2 pay jumps. I just got 2 pay jumps on that little spinner.
2 pay jumps for Nicky P. Not too bad for a guy who had 3 big blinds not too long ago.
Okay.
Love to see it. Never going to begrudge a 2 big blind stack.
My favorite part of that last time was how fast did he notice that was a natural 9? You know, like, we definitely know he's got some side games he likes to play.
Asian invasion.
Is this your first Triton, you said?
Love.
You don't travel? You travel and play this shit a lot?
Gamble.
Not a Triton.
So it's normally one of the first questions I get asked by like my Malaysian friends or Thai friends.
I don't really play
whenever we come to these festivals. Henry, do you play anything on the side? No, but I feel like if I hang out with you guys long enough, I'm gonna have to.
I would never fucking take one stop to come for this shit. No way.
Blind versus blind. 2 inside straight draws. Not much of a hand.
Just get in the water, you hawk. Stop looking at me. And bust.
They're pretty big.
51, 1, 2, okay. No,
I mean, I'm sure you could get a 51 on 1, 2 set up for sure.
Seems to favor the player who's got an uncapped range. But Davies gonna come along here. Got pretty much the same type of hand. No matter who gives up first, that's gonna lose this pot.
Jiang wants to fire again into the chip leader. Always a dicey proposition.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
I mean, Davies has a very wide range to call to flop. 10x jack. Wow, I like this bet. Just put so much pressure on random floats like jack and 10, but 9x, queen x, they're gonna have a lot of trouble.
No half pot gets the job done.
Yeah, and I think she had intentions to put another barrel in if it blinks off. Nicely done. Well executed.
Qualifying into this event over on GG Poker.
Oh, did she?
She did indeed.
What do you got now, Meat? Like 2 million?
No, we did have her at Coin Rivet. Yep, and I believe she even played the Triton Million.
She did?
She did, I
She
think
did,
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
She's out here.
She's battling
holding
hard.
down her own. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, she loves her poker. Big fan from New Zealand.
If you're like now
Everyone in the chat saying
go
goes to see her. Yeah,
that's
Before I
good.
posted, so it's
Currently sat 6th.
1.2.
Middle of the pack.
3, 4,
13 players left.
1.650 behind.
Suited queen. Was waiting for confirmation of the stack of Nicky P in the big blind.
Interesting spot for Davies in the small. All the options available to him, especially as the chip leader. Some heavy ICM implications coming into effect. Gonna just flat.
Yeah, he's also probably thinking that Socia kind of hesitated to raise a little pre-flop, maybe in marginal spots, so maybe feels more comfortable playing ace-9 out of position, even from the small blind. Nicky P, ace-6 offsuit. Not the most pleasant, but we are in late positions, closing the action. You don't have to worry about being dominated a little bit less when it's the button, small blind and big blind involved, even though he is dominated in this one.
700k out there. Well, Jiang out-flopping both Petrangelo and Davies on the 7 trade deuce, the form of top pair.
As good as it gets.
On the climb.
Time to start protecting your hand. 7's very vulnerable. And really, there's just not too much your opponents can have on this board texture. Just under a third of the pot. It's tricky for Davies because he might feel a little obligated to continue because this is the type of board where the button will c-bet very wide, even into 2 players.
Yeah, 100%, Randy. Couldn't agree more.
And with the 2 and 3 out there, it's like hard for the big blind to connect, so you don't have to worry about Nicky P coming along as well. Oh my, did he just hit that ace?
Ace ball on the turn. Best card in the deck, ace of spades, rolling off to give Davies 89% with 1 card to come.
Don't forget one ace was just folded too. That was hard to hit. Well, for Socia, clearly doesn't like that ace. Seems like she's contemplating betting, maybe setting the price herself. You know, say you check, then you have to face the bet size of Davies. See, it's a small bet. Gets value from, you know, little pocket pairs here and there. 4s, 5s, and 6s. Get some value from maybe like 8, 7 suited. 2 clubs.
Bit of protection as well, right?
It's a vulnerable hand. You check, you let some random cards roll off that you're not sure how to react to. But most certainly, she's going to be checking back a river unimproved.
That's what this side smells like, and Davies obviously going nowhere with his turn top pair. 1.7 million in the middle as the queen of clubs
Well,
rolls off on the river.
When you improve, now it's time to value bet again.
Giving Cecilia Jiang the 100% check mark. This sizable pot.
Davies is just trying to... I believe he's just trying to make it seem like he may have that flush so that he doesn't, his opponent doesn't try and like take it away. He doesn't want to face another bet here. It's pretty hard to find some bluffs that Socia Jiang could have to multi-barrel again. So I'm curious to see how Davies is going to react to one more barrel coming in. The sizing is going to be important.
Don't forget, chat. Open up on the button. Bet into both Davies and Petrangelo on the 7-3 deuce. Bet 300k
wow, she checked it back.
into 1.1 on the turn, and she's going to see that she could have got some value potentially. You can see that reaction.
Wow, I'm a bit surprised there.
Maybe that tank that you were alluding to from Davies. Just creeping her out a little bit. Spooked her, if you will.
Yeah.
Not too sure what is going on, but what I can tell you, looking over on the Triton Poker Plus app, is that Patrick Antonius,
no more chips,
has been eliminated, losing a huge 4 million chip pot against Michael Soiser.
Black tea. Yeah.
After flopping 2 pair against Soiser's turn straight.
Yeah, can I? Your Bud Light. Hot black tea, yes.
It's about as cold as it gets.
Yeah,
Randy, blind v blind,
Yeah,
2 pair against the straight. Patrick Antonius out of there in 13th, and Michael Soiser,
disgusting.
bullet number 2, up to 5th in chips, 12 remain. Event number 1, dropping like flies. Everyone now guaranteed 70,500, but we are 1 bust out away from A 10,000 pay jump. Could be down to the final table in no time.
Well, Pocky Nice picked up Ace King in the big blind. Gun open. He's up against 2 players with big stacks, and he's just going to rip it in. Keep it simple. A lot of these Thai players just coming out here, huh? Just holding their own, swinging, chatting it up. It's Chris Brewer, hot off of that Paris trip, looking to continue his run here in Vietnam.
Got rid of the mullet.
And that's why he's winning?
That's what he said.
Saying?
That's literally
That's what he said.
from the horse's mouth.
Okay. It's good to know what's your bad luck. Superstitions. Really good thing to have in poker.
I'll tell you what else is a really good thing to have in poker, Randy, is Ace King when your opponent's got Ace Queen.
And when they've got that stack to call off too.
Cut off the button. Davies likely to snap as he does, and cards on their backs. Davies looking to pull off a Patrick Antonius in the form of a 3-outer to send his good friend and fellow countryman to the rail in 12th. Nick Petrangelo, by the way,
does not like this flop,
but does find himself 2 cards away from an insane spin if he can hold with the Ace King. Needs to fade a queen or a heart. Now just needs to fade a heart. 9 outs once for Davies to regain the chip lead. Doesn't find it. Nick Petrangelo in an orbit and a half goes from 2.2 big blinds to 33, and now finds himself a real contender in this 25k GG Super Millions. Randy, what a spin!
Nice 15x there.
Yeah.
In what, like less than 30 minutes?
Few ladders as well. Moves up to average stack.
I love to see it because we've seen Petrangelo struggle at some previous series, but if you're a good player, your time will come. You just keep coming in, swinging, putting your buy-ins in, and you know you're playing your game. He's playing his game here. It's paying off so far. In position to take this one down if he can just spin up a little bit more, but doing very healthy now. Suited king under gun. That's enough of a hand for Sosia Jang. A single 10 of hearts. Mario Mosbeth.
Ex-professional football player.
Yeah. Friends of Fedor.
Professional poker player. And fashion icon.
I'm loving that hoodie.
That is a pretty dope hoodie. Brewer, Jack 6. Nut low in short deck. Nut low here. 12 left. Xie Jiang. A bit of a spin herself. Playing a very comfortable 44 bigs. 4th in chips. I do apologize. Moves up to 3rd in chips now. 12 left.
Seems to be getting hit with the deck a bit, eh? Pocket nines. I mean, I don't know if that's smashing deck, but it's good enough. Playable.
I know what you mean, mate. I know what you mean.
Chat's like, are you kidding me? That's not kings or aces. Whoa, that's a good hand. That's ace king.
Thank you.
And it's the big blind versus the hijack. We know she's going to bump it up.
3.2.
The question is how to respond with pocket nines with 33 big blinds to start the hand with.
Yeah, as you already.
Oh, she's just going to rip it in.
Rip it. I think.
How much?
I'm a fan of this with ICM. 12 left.
I have over 4.
Don't know how much 3-bet inducing we want to be doing at this stack depth.
Wow, this is tough with 2 nines. You might be discounting some of the bigger pairs, right? Of course, like probably jacks, queens, kings, and aces would more likely put a smaller 3-bet than all in.
Yeah, I agree.
10s might jam here. I can see that. I can see 8s maybe playing a jam sometimes.
7s, 8s, I think.
Depends on how you want to
well.
approach it. Some people will just call pre-flop. Ace queens, ace jack. Oh, wow.
Some ace 4s, ace 5s, as well as the suited broadways of the world. Certainly capable.
So what's important is how often is it a smaller pair I'm up against where I'm absolutely crushing? At what frequency? How often is it 8s? Is it some percentage of the time? 7s? And it's a tough question.
Would be a chip lead pot if Petrangelo called with the knights.
It feels like ICM might say, maybe take a break from this hand, wait another spot.
ICM seems to agree with both you and Nick Petrangelo as those 9s find the mark. Not often you see Petrangelo pained by a spot, but that one certainly going to get looked at, I would assume.
Yeah, it's
when
not
it
a
gets
common
back to the
spot
computer. Yeah.
where the big blind jams into 33 big blinds effective and you're like right on the cusp. What if we throw him 2 10s? What happens?
She's jamming 6s, 7s, 8s. Maybe.
I mean, if 9s is close, I'm sure 10s is pretty close too.
Brewer with an interesting spot, 20 bigs. May
All
up
in?
to limp.
Just keep
No,
it
I
simple.
left 5K
Jam.
behind. It's 2 million. I left 5K behind.
So just jams it in.
Doesn't want to open and get jammed on himself.
Yeah, the awkward situations. You do risk more, but you also narrow your opponent's calling range.
Were you folding?
No.
No.
I was going to use some time banks, though.
Yeah, with ICM implications coming
Did I
into
do
effect,
that?
obviously you want to be the one
Yeah.
jamming all in yourself, rather than being the one
Ooh,
to
high level this
call
shit.
it off.
Yeah, because imagine the blinds pick up like king, queen suited.
Right.
They probably just rejam on you. Then you're forced to fold the hand, but they wouldn't call.
Some
20
ace
big
X's
blinds.
of the world, yeah, ace 4, ace 5.
Little pocket pairs. So it's funny how the sizing you opt to go for as the opener dictates kind of how the hand ends. Now, of course, you could risk a lot more in a spot where maybe you didn't have to get it in. Pros and cons, of course, to each play. That's what they're here to decide.
JJ, Jonathan Jaffe, who's been or held the chip lead many times over the last 2 days, has regained the chip lead with 12 left, courtesy of a 2.6 million chip pot against Pachara Wongwachit.
This is an interesting spot. It is limped pre-flop. Davies with the trap. Petrangelo took the free card and flops open-ended.
Ooh, that is a brutal turn card for Petrangelo. Turning top pair to go along with his open-ender, Seth Davies. With the pre-flop trap, turning top.
Yeah, that is the biggest action card in the deck. That costs Petrangelo the most amount of chips so far. Do have a rear card coming in.
Speaking as if a brick on the river is preordained, Randy.
Mm-hmm. Just the minimum. Gonna let Petrangelo off a little cheap so far. Blank.
That is as bricky as it gets. See what Davies comes with. 500k out there.
Yeah, it just kind of depends on what Davies thinks Petrangelo has. It's unlikely his opponent has a king, given you holding the king yourself. So it's more likely he thinks he's up against like a 5, a 3, a deuce.
Some of those going to check behind on the flop.
He might size down, or he might size big to kind of make it look like he's moving those hands off, which is what he's going to do. Snap call. Bad news coming.
Yeah, no nonsense from Petrangelo. Just knows that he's never folding against 80%. Knows he's never raising. Kind of shakes his head. You know, sometimes in tournament poker, Andy, you're just destined to lose chips. Some of the best in the world. Showcasing that here. See a few people in the chat asking if this is the final table. It is not. We are down to the final 12 players. This record-breaking event number 1, the 25k GG Super Millions, 166 entries in this one. Came back with 32 players today. We are in the money. We are playing for 965,000. For those of you wanting to follow along on the outer table, you can click that link if you're watching over on YouTube. The pinned by Triton Poker at the top of the chat. Field of players, chip stacks, table seatings, and the structure can obviously be found over on the Triton Poker Plus website. And for those of you watching on YouTube, do take a couple of seconds out of your day to just click the like button, click the subscribe button. Really helps grow the channel, show some support for all of the Triton team, not just us here in the booth. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to bring this high quality free poker content brought to you.
I mean, we got 5Ks on the table. We should just play 6120.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Quick shot of the trophy that will be going to the eventual champion.
Encouraging big hits. Encouraging big hits.
Question is, Randy, we're going to have ourselves
You save 10, you lose.
a rookie champion.
Yeah.
A Triton first timer taking down
Oh yeah, lose the same.
this GG Super Millions trophy.
Very, very possible. I mean, it is a favorite, right?
Plenty of them left. Mario Mosbach, Visawad Pakanai, Roman Krabets, Alex Kulev. All here for the first time.
Well, Pocky Nine is going to open up small blind versus big blind. The blinds did go up. 3x the pot. Monsbuck. Very playable hand, 10-9 suited. Very reasonable stacks to play for. Take one off.
Natural 9.
Natural 9. Suited natural 9, is that a thing? No. It's not. Starts to get uncomfortable to play an ace-3 suit out of position and raise pot. Unless you flop a top pair.
As I'm saying, hit the like button, it's free. It is. It is free, as is this world-class content. Brought to you live from the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino here in Hoi An, Vietnam.
And not. Obviously, straight.
A very, very small bet. Trying to induce Mario to continue in some way, as well as pot control.
Actually,
maybe.
I thought a blind was 100.
Had there been a single club on board,
A little bit
I've seen the float from the 10-9.
I think so.
Huh?
If there was a single club.
No.
The 7 could work with it.
I don't know. Me too. I guess we can never lie now, right? Because you'll see in like half an hour or something.
That's true.
There's no point lying now. Might as well.
Whoa. You'd be surprised. Some people still like to lie, regardless of the fact that we are live streaming this event.
We do play a game where you gotta bluff and lie, so it's understandable.
Are you excusing
the liars?
The liars out there? You defending them?
Yeah, maybe I am. Maybe I am. Thailand's Pocky 9 going to put some pressure on 10-8 offsuit. Just a bunch of trip hash.
My bad.
Someone in the chat saying, commentator, can you tell us the 15K No Limit Hold'em 8-handed, what time they're going to play till today? Well, they are going to play 16 levels today, which should take us to 1 AM local time. So with the delay, we'll be wrapping up around 1:45, 2 AM. So we've still got better part of 8 hours of poker coverage. Obviously going to be crowning a champion here as Brewer looks down at ace, queen of clubs, and unfortunately he's going to run into the top of range.
Yeah, just
16 bigs.
What are you going to do with ace, queen of clubs? As good as it gets. Pocky 9's been open but a bit too, so it's quite unlucky.
750.
Oh, he's got a 3-bet in juice. And you're right, Randy. Pocky 9 has been pretty active.
Yeah, but once this Kings puts it in, there's no way Brew is going to fold ace, queen suited.
All in?
That's a Pocky 9 announcing all in, and Brewer
Checking
going
out
to take
on the
his
table.
time. Yeah, we are on a pay jump. Difference between 12th and 11th, 10,500. Understandable for Brewer to take his time here. Does make the call. Cards on their backs. He's going to look for an ace or some clubs,
Wow,
and well,
sweat. Jack.
never easy for the Kings as it comes club, club, heart. Brewer drawing to the nut flush. Ace would also do it. No dice on the deuce of diamonds turn. Pakanai, a 3-1 favourite to score the KO and become the tournament chip leader. He can find the hold with the two kings. He can't.
How much?
The heater of
I
Chris
think 2
Brewer
million.
continues.
5.
4.3 million now. Brewer fresh off the 2 titles in Paris, straight on a plane from Paris to Vietnam. Finds a club on the river to double up to 4.3 million, and Randy with that. Pakanai down to 20 bigs. Sub 20, I do apologize.
Henry, it's the mullet.
It's the mullet. He's
clearly the mullet now.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Not 2.5. 2 billion.
I'll show you. I'll show you what he said. So you don't believe me.
I believe you, because I'm seeing it myself.
No Mullet Brewer is a lucky guy.
I owe a
Was
fine
telling
man.
everyone this in the Bahamas.
He's going to tell everyone now in Vietnam. You know, it's a dangerous man to have a lot of chips. He knows how to ship tournaments, as we know from recent. 34 big blinds, 4.2 million. Pretty comfortable with 12 remaining.
You think it's a point? No, he's trying to recently. You watch it.
Chris Brewer,
Oh,
one
I
title,
watched the hand.
4 cashes.
Not at all.
Only started coming to Triton events last year.
Environmental factors.
I know he was in Cyprus. Did he go to Madrid? I don't know. He did?
Won a short deck there.
Okay. I remember reading some tweets out there. I think it was Patrick Leonard saying this guy runs so bad. I mean, he's running so hot now.
The tides have turned. How's everyone doing in the chat? Let us know whereabouts in the world you are tuning in from.
Doesn't matter, I'm folded, but
Maybe some of you just crawling out of your
I can just look
pits
from the app.
in Europe.
Gonna see some blind versus blind confrontation. Ace 8 has the chip stack advantage. In these cases, you do see people raise a little bit more often.
500.
500K. That is 4 big blinds.
All yours.
Yeah, interesting to see her opt to 4x the ace 8. Just leaning in as we head to the outer table. Looks like Pachara is involved in an all-in against, is that Chinwei Lim? With the 9s.
Looks like pair on pair.
Yeah, Pachara, who was tournament chip leader not too long ago.
And that's always going to sting a bit. Chinwei Lim is the receiving end of those chips.
He is indeed, and
You
with
got
that,
a good straight line going.
just waiting for the app to update. But if I'm not mistaken, Chinwei Lim, now the chip leader, playing around 7.5 million with 11
You're more
left.
running in circles, guy.
Ovals.
Ovals.
This fucking air is killing me.
Pachara open jammed the ace 4 of clubs on the button.
Ace 4.
Yeah.
Into 9s.
Lim waking up in the big with 9s, and yeah, Pachara along with chip. Out in 12th. We have another ace king v ace queen situation, Randy. And again, at a stack depth that feels tough to get away from, especially given how active Pakanai has been.
700.
700K. 3-bet. I mean, he just saw Chris Brewer make it 700K roughly, face queen, so he might be like, well, ace queen's not looking too bad. uncomfortable spot. It's the first position under the gun against a small blind 3-bet. However,
All right, Marlon.
we're playing shorthanded, so it's going to be a snap call, and this is just bad news.
Good luck, boys. Davies tables the ace king, and Pakanai, who was just one card away from taking the chip lead with 11 left. His king's getting cracked against the ace queen of clubs of Brewer. Now finds himself 5 cards away from elimination, Randy. Needs to find some spades or a queen.
All right, chop it up.
No help on that flop, but does say chop it up on the 8-7-4.
Opportunities.
I'm not greedy, man.
I respect it.
All right.
Chop now.
Now he's going to be greedy.
Better be. Now's the time.
11 left.
18 bigs, I think.
Pakanai needs a queen and a queen only.
Again.
No dice as the 3 of spades seals the deal, and Seth Davies
I guess if I said king 9 suited, you
scores the
wouldn't believe me.
KO.
How do I get this?
Well, I had 2 9s.
Moves up to second in chips. Sorry, Randy, I cut you off there.
Yeah, David's been swinging, huh? Down to like 3
Out
million,
there
back up
swinging,
to
bro.
6 million.
Out there swinging.
So we're not, you're just gonna flip the tables on break and no redraw. Yeah.
So 10 remain.
Yeah, of course.
Everyone guaranteed 81,000. Next pay jump will be, we get down to the final 9, 15,300 pay jump.
Oh, that guy, Chris and I.
2 tables of 5.
Yesterday?
Do believe, if I'm not mistaken, have a break coming up fairly shortly. It is Chinwei Lim leading the final 10. Seth Davies in second. Roman Rabbits, who came into today, final 32. It's one of the shortest stacks. Went on an absolute spin. Finds himself third in chips.
John and Roman, they just had ace jack and ace queen.
First Triton series for him.
50 big blinds each, naturally.
GG's in the chat,
He just
obviously.
doubled through John.
You
Yeah,
got some
For
drift. You keep
Thai
drifting
players,
over here.
Pachara and Lisa Wad
he
Pakanai,
shoved.
I just don't
bowing
want
out
to
in
accidentally
12th and 11th, respectively.
So I just keep the cheap ones.
Yeah, keep the cheap ones over there.
So if you know, you do anything sneaky, I don't have too much.
What do you have?
Uh-oh. Blind versus blind. What you got over there? I've got 2 queens going to... I think he's going to trap 2 queens. I don't know, that's the feeling I'm getting. But maybe he'll raise. Both options pretty good. Just depends on how you think the big blind will react to your stack size. If you win.
375.
375 to open, but ace-10, I think at this point, you just jam. It seems like a cooler.
Yeah, this is a pretty cold deck, Randy. Blind v blind. 10 left in a record-breaking 25k. Ace-10, a lot of hand.
Could easily be the best hand. Just close it out if your
Register low
opponent's
man,
raising
big chip.
trash. Don't want to give him a free flop. Just don't have enough stack to play for to maybe slow this down.
I call you, mate.
Angelo gonna just double check, announces cool, cards on their backs.
King Gaga. Lucky lady.
Where's Tony, by the way?
Remember, Randy,
I'm surprised he's not here.
We need to
just
we need him
30
to come
minutes
over
ago,
afterwards when he sees Lady Gaga over
Petrangelo
here.
got his final 2.2 bigs in.
He's so funny.
10s
Please
against
watch.
9s against King
Give him a shout
Jack
out.
for the
Yeah,
quadruple
Tony,
up.
where are you, man?
Tony.
I need you right now.
Lady Gaga.
Tony Lynn.
Now 5 cards away
Tony Lynn.
from moving up to 5th in
Hope he's
chips.
I hope so too. I
He
think
can
he
hold
watches
here
stuff.
with the queens. Mosbach looking for an ace.
Oh, there she is, baby.
Oh, Lady Gaga.
Queen 9-5. The Austrian drawing to running straight cards only.
Maybe a jack. Nope. Can
Dead
seal that one up.
on the turn, and Nick Petrangelo
Oh yeah.
now a real contender.
This really, how
10
did they make
left.
GG happen in person?
So we're gonna have to draw seats, and then we're gonna have to.
No, I'm talking about the pre-flop hands.
Yeah, talking about the
the
action.
Yeah, that falls in
That's
place.
fantastic.
You know how when you play online, every single hand is a cooler pre-flop, and then they just made it happen live.
They really did.
It's insane. And even with the flush draw flop and everything for you.
Yeah, the ace queen suited king was very GG.
I mean, me versus Seth.
Yeah.
Flop not flush draw.
Yeah.
Do you know if on GG if you
Such a
can
straight
still
face,
go for
too,
a smoke
saying all
break?
this.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah,
You
can
can set it so
smoke
you're
break.
it's just a cigarette.
Fantastic. A better way to watch poker. We've been talking about it all week, and well, that's because we want you guys to download the Triton Poker Plus app. You can sweat along the outer tables. You can even sweat along the 15K that is currently running event number 2 for those of you rooting for players that are no longer left in this 25K. See some new faces already out in that one. Maybe this record getting smashed just one tournament later, Rani, as I look into that 15K, 82 players already in that one. So do head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app, click the download button, and can read along hand histories from every hand played in every tournament at Triton Series.
Both players on an upswing here. A little battle incoming. A7 dominating. Suited connector.
4 million, right?
Yeah.
Good flop for Brewer. It's one of those boards, though, that you can see the pre-flop raiser wants to stab against a big blind. He's going to defend very wide. It's easy to miss this board. Rep to ace. Davey's trying to decide if maybe he can maneuver a different way, but will fire small. Very small. 150K.
Yeah, a little stab in the dark. Pick up some equity on 4-5 club. Also nice to just fold out hands that currently have us beat.
Is going to make that call, so on to the turn. Inside straight draw.
4 of hearts, giving Davies a nut gut shot to the 7 high straight. Significant range advantage on the ace-jack 3-4 for our chip leader at this table.
So you need to kind of weigh how often your opponent has got an ace versus, you know, Jack X, maybe inside straight draws like Queen 10. Will these Jack X fold to another barrel? That's an important question on whether to barrel again. He thinks less likely. Take a free one off.
Does take a free one off. Breaks out on the river. 10 of spades. Does complete Broadway.
A lot of times you're going to see the big blind either check to kind of protect his check calling range, say with those Jack X type hands, or you might see like a small blockerish type bet, dictate the price yourself. It's very hard to produce a obvious bluff by check calling this flop when the 10 rolls off. You can't represent Queen 10, King 10 that missed anymore. So he's going to try to protect that check calling range.
Let's see what Davies does. Just 7 high. No showdown. As he just waved the white flag.
Yeah, it's trying to figure out how often he's up against an ace and how often he's up against a jack or a 10.
500.
He thinks he can get those hands to fold.
The old bet, check, bet line. Snap call from Brewer. No nonsense.
Nice.
Brewer up to over 5 million in chips now. Moves up to third in chips after taking down that pot.
I like the way he recognized that it's hard to represent the bluff, so it's better for him to check to induce. Usually when you lead out from the big blind after goes check, check on the turn, you know, you got to represent some bluffs, otherwise they know you're value betting. Really nicely done by Chris Brewer.
The check, squeezing out an additional 500k in value. Still 2 tables of 5. Unofficial final table bubble here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino here in Hoi An. Record-breaking event. Saw Bossman Paul Poit put out a tweet earlier on today, or yesterday if I'm not mistaken, just thanking all the players that have showed up to support the Triton series. See, annihilating the previous record. I tell you what, Randy, we have not been spoiled for action so far today.
Pre-flop heavy. Cards coming in. 2 kings against 2 nines. And they've kind of got that stack where they're going to battle to some extent.
This is 3rd and 4th in chips, squaring off in this pre-flop confrontation here. Kings against nines. A lot of hand. This 5-handed table. Davey's just glancing up at the clock.
It's uncomfortable. It is a reasonable hand. He knows his opponent is capable of 3-betting light from the small blind. 2 nines tends to kind of want to see a flop here. See if some little cards come out, call one off.
Already, note the size of the pot. Randy, 2.1 million out there. Ace, queen, 7, rainbow. Fortunate board texture for Davies. 2 overs to his pocket nines. Though that ace of clubs.
It's annoying.
They do say kings are ace magnets, Randy.
Yeah, it's a type of... It just kind of depends on what you do with the rest of your range. He's going to go for the small bet.
Yeah, I think you have to. 3-betting under the gun from small blind v under the gun 5.
Yeah, if you're going to c-bet your bluffs, you need to kind of balance it out a bit. It's not comfortable if your opponent continues. But as played, 2 nines here, it's a small bet, but it's not a good spot to continue.
Brewer getting it done on the flop with a continuation bet of 25%. And with that, moves up to 2nd in chips. 10 left. Warm welcome to those of you only just joining us. Obviously, massive shout out to those of you that have been with us for the past 4 hours since the start of play today. Came back with 32 hopefuls. We are down to the final 10 unofficial final table bubble. Is Chinwei Lim leading these final 10 players. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu calling the action for you guys for this one. See a few of you asking about the 15K that has started. Started about 2 hours ago. Already 81 runners. See some action going down on the outer table, Randy, between Bulgaria's Alex Kulev with what looks
Got him,
like
Nick.
ace-9 of clubs.
Got him. Another masterclass by me.
Ace-9 of clubs, good for the nut flush for Mr. Future of me. Announcing that that was another masterclass by him. I tell you what, Randy.
If you have to go tell them, I just want a tee.
Nut
Yeah,
flushes
thanks,
in No Limit Hold'em. It's a good strategy to make them if you can.
Yeah, I try.
Just
They
375. You want?
usually don't come with that. The fifth one usually never comes for me.
Yeah.
I like to put all my chips in before the fifth one comes, and it doesn't come, and then I'm at the rebuy booth.
You just love pain. Is that what you're saying?
Most people like to see if they hit it. Then they put the
Absolute
chips in.
masochist in the commentary booth there. I mean, you have to be. To do commentary with Arlene Najad, you have to be a bit of a masochist, let's be honest. Some self-hatred to sit for hours and hours on end with.
Well, you can see that Brewer with his new chips is going to really put some pressure on 10-7 offsuit in the cutoff. Not standard. With 10 remaining, though, starts to be a raise when you can get these big blinds to have to fold way more of the range due to the ICM implications. Pay jumps are getting bigger, especially when you get to the final table.
Yeah, you've got Mosbeck and Alex Kolev, sub 20 on the outer table.
That's 600 for you.
So it looks like
Thanks, buddy.
the 5Ks being taken out of play. A little colour up from Luca Vivaldi. Seth Davies on the button. 32 bigs, pocket sevens.
So he's actually looking at his opponent's stacks to see maybe he can just rip it in.
350.
Seems like there's probably someone with too many chips behind him. I believe that would be Nicky
Note
P.
the size up though, Randy.
Yes.
Just shy of 3x, just really de-incentivizing the short stack defend from Mosbach. It's the shortest in the tournament with 12 bigs, suited 10. Gonna get out of the way, and Davies taking this one down uncontested. So once again, for those of you just joining us, unofficial final table bubble. Everyone guaranteed 81,000 for their efforts. Chin Wei Lim, current chip leader. See the likes on the video over on YouTube slowly creeping up towards 500 as well. Don't
Not a
look,
big
bro.
one.
Don't look.
Ace Queen halts.
He looked.
Negative free roll.
What are you doing? He wants to instill the fear into that short stack. Yeah, I can wake up with it. Contemplating raising or calling.
You can put it here. It's okay. Thank you.
And I think the reason he's opting for a raise more often than not is because he's got that chip advantage. Sends the message to that middling stack that, you know, do you really want to play for it all at some point? So they tend to fold their big blind a lot more. And you want to size. People have been sizing more than 3 big blinds, blind versus blind, and with deeper stacks to kind of de-incentivize that big blind from continuing, who would be closing action and would be getting a good price with the smaller one. So that's why you do see people size to like 3.5, 4 big blinds even.
Oh man. Twitch chat and YouTube chat remains undefeated at times, Randy. I know you know that all too well. Remember
Yeah.
watching you back when I was a kid, back in the days.
Jeez, you're making me feel old now.
I mean, you are old, Randy. But come on, you've got a 3-year-old. You're a dad. You know, what did you do today? You napped. Why? Because you're catching up on sleep. Because you've got a 3-year-old toddler.
Because you're old. Got it.
Because you're old. You're not that old, but you know.
Oh, ace queen. Well, Brewer is really stepping up. King deuce offsuit. And Socia Jane's just keeping it simple. Just jamming. She jammed ace king before.
Yeah, 30 big blinds again, kind of just going back to the ICM implications in effect. How much inducing do you want to do off of 30? You want to be the one doing the jamming and putting the pressure back on your opponents.
Total. 3.7 back.
Stefan saying awesome commentary. You guys love the coverage. How about a hoodie if we hit 600 likes? I tell you what, that is the cheekiest comment I've ever read, but I love the ambition.
600.
600. 600 is a bit low, to be honest with you. You know, we got 1.2 yesterday, and that was before we even made the money. So I think what I can do is I can head over on break to the team that are responsible for such things and see what we can do. But for those of you that are interested in getting involved in the giveaways, if you haven't already heard that the bird is the word over on Instagram, there are 3 custom Triton Evo secret lab chairs up for grabs on one of the giveaways, as well as some Triton merchandise up for grabs. I don't even know if the Triton merchandise giveaway has been announced yet. I may have just leaked that.
Nicely done, Henry.
I mean, look, they told me in the meeting that we're going to be doing a Triton merchandise giveaway. Now, they can't back out. You can thank me later, guys.
You got them.
Does it come out of my paycheck? I don't know, maybe. So we jump back into this. Blind v blind, Nikki P with a piece. Bottom pair, Davies open-ender. Queen 9-7. But you can see in the chat the giveaways. Visit the link tree, click the link, get involved as Davies going to look to get involved on this turn card. As he turns the nut straight.
It's getting pretty connected. Seems like a good spot to start charging hands. 7x, 9x, 8x. Some straight draws that will probably continue as well. We do have deeper stacks, roughly 30 big blinds. So whereas normally you might see like a mini bet, you're going to see these bigger sizings a bit more as you got more stack to play for. Try to build that pot. 7 deuce doesn't feel good here. If you're ahead, probably not too far ahead. You're up against like an open-ended.
Yeah, you're going to be playing a guessing game. Going to every river.
Yeah. And just because if you do call, it doesn't stop your opponent from multi-barreling here, but he's going to lay it down. Doesn't feel good folding a pair for 1 bet. Blind versus blind, sometimes you got to do it.
I agree. Solid laydown from Petrangelo. Just Still 10 remain here. We went from 16 to 10 in the blink of an eye. This unofficial final table bubble been going on for quite some time, and that's not due to a lack of action or a lack of hand. Chris Brewer on an absolute tear. Nursing a very healthy 7 million chips. Currently second in chips on the outer table. Alex Kulev chipping up nicely.
Okay.
Finds 2 10s for Brewer. He's going to open in garbage. It's been opening at a high frequency. People are noticing. He's actually making it 325K. I believe he asked the big blind what stack he was playing to make that little adjustment.
Oh, wow.
I'm curious to see how she plays ace-jack. She was jamming ace-king. She was jamming ace-queen for 30, but ace-jack's not really the hand you want to jam for that many blinds, it seems.
So this is here with the 3-bet, and as Randy alluded to,
Tiger Woods is on that one.
So Brewer
boy.
decides to call 2 10s and just flops top set.
Any
dry
top
board.
sets?
Top set as the passive player. Just the perfect scenario in a 3-bet pot. Your opponents can represent those big pairs, or they actually have it, and you just stack them.
2 overs, Jack of Spades. Jack of Spades in hand for Cecilia. 1.7 million out there. Just going to continue small and wide.
Yeah. And there's actually a lot of cards you can multi-barrel. The queen, the king, the spade. Like, it's a good spot to continuation bet. Just, your opponent just smashed it. I would like to see Brewer check call with top set. Of course, raising is a fine play. I just think check calling keeps those unimpaired hands. Give them the chance to fire away.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Randy. Just
if they've got the big pair, they're going to put in more chips on the turn for you anyways.
Sure, he does come for a little check raise. Small one at that.
Yeah, I guess he's just hoping to get it all in.
Just a little.
It's a tiny
little
raise.
tease.
I think this tiny, almost a mini raise is designed to, well, if you got ace king, you're still going to make that crying call because it's so little. If you got that big pair, you're going to get stacked now before a scary card comes.
Some leveling involved as well, maybe just kind of poking the bear.
I mean, it looks suspicious, like kind of who check raises a set right now on this board, so it is some leveling going on.
Cecilia with the 2 overs and the pre-flop aggression.
It's tough to continue with ace-jack here. Sure, you're suspicious, but it's not enough hand, and I think Brewer's going to kind of regret that check raise a little bit. It feels good when you get it in, but when they fold for like the check raise min, you're like, God, why did I do that?
It feels good when you get them to just rifle in like no equity, you know.
He must have felt like he's been active too recently, that maybe he'll get a little bit less credit and they'll play back.
Yeah.
But I don't know, just 10 left.
10 left indeed, and with that pot, Chris Brewer takes the chip lead up to 8.5 million now. Mario Mosbach, the shortest stack at this feature table, down to 1.2 million.
Ace-jack is back.
Ace-jack is back. The ace-jack attack.
I didn't know it rhymed.
She's back. Xia Jiang. Coming with the near 3x from the hijack. Brewer, King 4-0, chip lead. Just going to get out of there to the larger sized open from Cecilia, and it looks like with that.
I had it. I won't make you wait the 40 minutes.
I love that. Classy
Upset
from Brewer.
I was like,
Letting Jiang know that he's I had it. I'm not going to make you wait 30 minutes for the stream to catch up. There's a quick look at the chip counts at this feature table. Chris Brewer, the overwhelming chip leader at this feature, and the chip leader of the tournament. Chinwei Lim on his tail, however, playing very healthy 7.7 million as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. I'm Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu. Randy, we went from 16 to 10 in what felt like the blink of an eye, courtesy of just the deck cooperating in the form of coolers. But this 10-handed play, 2 tables of 5, a bit of a stalemate. Anyone at this feature really standing out for you that you've been impressed with so far?
It's going to the guy with no mullet, right? Like he's
The
up
no
to the
mullet.
chip. He's up to the chip lead. He's off a hot run from previous stops he just made. He's playing great. Like he's running hot a little bit recently, but you know he knows what it does to take it down. But it's also nice to see Nick Petrangelo actually running up from those 2 big blinds he had, right? Like we know he's had some bad runs in previous stops, but it seems like Vietnam's the one where he's going to get it done.
Yeah, it's been the tournament of spins. First, Daniel Smilkovic, now Nick Petrangelo. 10 remain. Everyone guaranteed 81,000 for their efforts. Obviously, all with their eyes on the top prize of 965,000 plus that coveted Triton trophy. I'm going to be leaving you. Ali Najjar going to be stepping in with you, Randy, to call the action all the way down to the unofficial final table. We're going to be taking a short 10-minute break, but don't go too far. When we come back, Randy and Ali going to be playing this one down to our first final table here in Vietnam. We'll see you guys shortly.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
likely to run this one with the ace-9.
Just 230K. And yeah, Justin jams, obviously ready for it was Mosbach, who is going to be in lovely shape here. Can't say the same, though, for the American. Young Justin Saliba. First ever Triton appearance. And he's going to need some real help going to this flop with the ace-9. King, queen, 8 is dashing Justin's hopes down to just 0.3% equity and draws dead on the turn. GG's issued. Saliba made a good run of it, but ultimately left on the outside of this money bubble here in event number 1.
Yeah, GG Saliba, very exciting player to watch. 2.8 million in.
River card does not improve Watson, as Smilkovic's pot control on the end.
Well, so what's with just jack high? Bricked flush draw. A very relevant card in his hand, although could argue the 8-5s and 10-8s of the world likely to fold against the pot size continue from Smilkovic on the flop. But with just jack high, he is going to reach, and it looks like a sizable reach at that. I believe this is close to pot on the river from Sir Watts.
Last occasion on which he tried this, it was a quarter pot. He got snapped here. Far more meaningful sizing. Do you, Henry, in these situations put much stock into the quotient of your opponent's remaining stack that's associated? Wow,
Daniel Smilkovic
sniffs it out.
Didn't even use a time extension, Ali. Just looked up at the clock, grabbed a handful of 100K chips and made the call. Call of the...
Wow, Chidwick puts the 7s into the muck. It really was more Hrabic's hand that he was considering than it was Smilkovic's. As we know, the chip leader's been pushing people around and is likely to be opening with a high frequency at this point in the tournament. But he goes racing with 2 overs against 2 3s.
Saw Smilkovic's reaction, somewhat shocked that Hrabic's rejammed for 20 with the 3s. So far, so good. Wow. How about that turn card? Smilkovic looking for an ace, king, queen, or a 4 to eliminate Hrabic's.
Yeah, counterfeit outs. Ooh.
That works.
That works.
The 6 is a safe one.
1 o'clock.
Hrabich has now doubled twice here at the feature. With 27 remaining, Mosbach looks down at a couple of 5s.
Two bigs under the gun, 5s go into the muck. Take note, ladies and gentlemen. Bunak is 1 seat over, 13 bigs. These cards aren't going to be finding the muck.
Ace king suited, oh so pretty. In goes 645K, and Chidwick off of 530,000 on the button, Henry. Looking at ace jack suited.
Yeah, on the back end of doubling up. So Watts potentially going to run his final 11 bigs here, and it's going to be in rough shape.
That's provided that he clicks call, which he has not done yet. Is it a given?
No, I don't want to say it's rough shape as if it's preordained that he's going to make this call. Ace-Jack going to be performing pretty well against the open jamming range. Bunak's going to have some worse ace-X, some king-queen suited of the world. Chidwick really mulling this one over. Just 4 off the money.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of day 2 of event number 1 here at the Triton Super High Roller Series in Hoi An, Vietnam from the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. Ali Najad back into the booth alongside Randy Liu with just 10 players remaining as we seek a champion and a home for $962K here in this $25K buy-in. Blinds will be 75, 150,000 with a 150K big blind ante. 166 entries to start things off, and we are spread across 2 tables. Once we get down to 8 players, Randy, we will have our final table, a brief break while we get everyone assembled and gathered round. And currently, as it stands, Chris Brewer, believe it or not, at the top of the leaderboard, and it is a sight to see. We know he's coming off of that heater out at EPT Paris. How do you feel about how he's been playing here so far?
He has been playing well. Henry was telling me that he said that it was the mullet. He got rid of it. He's crushing. He crushed in Paris. He's crushing now here in Vietnam in the opening event, which is a record-breaking event as well. So it's a good time.
Yeah, no question about it. We've got 3 Americans at the feature table, including Nick Petrangelo. This his first ever cash.
I know. Can you believe it? He's been to so many stops too, right?
I mean, let's just take a look at how far back Nick goes. As I go to the Triton Poker Plus app, I mean, I'm scrolling through all the way to Jeju in 2019. Ophir, London, Cyprus, Madrid, Cyprus once more. The odds of a player of the caliber of Nick Petrangelo coming up empty up until this right here, I'm sure he's happy to get the monkey off his back, but simply staggeringly improbable. So obviously he's happy to shake things off. Might he be able to rally and pick up a title and not just his first cash? Obviously work cut out for him. Currently sits 5th in chips, 3.625 million, as we send it back down to the feature table. Looks like we've swapped out for this 5-pack, which includes 1 American, Jonathan Jaffe. He's found himself at the top of the leaderboard on multiple occasions. Currently 8th of 10 with 17 big blinds. 40-minute levels. Those chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. Look at that big gap between Webster Lim and the rest of the pack there. Just 15 bigs, but millions in chips. Soiza, one of 2 Malaysians.
Yeah, these are the Malaysian young guns, you would say, that are most known for being probably the most technical of the crew that plays from Malaysia.
Sure.
You know, of course, we got Bossman up there on top, but, you know, they're more recreational.
Paul Phua, Richard Yong, Wai Kin Yong, all playing under the Malay flag. Alex Kulev, 9th of 10 players, opening to 1 million. That represents over half of his remaining stack, Randy. And King-Queen suited for Webster, the boss stack. I don't think this is finding the muck, and in fact, it may put the remainder of Kulev's chips on request pre.
It's enough of a hand. And plus, let's just say you're wrong. What, you're down 2 million? You still got 6 million in chips. This is a spot to go for it.
And that's exactly what Webster has done. Kulev looking on right now.
Seeing if there's some pay jump potential.
Is there an all-in on a call?
Actually looking over at the other table in action too, where apparently we have an all-in and a call.
Okay.
And Luca advising Alex that there's no need to use the time banks over here in the interest of determining someone's fate on the other table, hand for hand. So we're going to have an all-in and a call, not just here at the feature table, but also at the outer table, where Mario Mosbach and Sosia Zhang have collided. Mosbach, the shortest stack in the room. He will be covered. But first, our attention on Kulev. First timer to the Triton series, and he has been outflopped on the King 7 deuce board. Backdoor flush potential. Ace hunting for the time being. 4.1 million plus hanging out there. Webster poised to shower Kulev, and he has done it as Alex makes a pair of jacks. Not enough, however. Wraps the table. GG's issued. Smile on his face.
Yeah, you gotta go.
Able to cash.
I'm flying.
You gotta be prepared.
So you're telling me we got one more
You're gonna call an all-in?
happening.
We're gonna make
Same
this
exact time.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, GG redraw.
Now 81K is a 10th place payout, but
what do I do?
given that both of these hands are transpiring at the same time, still TBD what's happening at that outer table. We could see 9th place money and 10th being added up and divided by 2. Keeping an eye here on things, and it looks like per the Triton Poker Plus app, indeed, Mario Mosbach has found the exit. Sosia Jang, the recipient of the remainder of his chips. So there is a look at Webster Lim's new stack, up over 10 million. And those boys are going to hang tight and wait for the combining of the field as we are down to the final table of Event 1. Back in the booth, Randy, that didn't take long.
That did not take long. It was the first hand on both tables. Seems like it was some cooler situations. But that's going to happen when you get down to those shorter stacks. And, you know, we've got a commanding chip lead by Webster Lim. You know, I've seen him play these Triton events from the get-go in the beginning back in Montenegro. It's good to see. He's a veteran. And yes, it's weird to call him a veteran when he's such a young. He seems so young, but he really just loves to play, loves the game, and he will enter all the events of No Limit and Short Deck.
Just want to let you know how it shook out for Mario Mosbach, the Austrian. He had 2 deuces, got it all in for 700K on the button in the big blind. Sosia Jang with an ace-7 offsuit made the call, and then it was a counterfeit card on the river. The flop of 3-8-6, you can see there in the bottom right of your screen. 6 on the turn, 8 on the river, and ace high, managing to down the ducks. Yeah, the dirty way. That's a fair way to describe it. So 10th and 9th place money will be combined, divided by 2. Mosbach and Kulev will be sharing that payout. Our final table is set. Let's get a quick peek at 8th place money here as we turn our attention back to the app. It will be a 121K payout guaranteed to each and every member of that final table. But of course, 965K, I think I said 962 earlier, is what is going to be going the way of our Triton champion. And of course, can't overlook points toward the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award. I know that's an honor that everybody here would love to be a part of in its inaugural year. And the chip leader, of course, will be Webster Lim at the final table. 10.1 million in front of him. Short stack will belong to Jonathan Jaffe, but 17 bigs, Randy, that's more than enough for a guy like Jaffe to operate off of.
Yeah, 17 bigs definitely has maneuver abilities, whether it's open raising, it could be defending some big blinds. You can put multiple barrels in. I wouldn't count anyone a short stack until they're like the 10 big blinds and lower.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, we're going to step aside very briefly, but when we come back, it's time for the final table of event number 1 here, the 25K GG Super Millions Live. Don't go anywhere.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Preflop, postflop, ICM preflop and postflop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Turn Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work and join the Turn Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
And welcome back inside the broadcast booth here in Hoi An, Vietnam, where the final table is set here in the GG Super Millions 25K buy-in event number 1 of this Super High Roller Festival. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, just about to send you out to the final table. But before we do, Randy, walk us through at least one of the 2 wrinkles that we're going to talk you through that are associated with this specific final table.
So normally when you play a tournament, it's based on time. We got like 40-minute levels, 1-hour levels, etc. But here we're doing the GG special Super Million style, which is the number of hands played. So for when we're 8-handed, 7-handed, and 6-handed, we're going to play 15 hands, and then we're going to increase the level. When we're down to 5 and 4-handed, it'll be 14 hands, then we increase the blinds, and then heads up and 3-handed we'll play 13 hands, and then we'll increase levels.
And the wrinkles don't stop there, because when you get your eyes on this final table here in just a few moments, the seating order is not completely random.
The seating is definitely not random. It's a very cool feature that is on GG Poker, is when you get to the final table, you have the option to seat swap. So the person with the least amount of chips is going to be the guy who picks first.
Well, let's put a pin in that.
With 166 entries, we are down to 8, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. From seat 1 with 4.1 million from Letterkenny, Ontario, please welcome Seth Davies. No good? In seat 2 with 8.2 million from the US, please welcome Chris Brewer. In seat 3 from the US with 2.5 million, please welcome Jonathan Jaffe.
Jaffe's second Triton tour stop ever, went 2 for 4 at our previous festival in Cyprus.
In seat 5 from New Zealand with 4.4 million, please welcome Sosia Chiang.
Sosia with almost $250,000 under her belt on Triton Tour.
And from the Czech Republic in seat 6 with 5.8 million, please put your hand together for Roman Hrabec.
This is Roman Hrabec's first ever Triton stop. Solid performance.
Our chip leader from Malaysia with 10 million, please welcome Webster Lim.
Triton veteran is Webster Lim, 3.4 million, 1 title, 8 cashes under his belt.
In seat 8 from the US, please welcome Nick Petrangelo with 3.6 million.
Talked about it earlier, Randy. First cash ever for Nicky P. Monkey off his back.
And last but not least, from Malaysia, in seat number 9, with 2.9 million, please welcome Michael Soiza.
Unmistakable smile, always on the face of Michael Soiza, win, lose, or draw.
Why are you laughing? What's so funny?
Grazie.
Too happy, too many chips.
All right, players, as you know, the GG Super Millions Live is not for the room, it's, it's just for us.
All right, all right.
We have a seat swap, so we're going to start with the short stack, which is, Jonathan, you can change your seat to whoever you like.
Happy where I am.
Happy where you are. Jonathan will stay in seat 3.
The button
You're
hasn't
gonna
been
tell us
drawn.
where
No,
the button is?
Okay,
we
no
draw
draw.
after the button.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. And Randy, this is what we were talking about just before Luca started doing the intros. The seat swap feature.
The seat swap is definitely important because it's kind of like
I
what
mean,
I want to take position on
you
the
still get
guy.
an advantage to
Gives me
pick
some
your seat
trouble.
where you want to
No, I'm
stay
saying,
as
like,
the last. I know what you mean.
John
But it
would've-
gives too big an advantage,
John
in our
South
opinion,
King
to do that. So
Right, yeah.
we won't do that yet.
All right.
Michael,
And it goes in inverse order
Where
from
would you like to
short
sit?
stack
Inverse
all the
order.
way up to chip leader.
So chip leader gets
Right.
last pick. He can take position
Swap
on the
with
second
Soja.
place guy
Good view of the cards.
or
I
sit
see
across from him. Or
Nick
take
will swap with Soja. Michael will swap with Roman.
Maybe there's a guy who 3-bets too much, so you get
And we'll
position on
get
him so he
to
won't do that
Seth.
to you.
Just for social purposes?
Yes. Pictures.
Social purposes.
We don't have enough pictures together.
for
This was
pictures.
nice.
Dry sense of humor on Nicky P.
He said some funny stuff when
Picture
you
I
were gone,
remember
Ellie.
us at a poker table together.
He's got a
It was
great
perfect.
sense of humor.
Seth is
Yeah.
next.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, sorry.
He was actually down to
I'm gonna
2
swap
big
with
blinds.
Webber.
He spotted up.
Swap with Webster.
I'll put you in a good mood. And the musical chairs continue here.
Like, even though it doesn't
It's pretty
matter,
cool to see.
what the impetus for like what you would have done. So
Then we have Sosia.
The important part is going to be these next few swaps coming
I'll
up.
just stay.
Sosia will stay in her seat. And we have Roman.
And there's like a huge strategy to this. If you didn't go into this knowing about the seat swap, it's a little bit disadvantageous because
Roman will stay
you
in
swap,
his seat.
but someone might swap with you, so you need to predict these things
Right.
and how to get the
We
optimal
have,
spot.
Chris.
Put a shot clock on him.
Chris will swap with Michael.
So he's taking position on Nick Petrangelo.
Yep.
And the chip leader Webster last to the side.
Come on, buddy.
Yeah, I'll stay. Sorry? I'll stay. Stay. Yeah, perfect. Webster will stay in his seat.
Okay.
So that
Wish
concludes.
I had one of those moments where somebody would think for a long time and like a TV host say, sorry, I have to push you for an answer. I didn't.
Reshuffling
Okay, perfect.
process.
We're just going to draw for the button. We're going to play 15 hands before raising the level. At 8, 7, and 6 players remaining. When we get down to 5 and 4 players remaining, we're playing 14 hands before we raise the level. 3 and heads up, we're going to play 13 hands.
I almost got it.
If we started a cycle of hands, we're not going to reduce them if we're going down from 4 to 3, for example. We finish that cycle first, okay?
How many 13 hands per level is what you said?
15 hands per level. When we are 8, 7, and 6, we reduce them to 14 at 5 and 4, 13, 3, and heads up. Cool. But I was saying that we finish the cycle of 15 if we go, let's say we have 7 hands remaining from going to 8, yeah.
Yeah, I think yours is that one, right?
I believe that is your box, but I will double check for you, okay?
Yeah.
These are the final seats.
You've tried to model it properly.
I'm not using that one. So this is probably mine.
That's yours.
I'll double check for you, Roman, okay? Yep.
We're just going to take my lift.
Can you just, which one is Roman's box that he's going to use?
I need to be away from the big stacks.
Who do you think came up on the short end of the stick here, Randy, after the seat swapping concluded?
Yeah, I think this one's mine.
I'm gonna say.
Fresh waters.
Is it Hrabitz?
Yeah, I think
To the
so.
right of the chip leader?
Right of the chip leader.
Never where you want to be?
Because what happens is you might have a marginal hand that you could raise and put pressure on shorter stacks. Then you see the chip leader behind you, like, oh, he's going to 3-bet me. And you just have to fold a bit more. You got to play more snug. What's important here is I believe that Webster, he said, stay in my seat.
Right.
And it's because he's got 2 short stacks to his
Yeah, I have
left.
5.
He thinks it's going to get folded to him a bit more often because Roman's going to be handcuffed with the chip leader right behind him. So he can just raise into those short stacks who can't defend the big blind very wide because of the ISIM implications.
And there is a look at the chip counts as the final table is set to get underway here with the blinds at 75 and 150,000 for 15 hands. Those chip counts brought to you by our title sponsor, GG Poker. $67 bigs, the deepest of all stacks. 17 bigs, the shallowest.
So I do like.
There's a look at the payouts, by the way, brought to you by Poker Stake. 121K for 8th. Working our way up to 965. The pay jump, by the way, Randy, 43K between 8th and 7th. You were saying?
I was going to say, back on the seat draw section, I was looking at, who else might have got a sweet spot, and I actually really like Chris Brewer's seat. He's got position on, the short stacks, but also the medium stacks. We've got to respect him. He's away from the chip leader, who's going to handcuff him a bit. It seems like a pretty good spot for him doing that little seat draw thing, and I think it's him playing online on GG helps a bit, whereas, Webster, I don't think he plays on GG, so he was like, I'll just take the seat I've been given.
Although, not necessarily fair to suggest that Webster didn't put thought into staying in the seat that he was in.
True. Although he did say it really quickly. He was like, I'll just stay in my seat.
Oh, maybe he was thinking about it ahead of time as things were stacking up.
Like, I warmed it up the most.
I warmed it up the most. Yeah, that was the consideration. Brewer, though, does have 3 players between him and Webster on either side. So, got some buffer. Did we draw for the button yet? I'm not sure.
Well, they did ask, do we get to see the button on the seat swap? Because then that would make a big difference. Like, yeah, I want to be the button. But no, we
too much of an advantage, I believe, is how Luca described it.
Who's the crafty one that asked the question? That's the big one.
I know Socia inquired.
Yeah.
Which, considering she's 4th out of chips, is a little bit peculiar. You'd think it was the shorter stacks that would be more concerned with that. And the likes of
I mean, if that was the
Soisa and
case,
Chaffee.
it's the chip leader that's going to get the button, clearly.
Last choice.
But you know, it's cool that they kind of introduce some of these GG nuances that spices things up. See if it works. Definitely adds a layer of
Well,
strategy,
he used to
especially
be
on that
not shy. I
final
don't know,
table bubble spot.
how much you've heard.
Times.
Baby corn. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, the political landscape
Been
has
on
changed.
tour much longer than Nick Petrangelo.
You used to get a slap on the wrist for that stuff, right?
You got away with not being in prison multiple times.
Yes.
Dude,
So it appears that Soiza,
like,
guys, we're on
through
TV.
the button.
You could still like be a registered sex offender in New Jersey on the bottom list.
I'm going to leave that one alone. Brewer opens the 300,000 under the gun, welcoming 2 sevens to his second place stack. And Webster not looking to pick a fight. King Jack into the muck.
Yeah, while you've got the bigger stack, you don't want to put yourself in situations to lose most of the stack. So a lot of times you actually see the first and second place guys sit across, from what I've seen on the GG seat swaps. And they kind of just take turns picking on everyone else.
Petrangelo going to defend as we play an 825K pot. King, queen, deuce as Petrangelo outflops the sevens. Checks with the flow of play, and Brewer.
Little small bet.
Yeah, tickler.
It's also the board where the big blind will probably just miss a lot because it's the big cards. Those kind of hands would just jam in pre-flop. Ace, kings, ace, queens, so he thinks he can just take it down, protect it. But once you get called, you're like, yeah, he's probably got some king X or queen X. Scary.
Yeah, the ace of spades does give Brewer the lone spade draw in this confrontation, and you wonder what he's going to do.
I would definitely think about it because it's scary to bet here, but it's hard for Petrangelo to have a good hand that could continue, it feels. I'm like, okay, king, queen. Queen, jack would have trouble. King, jack, unless there's a spade in their hand. Ace 10, ace jack. I guess I could see those spots.
You're saying king, queen would have trouble
No,
continuing?
not king, queen.
No.
I'm just trying to think of hands that would have king, jack. I like that he's thinking about betting here. He knows the sevens are no good. If he gets called, he's got backup, hit a spade or 7. I really like this play.
Puts the pressure on Petrangelo, who promptly puts it into the muck.
I didn't see that.
It's my fault.
Nice pickup there for Brewer in hand number 1 of 15 at the 150 big blind level.
Clarified what for. We said I give you a registered sex offender. I said we should have clarified what for.
They're talking over us.
Thank God.
We weren't quite talking over you as much as you would hope, gentlemen.
Anyways, she looks 17 at least.
Oh boy. Maybe we should start talking more, Randy.
Yeah, about that hand you just lost, Nick.
Seth Davies welcoming Black Kings.
Another deep run for Davies. Had multiple deep runs over in Cyprus.
Yeah, looking back,
He couldn't
cashed
close one
5
out, though.
times.
Yeah, he couldn't close one out, but I remember him just always at every single final table.
Third, a second, 2 8th place finishes, a 10th. And it's interesting because Davies was in that same sort of class as Nick Petrangelo in terms of guys who had been to multiple stops yet to cash. Once he broke the seal, it was all upward from there. And upward is not the direction I would anticipate Jonathan Jaffe's chips to be headed in this spot, as he's got 2 jacks on the button.
I can't think of a way he gets away from this. It's just, you got to go all in. I mean, he might just put in most of his chips in case some craziness happens behind him. Maybe like 1.5, but the intention is to get all the chips in there.
Obviously, he suspects he's got the best hand a vast majority of the time. Not on this occasion, of course. And he stuffs it. Music to Davies' ears. Quick double check of the cards, and the call is made. And bad news for Jonathan Jaffe for the time being in a 5.2 million chip pot.
ESP, king.
I was really. I got a king in mind.
What'd you say? Yeah. It's what?
Burn down. 3 off the top. Is there a jack available? No.
I think it's that.
It's potential.
2
Maybe
hearts.
a 10. An 8.
No 4 of clubs.
Jack.
Davies rooting for the 4 of clubs. Instead, it's an ace.
4 of clubs.
And now it's down to 2 outs once for Jonathan Jaffe. Or his run here at this final table will be short. There was the 10, but no 8 available to go with it. As Jaffe doles out a fist bump, and we will dole out 8th place prize money to that young man who notches yet another cash, 121K to add to his total. Going to bring him to 681,000 across 3 caches. 7-handed. We march forward.
And march
Now,
we will.
164K, the next payout.
Yeah, so as we get further into this tournament, you can see we get to the 100K payouts after more bust outs, and that's when things get really juicy. Do we got a little Lucky Charm there next to that chip stack? Do you see something?
Is it a money cat?
I think it's a money cat. Needs to turn it around.
Maybe it's a shy money cat.
You don't want a shy money cat. You want one that takes the money.
Right. Hobbits off of at least the 10 of spades and a 5.8 million chip stack. Sticking 300 out there for a min raise open.
Ten, 7 of hearts. This is connected stuff. What you want to see from the big blind for a min raise.
Davies moving into 3rd in chips.
We'll say he's very likely to have kicker problems given the position.
Yep. Unfortunate to be sharing a card with Hrabets on the monotone ace-queen-jack board. Both players with the Broadway draw.
A lot of times on monotone boards, if people see a bad day, downsize. Not sure what that other card is. But it would have some connection with the 10 of spades. Whether it's ace 10, jack 10. 2 big blinds. Gets it done.
Little follow through for the lone remaining first timer in the field. You know, we started the day with 32 players, Randy. Half of that field was Triton first timers. They have not fared well en route to the final table, as Roman Hrabets is the only remaining hope for the rookies. Davies has 15% of chips at the table, 3rd of 7 as it stands now. Brought to you by Shambhala Jewels.
The other Malaysian veteran plays all the Triton events. Both no limit and short deck.
Button moves over to Brewer.
You have to.
Robert's, by the way, a cool customer. Randy, not a guy that...
What does a cool customer mean?
You know, just that poise, just that sense of presence at the table. You know, guy's a player.
Yeah.
Sometimes we'll see experienced online players come into the live arena and look a little bit rattled, look a little bit out of their element, a little bit uncomfortable. Not so for Roman
I see where you're coming
Hrabets.
from. Yeah.
Or first-timers to Triton. You know, you're in the presence of a lot of greatness here. Real nosebleed action. Maybe dipping your toes into the deep end of the pool, deeper end of the pool for the first time. No signs of that whatsoever on Hrabets. As Petrangelo with the ace-queen opens just north of min.
Napkins. Into the muck.
Yeah. And we expect to see a decent bit of this, obviously, as we kind of shake out.
You see the big blind fold even more when the two guys at the bottom have like the same stack, so they're kind of like waiting each other out. It's like, hey, why don't you put your chips in first and maybe turn into a 10 big blind stack, or maybe bust out first, because it's to your advantage because of the way payouts are structured. They ladder upwards to wait out the other opponent when you can.
Patience is profitable.
Really is. Folding just makes you money.
You know, it doesn't sound like a particularly sexy philosophy,
No,
but
it's not why you play poker. To
no,
fold,
it isn't, right?
It's like, oh, we come play here to fold. No. But like the way these players, these world-class players have been playing it's very technical now at these final tables. They understand the ICM, so they all have this general sense of playing cautious, not getting too reckless. But once in a while, you get someone who just steps out of that box and, you know, just kind of goes for it all the time. And is like, I'm going to put this to my advantage. Sure, maybe I'll lose all my chips first, but...
You can just say it. Carl Chape-Gatien.
Yes.
You don't have to beat around the bush, Randy.
Exactly. And that was a delight over in Cyprus.
Absolutely.
Well, blind versus blind, 5-3 offsuit. Not a great hand, but you see him putting chips in. It's because he's got the chip advantage. He knows the 4 million stack is a stack that doesn't want to play pots because it's looking at the short stacks who's only got about 2 or 3 million in chips. It's hard for the small blind to limp continue too often. However, ace-6 of diamonds is enough of a hand to see a flop, but you're not going to fist pump even if you just flop an ace. You're not like, look, let me get all the chips in. Let me try to pot control my way down to the river.
Yeah, the ice is thin. And the dummy end of a gut shot on the 10-9-7 board for Jiang.
It's those middling cards that does limp call. It hits the small blind range more. 5-3 offsuit. You're looking at it and you're like, well, I bet. I don't really know what I'm up against. I could be up against like a 2-pair, a 1-pair, a straight draw. It's a lot of guessing game. A lot of times you kind of see the 5-3 offsuit maybe do some kind of delay. See how it develops on the turn. Then fire some bets in.
So the check back from Hrabets as the 8 rolls off promptly for Sosia.
Normally this would be a good spot for the small blind to just stab and try to bluff at it, but you actually have the bottom end of the straight. I probably would just keep things slow it down. There is a case where you bet a little bit to kind of charge some draws. I suppose Jack X is not a big part of the big blind raising range on limp versus limp, so...
Let alone the check back range
Yeah.
on the flop. As Jiang barrels and Hrabets is done with it.
Nice little pot.
I'll tell you what, I think it's nice from Hrabets as well, you know, as he's able to kind of identify the range advantage that Jiang had there. The fact that he's not going to be able to rep it all too credibly on that 10 high board.
I knew that this was coming.
Brewer opens with ace-10. Now Jiang on the button with sevens. Currently 5th out of 7 players. Brewer, 2nd in chips. She just puts him into the muck, Randy. Walk me through it.
I was going to say that I wouldn't surprise me if she folds it. It's one of those spots where it's uncomfortable. Flat calling there kind of puts your hand a little bit face up. 2 big stacks behind you might pressure your calling. It's like, you know, just because you hit a set, when you do hit a set, doesn't mean you're going to get paid off for the full stack. I think it's just, let's just maintain my medium stack in the middle. Stay away from this trouble spot. If I want to continue with a hand, I'm going to come in with a 3-bet. Take control, so my range is uncapped.
Petrangelo has shed the headwear here. 6th of 7.
Stop the clock for me, please. It's scary to play the hand after that happens, too.
Suited connector now for Davies.
The pretty one, spades. In the muck. Got some respect for the stacks behind him. It's the chip leader in the small blind.
Jiang suited herself. Not looking to open.
See what his game plan is with King 7 offsuit. Definitely a hand you can raise. Depends on how he thinks the blinds will react, but you know, if he's raising 5-3 offsuit, it doesn't really strike me as a guy who's going to lay down King 7 on the button. Ace deuce. So Soiza is the clear short stack here. I think call is standard. There is a world where people just kind of put in more chips because the hand doesn't play that well post flop. It feels like he's got a little bit too much to do that. So come in for call. Flop's bottom pair. It's actually a good flop for both players. One of those spots where you're gonna just fire a little bet. You're gonna bluff away when you miss. You might as well bet when you got it.
825 in the middle. And Hobbit's betting 225. Not the kind of price that is going to put ace deuce into the muck, I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely check calling is the standard player of ace deuce. Also, the nice thing to think about is you check call of ace deuce. Sometimes an ace rolls off, your opponent either hits or reps it. You got 2 pair. You want to think about how your opponents would react to certain cards you like.
Well, Michael needs help. Doesn't get it on the turn.
Do we order?
King 7, I could see it betting here. I could see it checking. I think either way, your kicker isn't a good kicker, so if you get called by a king, you're most definitely behind usually. Set the price now. Sometimes you need to think about, well, how would I respond to a check raise? Would I commit the rest of the chips? If that answer is no, then usually you check more often. But he seems pretty confident to bet again. Wants to charge ace 5, ace deuce, ace 4, these types of hands.
Facing a bet of 550 now.
Look, ace deuce could be the best hands here. He does beat hands, but it's just if you're ahead, you're probably not that far ahead. Your opponent might have like an open-ended straight draw with some flush draws. Just stay away. Your chips are important. If you make a call here, you're wrong. You become the clear short stack. Now the guy in 6th place is really waiting you out.
And you can't assume that you're going to be able to get the showdown free of charge. Once the river rolls off, all of a sudden you face that 3rd barrel. How do you like it unimproved?
So the hand, just because maybe you know where you're at on the turn sometimes, doesn't mean that the river bet isn't coming.
Yeah. And to be fair, the button open from Hobbit's, the range is wide enough that you don't really know where you're at. It contains a pretty broad spectrum of holdings.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Yeah.
So. It's annoying. That's why I like the big blinds with short stacks. Try not to defend too often. It's because they don't want to dwindle down to that 12, 13 big blind. Do it one more time. Down
Sure.
to 10. Blinds go up after, what, 15 hands? Not ideal.
Not at all. Hobbit's going to sit this one out. On the button, 10-6 suited, chip leader Webster Lim.
Seems like a chip leader raising hand. Suited. I want to say connected. Okay, it's not just a raising hand, it's a raise for all the chips. Ace Queen for Petrangelo.
Off of 3 million. 6th place chips right now.
It's annoying because there is a guy shorter than you who just lost some chips. But Ace Queen is just seems too strong here.
Yeah, and he agrees as he moves all in. To be fair, the pay jump between 7th and 6th, not anything that's altogether.
Was it a raise? It was
big.
sorry, it was a raise and an all-in.
Yeah.
Because I thought I saw the graphic of an all-in from Webster.
No.
Must have misread it.
All good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Petrangelo going to wash that pot down.
Excuse me. Service.
You know, earlier, Randy,
Some Monica honey.
I did house 3 Vietnamese iced coffees.
Don't trap me again. I see you eyeballing the waitress looking for 2 more.
You know, just seeing her deliver beverages to the final table does tempt me into flagging her down for a re-up. You know, it's not like a time release sort of thing. I mean, you know, it wears off.
Oh, you've never had Monica honey?
Oh, what is
I don't want to crash. I got to keep my
By the end of this 2
blood
weeks,
coffee level in line.
what's the over and under? How many Vietnamese coffees you've had?
I don't know, but
Probably like 120.
I like your side.
Okay, so here we're playing 24 big blinds. Some people jam, some people limp, some people raise. I think raising is probably not the ideal spot, so you either go for the limp jam or limp.
525.
Okay, he does raise. Just it's awkward, really. You know, you don't have the shortest stack where you can just open rip it. If you get called in position, it sucks. Yeah.
Lets him off the hook quickly as he had deuce X.
That sounds great.
So back-to-back pots there for Petrangelo as he is putting a little bit more runway between himself and Soiza. Warm welcome to those of you that are taking in this final table of event number 1 at the Triton Super High Roller Series in Hoi An, Vietnam on YouTube. Don't forget to click that subscribe button to ensure that
Vietnamese coffee so many times I want one now too.
Yeah. Just to ensure that you are kept abreast of all of our content. Get notifications. Hit that like button for us as well if you're into what you're seeing. Certainly our pleasure to have you with us from all around the globe in all time zones. Poker fans everywhere. And Soiza's going to be a fan of Ace-Jack suited in the cutoff. Off of 2.1 million.
Push it in.
Didn't look like all of it.
A lot of you guys like to put in
What's
part
your
of their
stack?
stack
Oh,
in. Confrontation coming.
yeah.
1 point, 1 behind.
And this is half his chips already out there. I would imagine.
21.
Yeah, the click back to exactly how much Soiza has from Nikki P.
No, I'm just saying.
All in. All in, yeah.
And it gets back around to Soiza. They deal with the formalities, and it is going to be an unfortunate development
You know what I mean? Like if somebody has their chips in like 3s and 7s.
for Ace-Jack.
KO 28.
stacks.
I tried to make
you,
it
you were
organized.
fine.
Yeah,
You know,
I made it 5 and 5. So it's 1.1.
I'm not. As big KO, he does 28 stacks. You know, like,
No, like before I was saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's 5 and it's a whites and blacks. So
Great spot here for Petrangelo.
Seems like the tournament for him so far. After being down to 2 blinds, queen in the window.
Yeah, that's disaster for Soiza. You see his equity dipping considerably. Just 4% from this point forward. No spade on the board. And on the turn, Soiza draws dead. The river, a formality. And we have lost yet another player here in the early going in the first level of our featured table. Michael Soiza. Soiza going to pick up 164K for his efforts. Add that to the 4.46 million that he had earned over the course of his career, coming in, denied his second title, but picking up his 11th cash. And we carry on 6-handed here at the final table.
We do lose our 2 players who were the shortest stacks coming in. Seems like they did a bad seat swap, eh?
Don't hold the seat swap accountable, Randy. Don't lay blame on the players.
Could have picked a different seat, would have got different cards, who knows?
Yeah, all right, okay.
Nah, but those hands played were coolers.
Maybe you've got a little money cat somewhere in your pocket. Nothing superstitious about Nano Noko.
All I do is study seat swaps. You know, I don't worry about how to get there, but one day I'll get to the final table and I can use that
Honestly, I think
information.
seat swaps are the strongest part of your game.
I mean, when you came into the commentary booth, I did a seat swap.
That's true.
I did. You didn't notice, did you? Till now.
Did you have first option or did I? It's unclear.
You were the short stack, huh? And then I kept my seat. There we go.
Was I the short stack though, Randy? King 6 suited opens to 300,000 up front. Now Brewer on the button.
Ace Jack is one of those hands where people do a bit of a mixed strategy. Three bet tends to be the norm because it's not like you got blockers to the good hands. Doesn't play optimally, but seems too weak to just fold.
Three bets to 800K.
It feels a little suspicious. He's just like, come on, you're going to 3-bet my under the gun when we're the 2 bigger stacks. Seems like you're supposed to pick on me. He's thinking about actually making a move, I think. This would be pretty sick 4-bet.
Is it the kind of hand to do it with?
King 6, well, you block ace king. You block kings. The 6 is okay. Because you know, you don't block some hands that will 3-bet and fold, like the jack. Look at this. It's reaching for chips.
Yeah, you suspected that this was inbound. And I doubt that Brewer expected this.
No. He probably thought he would just play straightforward, like, oh, you'll respect me because it's not worth the risk. This is just an epic play. Well done, King 6 suited.
And a little bit of disrespect for
That is
Brewer's 3-bet there from Ravitz.
I think it's the timing thing. He's just like, it just seems too suspicious, right? Like,
sure,
we're both number 2, 3, 4 stacks. The first opportunity you 3-bet my under, because in theory, when you 3-bet the under the gun, you're supposed to be pretty nutted, right? Because the under the gun's opening a tighter range. I mean, how often do you really get dealt ace, king plus, queens plus? It's just a really nice read.
Agreed. That's kind of what it takes, Randy. You can't just sit back and, you know, presume that you're always going to be dealt in with the best of it. Got to take some chances.
Well, he did say he's a lone newcomer. He's showing some good plays.
Yeah. It's been an impressive run to this point. Look at Brewer, big smile on his face. He's like, this kid, this Czech kid, 4-betting me. I got something for him. Feverishly pecking away at his cell phone. Davies, meanwhile, opens to 350,000 with ace-8. And this one should get through. There it is. Davies, good friends with Jason Kuhn, 4-time Triton titleist. I know they talk a lot of strategy and a lot of poker. Of course, such an advantage to have access to brilliant minds as part of your group of friends out here in these high-stakes streets.
Almost certainly. Yeah, it helps, you know, catch each other's holes. Maybe you got some
leaks.
Some leaks.
Mm.
Catch those leaks, yeah. Discuss maybe some new tendencies of some opponents.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Seth Davies' stack. It looks monstrous, but you know he's actually in 5th place out of the 6 remaining players. So those whites are tricking me. Small blind, big blind. It is the chip leader he'd be limping into. That's the man who can defend wider than normal.
Well, like 7.
He didn't answer him.
10 deuce, looking to limp in here.
Like you said earlier, he just seems pretty confident in the choices he's making. You know, some people would just lay this down like, yeah, it's not really worth it. It's a good sign when the chip leader isn't just instant raising your first limp as well. Brick.
And listen, Webster so far has been pretty deferent, looking to kind of lay back. As he flops himself a gut shot, straight draw here.
Yeah, he plays a very solid style. He's going to lead out with 10 deuce. It is that kind of board where if your opponent's playing a very wide range, since it is check pre-flop in limp spot, BVB, they're going to miss this way too often. But 6-5, just enough hand. Put a little bit of chips in there. Maybe hit. Maybe gets checked to you, and when you miss, you fire away.
6 of diamonds a consideration as well for Webster.
Helpful.
He will tear one off. Top card pairs.
It's actually a good card for Webster. I know it doesn't improve him, but it's the type of card where you wouldn't expect Roman to multi-barrel. When they call you on a flop, well, they've got a pair, or if they've got a draw. They likely aren't going to fold to a multiple barrel. So that's going to give Webster the chance to get checked to and, you know, decide. Do I take my stab now and represent that king, that 7? Or do I take one off and maybe play a river card? I think I prefer betting. My opponent does seem a little weak to bet, flop, check, turn. I've got 6 high. So many hands you can fold out. By checking, you'd be capping yourself to not having a king. I like this play.
Yeah, Webster putting 325 out there, taking advantage of that turn check to fire and take it down. He's a tactician, Randy.
Yeah, he's like one of the guys I always say hi to, too. He doesn't say much, but he's very friendly. And
yeah.
He's really good friends with Soiza. They talk a lot of strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Malaysia, and he's friends with Danny Tang, one of those guys that loves to play poker as well at these Triton stops.
Yeah, he loved to play Chinese poker as well. I owe him 900 from North Cyprus.
Well done.
We're playing 100 a point.
I know who not to
I'll have a
stake
shot at
in that
it.
game.
Listen, don't just assume that because it's called Chinese poker that somehow the Westerner has a disadvantage.
You have a disadvantage, don't you?
I don't. I play a good amount of Chinese poker, Randy. Go ahead. You can book Danny against me if you like. But look, Danny's no fish.
You think he'd be playing you if he didn't think you were the spot?
You think I'd be playing him if I didn't think he was the spot? He's not the spot. Nobody's the spot. Webster Lim putting everybody on the spot as the chip leader. Out of the small, raising, queen jack, take it down. And it looks like the blinds are going up. If I'm to
What's this little guy all about?
have heard the dealer correctly there.
So we are 6-handed, meaning 15 hands per level, but we get one more bust out, we're going to knock that number down to 14 hands.
Okay.
Did increase the level. Small little change.
Looks like it's still 75, 150 out there right now. Did my ears deceive me? Does it feel like we've played 15 hands?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I'm too engrossed in the action.
I could have sworn I heard the dealer say it. That's why I called it out. But looks like we're going to stick at 75, 150 for now. It doesn't feel like we've played 15 hands, if I'm being honest. Not keeping track, but
No, it feels like a few more hands, but who knows?
folded around now to Nick Petrangelo, 8-3 suited. Looking to take a flop.
10-6. It's a little trashy. You can see he's reaching for chips, thinking, is it trashy enough to do that kind of polarized range? Just enough connection where you're like, all right, I'll take a flop. You know, like when it goes to 10-5, that's the line.
10-6, you can get both cards working. To be fair, all straights can be made with 10-5. 9-7-5.
It's an
Both
odd
players
fact
have
to
a gut
know.
shot.
Did not know that.
Yeah.
Oh. You've been stumped.
Producer James asking to make a 9 high straight with 10 high. Obviously, the 10 creates the 10-5. The 10 creates a 10 high straight. Why would you bother, Producer James? Somebody take the batteries out of that man's comms. Meanwhile, Petrangelo is checked over to Brewer. 10 of spades. 6 of diamonds.
Inside straight draw. Both players. And the passive route doesn't necessarily mean he's going to lose his pot unimproved. Because Brewer's got to be worried when he gets check called on a flop. He's up against some kind of pair. He may slow down if no connection. That is an interesting card.
Yeah, the ace of clubs. Remember, this one wasn't raised pre.
So having said that, I'd imagine small blind would have a little bit more aces than the big blind because it's not raised pre.
Mm-hmm.
If Brewer had a pair like a 9, 7, or 5, they should be worried on the ace. So Brewer will likely check the turn at a decent frequency. You also wouldn't imagine an ace bet the flop unless it now has 2 pair. Just from a pure hand reading point of view. Then again, and put final tables in there, bigger stack. Maybe you lean towards a bet more often, thinking your opponent won't want to continue with like bottom pair. And that's what he's going to do.
Second barrel out of Brewer.
Overbet.
Big one.
He's got some game today.
Yeah. I tell you what, momentum is such a real thing in tournament poker, Randy. We've seen it so often. A guy catches fire and just stop after stop. Prince.
I believe it.
Brewer, it is
You're
a
in the
long
zone.
time coming.
You feel very confident in your decisions. You're getting rewarded with top payouts. People know you're running hot a little bit. Maybe they, get a little cold feet in. It's just a little simple spot. Might not seem, shouldn't make a big decision, but it does come into play.
Wins seem to lend to more wins, as we see. Brewer currently sitting second out of our remaining 6 players. Nobody particularly short. On deck payout, $222K.
Yeah.
Pay jump to 5th, $286.3K. So we're looking at $64,000 roughly.
Yeah, definitely no clear short stack. It's going to be a bit of a grind. But as the way things have been going, they've kind of been battling a bit, kind of disrespecting that the stack situation relative to prize pool.
Chip leader activating.
Attention, Dealers and players in event number 2 in a little over 5 minutes. We're going to have a 30-minute dinner break and we're going to chip raise the 500 value chips.
How interested is Seth Davies with 8-4 suited in the big?
He's interested because it's suited and connected. He's not loving it just because, well, do I want to put in more chips, maybe turn myself into a short stack? Just deems that it's just enough to see what happens, but I was going to say completely whiffed it, but
No,
that's a decent
not
flop
completely.
for.
He's got bottom pair, backdoor straight and flush prospects.
What's important, too, is that it's the chip leader who opens, so it doesn't necessarily mean he's very ace-heavy. Of course he would be, but he's going to have so much other garbage because he's going to leverage the point that he's got that big stack that will open pretty wide. So you got to call here with bottom pair. You check calling here on the flop. It's pretty ace-heavy as well, so it's hard for Webster to multi-barrel you confidently, since you're not perceived to defend that many 4Xs and 5Xs from the big blind with a 30 big blind stack.
Of course, if you're going to defend the 8-4 suited on a board like this, you are compelled to check call. And now Davies acquires the heart draw courtesy of the 10 of hearts. Promptly checks once more.
Yeah, well, for Davies, the way this hand's going to play is pretty straightforward. Check call one more, see what develops on the river. Ace-Jack, enough of a kicker to go for more value. It's also a spot where you don't get check raised on the turn very often, especially from a stack that size. So I'd feel pretty confident betting, not expecting to get check raised all in. And you see the 8-4 of hearts, and it is a hand that you could check raise all in. But the problem is, we're at a final table. Do I really want to take that big of a risk when someone could be smashing me, maybe bust out before, you know, Petrangelo and Socia Jang, who are on the bottom.
Stacks.
And that's how final tables play out a little bit differently than the other phases of the tournament.
A little north of half pot gets called by Davies. Webster does have the ace of hearts. Don't think that Davies is ever finding a fold if he makes the flush, which he doesn't, as the 5 pairs on the river.
It's a good card for Webster in a sense that it's not one of those cards where, oh, I'll just check back the ace-jack. Here, I think he can confidently value bet again.
Does Davies ever try to represent a 5? Well, we got our answer.
I don't think so, because I think he's expected to check fold a 5 on the turn.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you need to think about these things more carefully before you try to represent such crazy hands. So ace-jack, what does he lose to? It would basically be like an ace-5, an ace-10, 4-5. But he beats all those other aces. He's thinking about it. I guess the question is, okay, if Davies has an ace that's weaker than mine, so ace-9, ace-8, ace-7, etc., what size would pay off?
Well, you tell us, Randy. $3.5 million in the middle. Davies has 4.6 back.
It's a bit of a leveling war sometimes. Sometimes you would think you would need to bet smaller to cater to those hands, but then sometimes you want to kind of make it look like you move your opponent off a hand, you bet bigger. So that's the fun part about watching these is what size do they think is optimal and how to confuse their opponents. And you got to remember, because let's just say you got ace-9, you chop the board, so like you feel kind of dirty if you're folding a chop. 1.5 is kind of that milky-ish style bet.
Yeah.
I think this is never a call, really, with the bottom pair. You'd be very heroic. You look like you've got an ace. You can show up with much better hands than bottom pair to make
Well, who looks like they've got the ace, Webster or Davies?
I think both players look like they've got an ace. So I don't think you need to be calling with bottom pair. especially with the way the kicker plays. He's thinking about something.
Well, I think the question is, do I bluff catch here? How often is Webster sitting on air? Yeah. Davies having the hearts too, obviously blocking busted backdoor flushes for Webster.
Good point. And blocking some straight draws, like 8-7, 6-8. Not often, but, you know, they're there.
I'm not sure how much of that shows up in Webster's opening range, but as the chip leader, obviously.
Can be.
Could be a part of the puzzle. So a nice pickup there for Webster as he moves up to close to 12 million in chips, and Davies sliding down to about 4.5 million. You know, the first night that I arrived here in Vietnam, Laura Nisi and third member of our booth, Henry Kilbane, and I grabbed dinner in one of the restaurants here. Webster was with a big group, enjoying dinner. We were the only 2 tables in the restaurant. Said hello to him on the way in, and we asked for the bill at the end of dinner. We didn't light it up. We just had a couple of entrees and split it. We weren't starving or anything like that. And the staff came over to advise that the gentleman at the other table had already picked up the check, which was pretty thoughtful.
Very thoughtful. He's like, you better say some nice things about me.
Yeah. Since then, I've been following Webster around the property, making sure to eat wherever he goes to dinner. No, that's not true.
Let me get that Vietnamese coffee, Webster.
But
that's cool.
Genuine thanks were delivered his way. Just a generous, thoughtful.
He's
nice
been
guy.
rewarded with the chip lead in this tournament. I think it was a good investment.
Right.
Nice ROI.
Pocket fours here do look to be in the lead against Jang's defend range here, unless there's a Jack-10.
It's a favorite
or
to be
10-10
in the lead.
there. Yeah. Don't think 10-3 is in the range, but one never knows.
Well, it's a paired board. Very dry. Webster will... Did Sosia Jang lead out? Am I reading this action correctly? No, it's actually the other way around. I think
Yeah.
Webster C-bet 275K, which seems like the perfect sizing. Just enough to get everything to fold.
Mm-hmm.
I like his style. It's just so cruisy, you know? It's just slowly stacked chips, not big clashes.
Yeah, it's felt fairly effortless. I think he earned it against Seth. Granted, he had the best hand, but, you know, he made the most of the spot.
Mm-hmm.
He looked much
Got
happier.
2 streets of value against the 4.
Yeah, it's hard to do.
Flush draw on the turn, I think, obviously helped.
Of course.
Davies stick around.
Yeah, sometimes it's not about the guys who just splash around and make a stance. It's these guys who just come out grinding, play their cards, play the situations, and get the paycheck, register next tournament. That's what Webster reminds me of. Also, guys like Seth Davies does the same thing.
King 10 off for Jiang.
24 blinds. The standard in this spot is usually to actually limp call, I believe, but she's kind of been keeping some things more simple and just kind of like open jamming some situations.
If I fold, you can't raise me.
But if she goes all in, you also can't raise all.
Well, I also can raise, but
Scheduled 30-minute break was at the end of level 24. Obviously, we stopped a lot, and now we started playing by hands and not by time. So it's going to be, I believe, it's going to be a little bit long. So I would suggest, if you all agree, at the end of 11 more hands, I believe.
Yeah. I would.
Take a 30-minute break then. Instead of
Yeah.
That's good to me, yeah. Yeah, that sounds good to me, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
So 11 hands.
Some discussion about break time with the players and Luca. As Brewer wakes up to sevens.
Next.
Makes it 400 to go.
I'll make it.
It's not.
It's not
that's a lot-
ideal.
That's a lot of hands.
I'll make it.
Blinds did slide up to 100, 200 after the 15th hand. Six-handed, we will bump them up once more after a second set of 15 hands. Staubitz, King 10, thought about it. Lets it go, though.
Don't need to take every spot. Jack 3. You want to defend because you know you got that stack. It's a mini raise, but
Yeah.
don't get in trouble.
Especially Brewer, the second
Well, I
biggest
like
stack at the table.
The fact that I thought I had like 29 hands.
He's a guy that can hurt you as the chip
Yeah.
leader.
Not shy of over bets, which we've seen already.
There's a look at the hardware that will be headed to the event #1 champion, along with that 965K. And of course, points toward the Ivan Liao Player of the Year title. This is our first stop of 2023. We anticipate 4 stops this year. Who knows? Maybe a 5th even.
I'm not complaining. More content.
Love
more
it.
Fun. More Ollie time.
More frequent flyer miles.
Yeah, why don't you go Instagram all
I
about
should
your
use this,
rides again?
Listen,
Yeah.
Randy. Lord knows, if there's one arena in which I am shamelessly self-indulgent, it is the flight game.
The flight game. That's
Flight
your
game.
description.
Yeah.
The word choice. I like it. Simple.
You know? Did you get one of those rooms with a washer dryer, by the way, Randy?
You got a wash and dryer in your
I
room?
don't.
Oh.
But some people do.
Do they?
Just saying. We're here for a couple of weeks. I could use a washer
I could
dryer.
use that. Look, can we find out who that is?
Yeah.
Can we get Webster
Can we
to
get an
it
extra
for
room
us?
key? Yeah, exactly. Hey, Webster, sorry, man. I'm just 20 minutes left on this cycle. I'll be out of your room in no time. Jack 10 suited here as Socia goes to work. 450. Touch north of the minimum. Oh, Brewer in the big. He's got her covered and smothered in terms of ace high and hearts.
I don't really expect him to do anything too crazy. It's enough hand to see a flop. Don't want to 3-bet and fold such a nice looking hand.
Jack 7-7. Jang out in front.
It's not the worst flop for ace high. However, he is playing against a hijack, which is a little bit more snug off of 25 blinds. Will come into play. For now, action on Socia. Small bet is common. Paired boards. A third exactly.
I was about to say equally as common is the ace high taking one off just to see whether or not the opposition has a second barrel.
So what's important is the positions and the stack size.
Okay.
So if you're up against a cutoff and a button, you're more likely to call ace high. And if you're up against a bigger stack, in that spot, she's playing 25 big blinds, so she's folding more of these kind of high card hands that aren't ace high. So like, I don't know, queen 10 offsuit, for example, jack 10 offsuit, which would open in the cutoff and button, which you try to pick off. So these are small nuances, whereas if you're not that experienced, you may make a mistake and check call a bit more.
Excellent points.
Thank you. Makes me feel useful.
Daily affirmations in the booth here for Nano Noko. I'm your Huckleberry.
Right here.
Brewer. Big slick, small blind.
So a lot of times you see people trap like ace king in these situations, but what's important is who's got the bigger stack. The bigger stack is the guy who will raise your limp. So Davies is not in a position to raise fold that often with 20 big blinds. He'll just take a lot of free checks.
Yeah.
So you can't try to trap him. Like if he's raising, he likely has it. So you might as well just raise yourself.
Seth concedes off of 9-6 unsuited. The sailing has been pretty smooth for the top two stacks in Webster Lim and Chris Brewer thus far. Often describe these phases of a final table as a bit of a war of attrition. Also on the bubble, where you're just looking to wait out the competition. But no really jeopardized stack depth here. Even the shortest of stacks, which is Davies right now, 20 big blinds. That's a man who knows exactly how to execute off of that depth, and shallower for that matter.
Yeah, it's enough stack to kind of still see some flops and things like that.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect any haste.
No.
Or missteps out of this grouping.
Like at final tables, you have a lot of forward equity even when you reshove like 12 blinds and 13 blinds. So I imagine 20 blinds. You got time to wait.
You really do. Here's a question for you. 15 hands or 40 minutes?
I actually don't know
I
the
wanna
answer to
give
this
you
question.
two
I already
for the
know.
hand.
Yeah, which one's faster? I'm not a live poker guy, Ollie. Maybe you know better than me.
It would require, what, 2.5 minutes approximately per hand on average.
It's fast, isn't it?
I don't know. There's some raise and take it out there. 2.5 minutes is a long time. Six-handed?
Yeah.
You know?
I see where you're coming from. These guys aren't particularly slow either.
No. Pace of play's been reasonable. No gratuitous tanking.
So which one's longer? Did you decide?
I'm going to say 40 minutes is longer. I'm going to say that we're leveling up faster at 15 hands than we are.
But we
at
talk
40
about
minutes.
six-handed, seven-handed, or eight-handed when you say this statement.
Oh, right. Yeah. Eight-handed obviously is a little bit slower. As we see Brewer with the pocket threes opening to 400,000 now. Rabbits in the big with 2 tens.
Some people actually just open rip this. Some people try to induce.
Well, Rabbits is third in chips behind Brewer's second place stack. 3 smaller stacks out there than his.
He's actually going to take even slower. Just call. Wants to not risk his whole stack.
Ooh, and
Flop
top set. Unfortunately, though, that's the kind of texture that Brewer's threes are not going to love, especially out of a flat caller in the big.
Flat caller from the big smashes is a lot, so betting doesn't achieve too much. Your hand is a bit vulnerable, but you're just kind of confused, because sometimes your opponent calls like jack high. Okay, he's going to come out firing. Just Roman's got to love this top set. It's a bigger bet too, 650.
Coordinated board out there. How often does Rabbits want to get more in the middle now versus take the chances that something ugly rolls off on the turn?
He wants to definitely get more money in. The question is, what hands would Brewer bet for value and maybe fold because he thinks it's quite strong? You need to think about that. What's important in his hand actually is the sizing that Brewer opted to choose. He picked a half pot size bet, which is bigger than normal. So Roman might actually read into this as maybe a little bit stronger hand than normal. Maybe he raises a little bit more often than normal. I would think you would want to check call this board a lot with top set because it seems you're smashing a bit too hard and people can kind of find a way to hero fold pretty easily. And hey, check call it is.
Queen on the turn.
Good spot. Really good for Roman. This is actually the card that people multi-barrel bluff on a lot, especially if they got 2 broadways or they make some connection. Want to charge those middling hands. I mean, Brewer must have thought that he would get check called at a decent frequency on the flop just because it hits the big blind. Maybe not smashes it, but some connection. So it must have crossed his mind to maybe put in one more barrel, especially when an overcard comes. Because think about it, what check calls on the flop? Ace 8, Ace 7, King 8, and that's why he's betting again. He's targeting these middling hands that don't have like 10-9, like the straight draw backup.
Well, this is a beautiful sight For these set of tens, a 1.4 million chip bet into 2.4 on this turn. And I would imagine for Hrabets, now is the time to speak up.
So he's deciding how much stack he's got. He needs to calculate how much stack he's got behind. Is it too much to jam now? Is it, because if the more shallow you are, the more incentive for you to just put it in now, protect what's out there, get it in before a nasty card rolls off, which there's a lot of them. Jack, 9, 6, a lot of action killers.
Yeah.
He's reading into the flop bet sizing, the turn bet sizing. It kind of seems like Brewer's got a piece, even though he doesn't in the situation. Then again, when you jam, your opponent's not really going to just... He can hero fold against you. Maybe even a queen jack. It's possible. Because like you got to think about what hand bluffs you could have. I feel like check calls the play, but it's scary because there's so many nasty cards that can roll off. We'll see what he thinks. I'll tell you though, if he check calls, he's just
No,
gonna
he's
jam.
going to stuff, and a snap fold there from Brewer.
Yeah, it's just too many bad runouts that can come out. I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if Brewer puts in one more if it bricks off on the river.
I think one
Well, obviously, 0 showdown value in that spot.
He used one on the flop.
Depends on what river rolls off, I think.
Oh yeah.
But we'll never know. And therein, we find the first hiccup at this final table for Chris Brewer, who has been overtaken by Roman Hrabets.
Loving the way he's playing.
Would you
Would I jam
call
that
him a
turn?
cool customer?
Cool customer. No, I would not call him a cool customer.
Okay.
Would not.
But you get the spirit.
When I see him, hey, cool customer.
No, not to his face, Randy.
Okay. I didn't know. I'm learning. Learning the ropes.
Ace King here for Davies.
I was going to say it feels safe in the commentary booth, but then again, there's all these people listening to us.
450.
Out in the internet forever.
You're never safe when I'm in here and there's Vietnamese coffees available, I'll tell you that.
Let's throw those ace kings around.
450. Oh.
I said throw them around, didn't I?
Yeah, Hrabets wakes up with one of his own out of the small here.
Well, we know these two guys are going to get it in. But for the sake of bet sizing, he's got a 10 million chip stack behind him. So he can't just rip it in.
Sure can't. For Davies now, facing 1.4 with 3-5 back, Randy.
No, this is all in. Because you know, you want to realize all your equity when you get all in pre-flop. You don't want to like have to fold on some random flops like
Yeah.
9, 8, 7.
He is the short stack, obviously. That lends to him looking for a double, and the diamonds are covered.
Me, man. Take a bunch of red cards.
That's why Hrabets
All
has
5 of them red.
one tick more equity. As we head to the flop. All clubs, and neither player has the flush draw, so this is going to be carved up. No bloodshed. Six-handed action rolling on here at the final table of event number 1 of the Triton Super High Roller Series Vietnam from the Hoiana Golf Resort. Seaside property. Record-breaking field, 166 entries in an almost Cool million up top, 965K. It's going to be headed one of these players' way. Roman Hrabec of the Czech Republic. The only remaining newcomer to Triton.
Playing well.
In a field that began 32 strong here on day 2, comprised exactly half of rookies. To Triton, underperforming today, but Roman carrying the torch on their behalf, looking for the trophy.
Got a bloated pot here, blind versus blind.
Webster sizing up to 3x out of the small. Petrangelo defending with the Jack-9. And a good-looking board here for Webster.
Do we call that flopping it? Kind of.
Do we call it what?
Flopping it.
A little bit, sure. As the opener, you hold a decent chunk of ace-x.
Small bet, probably incoming. Ace-X is going to continue anyways, so why make the price too big? Every time we come back to Webster, he's just stacking a little bit more chips. Crack some knuckles.
Follow through. Gives him the pickup against that Jack-9. King-Queen suited now for Davies.
You see him looking around. Guess he's thinking about, is there a world where he sometimes just open rips it?
Oh, this is bad. Jang with the ace of diamonds and the dominant queen. How's she going to respond to this up front open from the short stack?
It's kind of funny because they're like the first 2 positions, 4 people back behind you. The stack size where
1 million.
yeah, I like 3-betting rather than jamming all in because it's easy, not to say easy, it's possible one of the guys behind you wakes up with something and then you're forced to get it in. So she is going to 3-bet to just 1 million, 5 blinds. Actually kind of interesting because we might get a post-flop spot. She is repping a pretty strong range given undergun +1, 20 big blinds, 27 big blinds involved. They should be strong hands. 2-3-bet to 1 million right now. Do people have discipline to fold king-queen suited for 550 more? That's the question.
It's got 3.7 million back. Jang, 5th in chips. Davies, the shorty. Really neck and neck, though. 22 and 21 blinds to start.
It's probably also thinking about, okay, well, if Associate had like 2 jacks, 2 tens, what would she do? What sizing would she use? Good laydown, because some guys are like, oh, it's suited. Let's just see what happens. Maybe it goes check through. He's solid.
I'll tell you what, king-queen suited is a lot of hand to let go of. But I think Seth correctly recognizing that Jang's range is reasonably narrow there.
Yeah, it should be narrow.
And really contains a lot of stuff that causes problems for the king-queen. Not to mention the fact that he'd be out of position post-flop.
Yeah, most definitely. The thing is, if you start folding this a lot,
Don't look up. They're blind as well.
and other people realize this, they might pressure you a bit more, and then you might have to make some counter adjustments to not get picked on too much. Suited, connected. Seems awkward. Out.
3.3.
Nikki P putting it right into the muck.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where the gain is not worth the loss in chips. Those guys can re-jam it on me so wide. Do I really just turn myself, lose 2 big blinds? The game's evolved to this point where people take more passive lines pre-flop.
How it works?
Well, not Brewer.
Not Brewer.
As he jams the Jack-9 there against Davies.
What I meant was for those middling, shorter stacks.
You'll double down.
Davies did let go of that big blind there against the jam.
My dad bought us black tips.
Yeah? Hell yeah.
Is this the last hand?
No jam with 5-6 from the button for Brewer as Davies looks down at a pretty one. Jack-10 suited in the small.
Looks like a good spot to put him in. Good equity against, even if you get called, it's not too bad.
All in.
Rips it. Obviously the proposition less attractive.
Would you say
Fewer hands that
3.3.
Jane can make the call with. Queen 8 not among them. So this orbit's going to be free of charge.
Like a, like a mathematical
Oh, of course.
school.
For Seth Davies. As we fight on here.
I remember my dad teaching me the game.
Not a lot of post-flop spots.
I mean, it's expected at final tables. People, I mean, you see people making some tighter folds pre-flop.
When I was young, yeah. But
Basically, it's kind of the way final tables are played these days.
Serious, he is.
yeah, they would do the stuff like throw grenades at avalanches and stuff. They did all that.
King 9 now for Davies on the button.
It's also kind of one of those awkward hands where normally you'd raise this. With this stack sizes, well, he's going to pump it up. Feels like it's enough of a hand. It's going to be uncomfortable into this big blind. He's not scared at all. 9x, well, most certainly dominating. Although there's a chance.
Yeah. Another 9 or an ace would be required to be ahead of this King 9. Does Rabbits have an idea?
I really cannot tell you what the other card is. It's an all-in.
Yeah.
It could be all sorts of cards, to be honest. It could
What
be
is that side card, I wonder, Randy?
It's big information if you can find out.
It seems like we're never going to know, as Rabbits didn't find his way to the RFID reader with both cards on this occasion, and the players are going to head to a dinner break. Webster Lim, still the chip leader, 11.5 million roughly in front of him. Not far behind is Rabbits, who did well for himself, up over 10 million. Brewer, Jang, Petrangelo, and Davies in that order, as we lost both Jonathan Jaffe and Michael Soiza in the first frame of coverage here in the final table of event number 1. Back inside the booth here, Ali Nishad and Randy Liu, just about set to send the players to the dinner break, Randy, but still feels like we're getting our feet wet. 6-handed now, things have slowed, guys are settling in, not a lot of ram and jam, just tactical stuff out there.
Yeah, very technical. You see some nuanced pre-flop decisions that, you know, they don't seem clear-cut, and they seem to know what they want to do. We're going to see as the levels go up, stacks will dwindle, some more players will bust out, and then we're going to see some fireworks in those final 2 or 3 players.
Yeah, and we're going not based on time, but on number of hands played here in the spirit of a GG Super Millions event, as this event number 1 of our Triton Super High Roller Series here in Vietnam is going to step aside for about 20 minutes, but be sure to stay close. We've got some highlights coming your way, and then we'll be back here in the booth. Henry Kilbane going to swap out for Randy. I will be sticking with you, so grab a snack, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work, and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
Yeah,
Burn down, 3 off the top. Is there a jack available? No.
I think it's that.
It's potential.
2
Maybe
hearts.
a 10, an 8.
Oh, 4 clubs.
A jack.
Davies rooting for the 4 of clubs. Instead, it's an ace. And now it's down to 2 outs once for Jonathan Jaffe. Or his run here at this final table will be short. There was the 10, but no 8 available to go with it. As Jaffe doles out a fist bump, and we will dole out 8th place prize money to that young man. Petrangelo has shed the headwear here. 6th of 7.
Stop the clock for me, please. It's scary to play the hand after that happens, too.
Suited connector now for Davies.
The pretty one, spades. In a muck. Got some respect for the stacks behind him. With the chip leader in the small blind.
Jang suited herself. Not looking to open.
Let's see what his game plan is with King 7 offsuit. Definitely a hand you can raise. Depends on how he thinks the blinds will react, but you know, if he's raising 5-3 offsuit, doesn't really strike me as a guy who's going to lay down King 7 on the button. Ace deuce. So Soiza is the clear short stack here. I think call is standard. There is a world where people just kind of put in more chips because the hand doesn't play that well post flop. It feels like he's got a little bit too much to do that. So come in for call. Flop's bottom pair. It's actually a good flop for both players. One of those spots where you're gonna just fire a little bit. You're gonna bluff away when you miss. You might as well bet when you got it.
825 in the middle. And Hobbits betting 225. Not the kind of price that is going to put ace deuce into the muck, I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely check calling is the standard player base deuce. Also, the nice thing to think about is you check call base deuce. Sometimes an ace rolls off, your opponent either hits or reps it. You got 2 pair. You want to think about how your opponents would react to certain cards you like.
Well, Michael needs help. Doesn't get it on the turn.
Do we order
King 7, I could see it betting here. I could see it checking. I think either way, your kicker isn't a good kicker, so if you get called by a king, you're most definitely behind usually. Set the price now. Sometimes you need to think about, well, how would I respond to a check raise? Would I commit the rest of the chips? If that answer is no, then usually you check more often. But he seems pretty confident to bet again. Wants to charge ace 5, ace deuce, ace 4, these types of hands.
Facing a bet of 550 now.
Look, ace deuce could be the best hands here. He does beat hands, but it's just if you're ahead, you're probably not that far ahead. Your opponent might have like an open-ended straight draw with some flush draws. Just stay away. Your chips are important. If you make a call,
don't forget to click that subscribe button.
I've seen him write Vietnamese coffee so many times. I want one now too.
Yeah. Just to ensure that you are kept abreast of all of our content. Get notifications. Hit that like button for us as well if you're into what you're seeing. Certainly our pleasure to have you with us from all around the globe in all time zones. Poker fans everywhere. And Soiza is going to be a fan of ace-jack suited in the cutoff. Off of 2.1 million.
Push it in.
Didn't look like all of it.
A lot of you guys like to put in part of their stack
Oh.
in. Confrontation coming.
Yeah.
1 point, 1 behind.
And this is half his chips already out there. I would imagine. Yeah, the click back to exactly
chips
how
aren't
much
organized,
Soiza
so
has
really I
from
can
Nikki
ask
P.
and pause it. No, I'm just saying.
All in. All in, yeah, yeah.
And it gets back around to Soiza. They deal with the formalities, and it is going to be an unfortunate
You know what I
development
mean? Like if somebody has their chips in like 3s and 7s.
for Ace Jack.
KO 28 stacks.
I tried to make
you,
it
you were
organized.
fine.
Yeah,
You
I made it 5 and 5, so it's 1.1.
Yeah, I'm not. I just made KO. He does 28 stacks. You know, like,
No, like before I was saying.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's 5 and it's a whites and blacks, so.
Great spot here for Petrangelo.
Seems like the tournament for him so far. After being down to 2 blinds, queen in the window.
Yeah, that's disaster for Soiza. You see his equity dipping considerably. Just 4% from this point forward. No spade on the board. And on the turn, Soiza draws dead. The river, a formality. And we have lost yet another player here in the early going in the first level of our featured table. Pay jump to 5th, 286.3K. So we're looking at 64,000 roughly.
Yeah, definitely no clear short stack. It's going to be a bit of a grind. But as the way things have been going, they've kind of been battling a bit, kind of disrespecting that the stack situation relative to prize pool.
Chip leader activating.
For attention, leaders 10 players in event number 2 in a little over 5 minutes. We're going to have a 30-minute dinner break, and we're going to chip raise the 500 value chips.
How interested is Seth Davies with 8-4 suited in the big?
He's interested because it's suited and connected. He's not loving it just because, well, do I want to put in more chips, maybe turn myself into a short stack? Just deems that it's just enough to see what happens, but I was going to say completely whiffed it, but that's a
No,
decent
not
flop
completely.
for 8-4.
He's got bottom pair, backdoor straight and flush prospects.
What's important, too, is that it's the chip leader who opens, so it doesn't necessarily mean he's very ace heavy. Of course he would be, but he's going to have so much other garbage because he's going to leverage the point that he's got that big stack that will open pretty wide. So you got to call here with bottom pair. You check calling here on the flop. It's pretty ace heavy as well, so it's hard for Webster to multi-barrel you confidently, since you're not perceived to defend that many 4Xs and 5Xs from the big blind with a 30 big blind stack.
Of course, if you're going to defend the 8-4 suited on a board like this, you are compelled to check call. And now Davies acquires the heart draw courtesy of the 10 of hearts. Promptly checks once more.
Yeah, well, for Davies, the way this hand's going to play is pretty straightforward. Check call one more, see what develops on the river. Ace Jack, enough of a kicker to go for more value. It's also a spot where you don't get check raised on the turn very often, especially from a stack that size. So I'd feel pretty confident betting, not expecting to get check raised all in. And you see the 8-4 of hearts, and it is a hand that you could check raise all in. But the problem is, we're at a final table. Do I really want to take that big of a risk when someone could be smashing me, maybe bust out before, you know, Petrangelo and Socia Jang, who are on the bottom.
Stacks.
And that's how final tables play out a little bit differently than the other phases of the tournament.
A little north of half pot gets called by Davies. Webster does have the ace of hearts. Don't think that Davies is ever finding a fold if he makes the flush, which he doesn't as the 5 pairs on the river.
It's a good card for Webster in a sense that it's not one of those cards where, oh, I'll just check back the ace jack. Here, I think he can confidently value bet again.
Does Davies ever try to represent a 5? Well, we got our answer.
I don't think so, because I think he's expected to check fold a 5 on the turn.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you need to think about these things more carefully before you try to represent such crazy hands. So ace jack, what does he lose to? It would basically be like an ace-5, an ace-10, 4-5. But he beats all those other aces. He's thinking about it. I guess the question is, okay, if Davies has an ace that's weaker than mine, so ace-9, ace-8, ace-7, etc., what size would pay off?
Well, you tell us, Randy. $3.5 million in the middle. Davies has 4.6 back.
It's a bit of a leveling war sometimes. Sometimes you would think you would need to bet smaller to cater to those hands, but then sometimes you want to kind of make it look like you're moving your opponent off a hand, you bet bigger. So that's the fun part about watching these is what size do they think is optimal and how to confuse their opponents. And you got to remember, because let's just say you got ace-9, you chop the board, so like you feel kind of dirty if you're folding a chop. 1.5 is kind of that milky-ish style bet.
Yeah.
I think this is never a call, really, with the bottom pair. You'd be very heroic. You look like you've got an ace. You can show up with much better hands than bottom pair to make
Well, who looks like they've got the ace, Webster or Davies?
I think both players look like
Okay.
they've got an ace. So I don't think you need to be calling with bottom pair. Especially with the way the kicker plays. He's thinking about something.
Well, I think the question is, do I bluff catch here? How often is Webster sitting on air? Yeah. Davies having the hearts too, obviously blocking busted backdoor flushes for Webster.
Good point. And blocking.
Ended?
Yeah.
You know?
I see where you're coming from. These guys aren't particularly slow either.
No. Pace of play's been reasonable. No gratuitous tanking.
So which one's longer? Did you decide?
I'm going to say 40 minutes is longer. I'm going to say that we're leveling up faster at 15 hands than we are.
But we
at
talk
40
about
minutes.
6-handed, 7-handed, or 8-handed when you say this statement.
Oh, right, yeah. 8-handed obviously is a little bit slower. As we see Brewer with the pocket threes opening to 400,000 now. Rabbits in the big with 2 10s.
Some people actually just open rip this. Some people try to induce.
Well, Rabbits is third in chips behind Brewer's second place stack. 3 smaller stacks out there than his.
He's actually going to take even slower. Just call. Wants to not risk his whole stack.
Ooh, and
Flop
top set. Unfortunately, though, that's the kind of texture that Brewer's 3. And welcome back to continuing coverage of day 2 of event number 1 here at the Hoiana Golf Resort in Hoi An, Vietnam. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane. It is the 25K GG Super Millions Live, the very first event of this 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. The calendar kicking off here in Southeast Asia, where we have no shortage of enthusiasm for this event. 166 entries carved down now to just 6 players of our original 8 at the final table as we are looking to award our first trophy in 965K. Chinwei Lim, Webster, as he's affectionately known, currently the chip leader, as the blinds will be moving to 125, 250 with a 250K big blind ante. Rabbit Brewer, Jiang, Petrangelo, and Davies in that order. And Henry, as we welcome you back into the booth, I got to tell you, it has been tactical, it has been patient, it has been anything but violent, I would say, out there, and I would expect more of the same as we move forward. Would you agree?
Honestly, surprised to hear that. You know, with these guys, you have some very aggressive players still left in. I'm looking at some of the eliminations as well. You know, the Mario Mosboks of the world, the Alex Kulevs of the world, very aggressive players. So surprised that it's been as tactical as you say it has been. But the thing that stands out for me is that we came back today with 32 players left. 16 of the 32 were newcomers. They were complete rookies, and we were kind of alluding to the idea that maybe one of these rookies takes it down. Only one rookie remaining, Ali, in Roman Rabbits. So
yeah. But he does sit second in chips
he
with
does.
10.3 million in front of him, so obviously very much a contender for the title here. The deepest of all stacks belonging to Webster Lim, just 50 big blinds now as we eke forward. We're going to be playing 15 hands at this level. Once we get down to 5-handed, it becomes 14 hands. per level, and then once we get to 3 and 2-handed, we go to 13 hands per
Okay.
level. There is a look at the chip counts, officially, visually represented, brought to you by Poker Steak.
Oh, fantastic. I didn't know that. So they're trying to make this as realistic as the online version of the GG Super Millions as possible.
Right down to the seat swaps.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. I missed that. Okay. Did Elke come and dance?
Now, it's funny because during the break, I actually ran into Elke.
So did I.
And I asked him, point blank.
What did he say?
Are you going to do the Elke dance at any point? And he said, believe it or not, I've been taking dance classes. I'm not ready here on this stop, but the next GG Super Millions Live, he is threatening to do
Is that a threat?
live version
or a promise
of the Elke
Ali?
dance. Look, promises were not made.
But he's threatening.
You know.
He did also leak that the plan is for the rest of this year, obviously the stop's still unannounced, but for there to be online qualifiers run into these Triton events later on in the year. So hopefully just see this continue to go from strength to strength in the form of people laddering their way into these 25Ks on the cheap, if you will.
Brewer picking up this first pot of the new blind level with Queen Jack. Obviously, these qualifiers really do lend to what I would imagine would be bigger and bigger fields. A record breaker, this one, 166 entries, as we alluded to. Do have event number 2 in progress. Elsewhere in the room, 15K 8 max. And why are we chuckling, Henry? I know.
Well, I mean, the old record, had it not been broken in this, would have been smashed in event number 2, already up to 147 entries in that one with, I want to say, about an hour's left of late reg still on the clock. So
108 uniques. 33 re-entries.
No, the math doesn't
Is that
add
right?
up on
No,
that
it doesn't
one.
add up. Not sure what's going on there.
114 uniques with 33 re-entries.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, man. It's
8
been a long
players
day.
remaining.
You're good.
Yeah.
We'll let you off. So what did I miss? I see the departure of Mario and Alex before the official final table, then Jonathan Jaffe and Michael Soiser bowing out in 7th and 8th, respectively. What happened there?
Well, 8th for Jaffe, 7th for Soiza. Pretty straightforward stuff. Soiza, I think, got an ace-jack that ran into an ace-queen.
Okay.
Not mistaken. And then for Jaffe, it was pocket jacks running into the kings of Seth Davies. All of this stuff, by the way, available on the Triton Poker Plus app, where you can scroll back and relive each and every hand for each and every player in the event. Just an incredible archive. As Davies under the gun with ace-10 off of 3.3, makes it 500 to go. King of diamonds into the muck, and uh-oh, Petrangelo. Red aces in the small blind. It's a spoonful of medicine for an ace-10.
1.3.
The non-all-in 3-bet off of 16. No nonsense from Davies.
Yeah. Nice pickup there for Nick, though I'm sure he wouldn't have minded. Little post-flop action with those aces. Granted, it would have been out of position.
John R. over on YouTube saying Elke emotes live at the table would be awesome too. Is there any way we can pass that on to the team?
Yeah, what's he going to do? Sit out there like an organ grinder?
Well, I mean, I wasn't going to go that far. I was thinking with technology in 2023, maybe some 3D Star Wars-esque type LED pop-up, LED pop-up. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
Just 2.25
Sorry,
behind.
you just let me hang myself.
No.
Gladly.
Awkward. Awkward silence in the booth. What is up, chat?
Well, to be fair, I'm busy monitoring the YouTube chat.
You're good.
Twitter, Instagram, the Triton Poker Plus app, and of course, all of the spectacular offerings from our official timekeeper, Jacob and Co., not the least of which is their Astronomia Casino piece, which actually includes, believe it or not, a functioning roulette wheel contained within that spectacular timepiece. Going to be awarding a special collaboration timepiece as well to our main event winners.
This is 2.7.
I have 4, yeah. Lower of 4.
Ace X for Brewer.
All in.
Taking a look around. And then jamming off of this third place stack on the button. Does have Jiang and Davies both covered. Davies with King Jack suited. Henry.
Shortest stack. Gonna need to find a spot sooner rather than later. King Jack suited. Certainly performing well enough against the button jamming range of Brewer. This is for 18 effective. Sorry, 19 effective, given that Jiang has already put in the big. So not as clear cut as just looking at the 11 big blind jamming range of Brewer. He is 19 effective against Sasia. Is he going to jam hands like King 9 suited, Jack 10 suited, King 10? This is close. This is really close for Davies. If he does fold, has obviously 4 hands or so until he's in the big blind.
Well, how often does this King Jack suited have Brewer's jam on the button in bad shape?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was alluding to just there. Like, is Brewer jamming, you know, the King 9s, the King 10s, the Jack 10s of the world, the Queen Jacks? I think he is. I mean,
well, if that's the case, then obviously that lends to Davies looking to take a stand here. But he puts it into the muck.
yeah, lets it go. That's going to be reviewed 100% in the Davies boot camp post final table. I'm sure him and the team will take a look at that one.
One king was busy in Jiang's hand, by the way.
I appreciate
And
it.
of course, King Jack suited was behind whatever that second card was. Ace X.
I knew that she had more than 4. And
Always a favorite.
Shove it in. I was like,
I mean, it does make a difference.
probably wouldn't, but
I would obviously give you an exact time.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm not.
I love how honest Brewer is at the table. He just like, this guy just wears his heart on his sleeve. I love to see it. Such an easy guy to root for. Currently 700 likes over on our video on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Try and get that up to 1,000 before we crown a champion. Those of you just joining us, do take a couple of seconds out to drop us a like, click that subscribe button, help support the channel and obviously bring this world-class free poker content to a wider audience. We do appreciate the support, as always. Let us know whereabouts in the world you guys are joining us from.
625.
Jang. 10-7 offsuit makes it 6:25 to go. Hobbits with queen 3 suited. Gonna take a flop in position.
Yeah, I like this from Cecilia. Some fold equity by just 2.5xing pre. Don't really want to limp call a hand like 10-7.
Queen high rainbow flop and all Hobbits development.
1.5 out there. That 10-7 somewhat connected, you know. I'm stretching here a little bit, but very disconnected, dry board. Some natural turn barrels in the form of a king, jack, or a 9.
Follow through of 300K here. And we know Hobbits is going nowhere.
Yeah, 20% c-bet. Just going to call with his top pair. Wouldn't have faulted him. Raising for value, 10 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah.
Interesting development as Cecilia turns second pair.
2.1 million out there, and you wonder whether or not she thinks this 10 is in a position to continue to barrel. She decides against it. Checking over to Hobbits. Feels a bit tidy, in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, look, 2.1 in the middle, 3.4 behind. SPR just over 1.5. Trying to keep the pot at this size and get this turn second pair to showdown makes a ton of sense. The continuing range of Rabbit's going to contain some Jack 10s, 10-9s of the world.
Check back from Roman. Now a king on the river.
If I say of the worlds one more time on today's stream, I'm going to have to offer a free roll of my own to the chat. 2.1 out there. It's like a tick, Arlie.
Are Triton employees eligible for that free roll?
They are. They are indeed. King of Diamonds rolling off. See her desperately trying to get a pair of 10s to showdown.
Done. Hobbits looks like he wants to cobble a little value out of top pair here.
These wide ranges, blind v blind, the King of Diamonds sure is a scare card, but after Cecilia is check turn and river, plenty of value to be had.
1/3 pot laying 4-1 to a call. Oh, and Jang going to make that call, and that is a painful 700K being passed to the left.
Yeah, can't fault Cecilia there. Blind v blind. Pair v pair. Modern day cooler in 2023, especially against the very competent Rabbits. Going to have some bluffs. Some ace highs of the world.
Oh, wait. Did you do it?
It's like a tick, I'm telling you. I just, you know.
So, what's the free roll? As we take a look at the chip counts here. 125, 250 still. Davies and Jang level at 11 blinds. Hobbits narrowing the gap between himself and Webster Lim as they are neck and neck. And the middle of the 6-person field comprised of Brewer and Petrangelo. Has 222K. Looks for a home here out of a total prize pool of 4.15 million.
It's really interesting now. 2 runaway chip leaders in Webster and Rabbits. Chris Brewer, Nick Petrangelo kind of handcuffed Ali for the time being, courtesy of those 2 11 big blind stacks. Talking of free rolls, by the way, Triton free roll on GG Poker starting in 8 minutes time, and the password is free roll. No late reg in that one.
But now we see Jiang here with ace-5 suited. I appreciate what you're trying to do, is to redirect the thirst for a free roll toward GG and sort of our official stuff. We're trying to figure out how we get the free roll you offered, as we see Jiang jamming, and Webster Lim out of the big blind with king-jack suited appears curious. Remember, this is the hand that Davies put into the muck after Brewer jammed the button.
Yeah, that was for 19 effective. This one for 11. A lot of hand in the big.
And a lot of chips off of which to make the call. So Lim's going to give Jiang a spin. She does have the best of it. Might she find a double here?
Oh, thank you.
Getting it in good.
Might be
That's all you
takeaway.
can ask for. Tournament life. Gonna double up 56% of the time, Ali.
Oh, well.
Whoa.
King in the window followed by an ace, and you see Jiang walking back toward the table just to verify that she does have the best of it. Wait a minute. Queen on the turn, and suddenly outs added to Webster Lim's side of the screen. Jiang's got to fade a decent amount here, and the jack of diamonds on the river, giving Webster 2 pair and downing Sosia Jiang's hopes of
always a pleasure.
a title here in event number 1. Plenty of respect being shown.
Love that. Really love that,
By
Ali.
Nicky P.
Yeah.
First to his feet.
Just class.
Class, I think, is one of the most fair ways to describe the ever-elegant Sosia Jiang, who wears a smile and brings her all to each one of these Triton events. Always glad to have her. She will collect 222K to add to her loan cash of roughly 250K throughout her Triton career. And I expect that we'll be seeing her across plenty of other events here at this festival.
Straight into the 15K. Or just, you know, take the night off and enjoy the 6th place run. GG's. A lot of love in the chat, I can see, for Sosia.
Rightfully so, by the way.
Oh, for sure. 6th place finish here in this record-breaking 25K GG Super Millions. And our last qualifier, I believe, Ali bowing out in 6th there.
That's right, she did qualify on GG for the event. Not easy to do, by the way. That was a Sharky qualifier. You had a lot of top-tier talent that was looking to punch its ticket into this 25K via that online opportunity.
Natural 9 for Davies in the cutoff. 11 bigs.
Oh, no. You've been infected with the Baccarat.
I've been converted.
Nomenclature.
The Asian invasion, the Malaysian crew converted me.
I thought it was the Thai guys that were doing it. Wasn't it?
I think it was.
Yeah.
You might be right. I think there was a mixture of Thai players and Malaysians at the feature table when Randy and I were in the booth, and there was.
I think it was exclusively the Thai guys that were doing that, Henry. Not that you have bothered to appreciate the distinctions.
No, you don't think the Malaysians like a bit of baccarat every now and then?
What's that? Are you profiling now, Henry?
No?
Is that what we're doing?
Okay, so you're just saying that they can't play the great game.
The great game.
The great game.
PLO has been displaced by Baccarat now. Somewhere Joey Ingram is rolling over in his grave. Actually, he's alive, so I
He's
don't
alive
believe
and
he's
well,
in a
I'll tell you
grave,
that
but he's still
much.
rolling over.
I think there was an all-in on the bubble, if I'm not mistaken. You had stepped out for a brief period. No, it was post-bubble because you and I were in from the beginning.
Okay.
And yeah, I want to say it was Patera that saw the 10-9 in the all-in situation. It was like, well, you're just going to win with the natural 9. There's no way you can lose this. He was right. 10-9 did win the hand.
Speaking of which, suited variety on the button here for Lim, facing the raise to 500K by a dominant 9.
1.5.
And a 3Xing from Webster. What, Henry? What do you think that this is the product of Lim conflating a final table of a 25K poker tournament with Baccarat?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the allegation.
Yeah, I do.
I'll come to
And
Webster's
note
defense.
the flag. Note the flag.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Those of you in the chat who think that Webster's 3-bet there had anything to do with the game of Baccarat, go ahead and let us know and embarrass yourselves equally. Those who recognize that we're just looking at a man who's on the top of his game, let us know. $15.75 million now for the chip leader. Didn't spend much time being neck and neck with Rabitz, did he? Promptly put some more runway between himself and second place.
2.9 behind.
A jam from Brewer with ace X in the small blind. You don't want to say something about blackjack there with the 8 deuce, Henry?
Grow up, Harley.
It's my line.
That's why you could have found some stuff to look before and been sad.
Yeah.
Webster won title
I'm fine with that.
on his Triton track record, coming back in Madrid last year.
Yeah, that'd be a sad
Took down the
story.
50K short deck.
Three Americans. The first timer from the Czech Republic, Rabitz, and Webster Lim towing the line for the always robust Malaysian contingent at every Triton stop. Here he is with 2 red jacks.
Chip leader going to be opening super wide with a legit hand. He's opening UTG 5. Nicky P. 18 bigs.
What do you got, Seth? I have 7.2.
Scanning around the table. Wouldn't fault him for rifling this in here. A lot of hand, 5-handed. A lot of fold equity as well.
Upstairs we go. Petrangelo sticking 3 million of his 4.3 out there, Henry. This is not designed to 3-bet fold, is it?
No,
Ever.
ever folding to the jam.
And of course, Webster puts the remains on request, and you can see sort of dejected affect on Petrangelo there, recognizing that ace-9 suited doesn't fare particularly well in that spot. But he does have 32% equity.
Yeah, 1 ace dead. Petrangelo needs some clubs. One of the 2 remaining aces is to stay alive here.
Well, 1 club on the 4-4-6 board. $9.2 million in the middle. Turn card does not bring the flush draw. And now Petrangelo, his first ever cash in a Triton event. Can he stay alive with an ace on the end? The answer is no, as the Queen of Diamonds
GG, dude.
seals his fate as the 6th place finisher. GG's issued. Well, he got the monkey off his back, Henry.
He did.
That's the important note.
Very similar to Seth Davies, if you recall back to Madrid, I believe it was. Took a few stops, but strong start here in Vietnam for Nick Petrangelo.
Yeah, we know that he is going to be hopping into as many events as he can. Didn't make his way to Vietnam to be one and done by any stretch of the imagination.
Class act, as always. Nick Petrangelo, GG's. 5th place finish for him. And then there were 4, Ali, and then there was an overwhelming chip leader in Webster Lim.
Yeah, massive stack now. Almost 21 million. 83 bigs. That is going to be a tough man to topple.
Yeah, this is
Half the chips in play.
Doing so smooth, though, huh?
Petrangelo, by the way, picking up
Yeah.
286,300 for that 5th place finish. Now 357K locked up by the remainder of the field.
Davies with a couple of ladders, by the way.
Yeah, as the short stack, and here he is going to work from the button with black 5s.
One of those guys with an extremely composed kind of presence at the table. Stoic,
What's that? I was actually
difficult to read,
It was actually pretty
just
cool.
gets on with it.
The leaderboard's sick. If it counts, it's like worth a lot. I mean, yeah, you get what?
Especially when
Got
you're
some
like
work to do
on
here,
top
Ali.
of, like, not that, like 100K. Just like, we're kind of like spin you up
What is it?
quite a bit.
Is it top 5 or top 10 get 100% rake back the next year?
I think, I'm not sure. Like on the leaderboard, it's either top 10 or top 20.
Yeah, but it's 100% rake back.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, 100% is like super sick. Like, so much.
Yeah.
Discussion.
Every Sunday I get like for like whatever 40 or 50 I get 2 to 3K back.
Yeah.
Between Brewer and Hrabets there, centering around the GG Super Millions leaderboard. Those at the top will be given 100% cash back on GG, and that, for any pro who spends a good chunk of time on there, is worth
800.
no small sum.
Definitely worth grinding for. It's the thing of dreams, Ali. 100% rake back.
I remember those days.
Yeah.
Distant pre-Black Friday memories. Webster Lim, 3.4 million plus in career Triton earnings. 1 title, 8 cashes. Might this be his 2nd title as we roll on 4-handed?
Yeah, we've joined a very exclusive club that includes none other than Ivan Liao, Fedor Holtz, Henrik Hecklund, just to name a few of the 2-time Triton champions.
Rui Cao, Justin Bonomo, Michael Adamo as well.
Yeah.
Haven't seen Rui Cao, by the way.
Wouldn't surprise me if he's playing a cash game somewhere in the building, Ali. I mean,
got a nose for him, doesn't he?
Absolutely loves it.
9-7 suited, making it 500 to go. Davies defending the big blind with the better 9, suited as well. King Jack 8. It's a gut shot and backdoor spades for the pre-flop raiser, who has been outflopped by Davies, who checks it with the flow of play.
Awkward one for Frabbits. Be a disaster to get check jammed on. But 9 high. Not much showdown opening from the cutoff. The board texture that's going to favour his range more so than Davies. Let's continue.
Mini bet.
Randy Lewis rejoined the commentary booth.
No, that's Aaron Zhang. That's who we take that from. Queen on the turn as Davies chose to call. Both players now with the bad end of a gut shot.
Frabbits now drawing dead, although the opportunity to take this away from Davies on the turn with this overcard to Davies flopped middle pair rolling off. It's not slowing down, Ali. It's reaching for a second barrel. Small one again, 375 this time.
Things getting less comfortable for the Jack-9 now, but price being laid here. You wonder whether or not Davies is going to continue to keep his man honest. The 10 is just a less attractive development for this Jack-9 when it rolls off because the Ace-X creates problems. Nevertheless, Davies going to call.
The old double take. Or glare over to Rabbit's board, pairing river. Macy, Rabbits now wave the white flag. .6 out there. Feel like anything other than anything other than an all-in. Get looked up by Davies. Would it be the easiest of calls? And well,
there is the all-in as Savitz puts max pressure on Davies.
Note the glare over from Davies observing this Triton newcomer. Take a bow, young man. The biggest stage in the world. Finding the triple on this run out.
Davies looking for a live read. Anything that would help inform this decision on the end. And we know that it's non-zero for Rabbits to take 3 streets on this texture.
Ace-X. Pick up a gut shot on the turn. On a triple off. I think it's the small, big that's raising suspicion here from Rabbits. Opting to turn his hand into a 3-street hand. Plenty of bluffs. Can Davies make one of the hero calls of the tournament for his tournament life? Jack-9 goes into the Muck Ali, and with that, Davies down to just 8 bigs.
Circle that pot there, Henry, as Roman looking to keep pace with Webster. 12 million, 48 bigs. The Triton rookie. Earned my respect.
Hey, listen, it would not surprise me if in a couple of days' time on the Triton app, that one is a highlight video on his player profile. 4 left of this record-breaking 25k GG Super Millions Live Edition, and triples off with 9 high to one of the best players in the world. No easy feat.
Not at all. Pocket eights now for third place Chris Brewer. 6.75 out there.
Really grim spot with pocket eights. I mean,
Davies on just 8 big
Yeah.
blinds is the concern, obviously, Henry, as we look at the pay jump between fourth and third, and not insignificant. 78,000.
It's like, do you just like limp call off against Davies and fold to a Frabets jam? You're really opening the door for Frabets to put on or pile on the pressure.
And he's run into 2 9s for Davies, who is going to be ready to get the remains of his stack into the middle at sub 10 bigs.
1.7.
$1.7. Davies finding the 3-bet, and of course, Brewer puts the rest on request, and that is a devastating thing to look at with pocket eights. 2 9s for Seth Davies. It's what he needs. 82% favorite.
We're in Asia, pocket eight.
Yeah, if Davies can just hold here, going to be tied with Brewer. Both going to be playing around 4.5 million.
Oh, well, wait a minute. The 8 of spades in the window obviously was wretched, but followed by a jack and a 10. Davies is open-ended. 10 outs twice. Turn is blank.
Brutal development for Davies. One
Can
to
he
come.
Hit the straight or the set on the end. No, it is 8s full for Brewer, who obviously can sympathize with Seth Davies. So often, Chris has been snake bit deep in these Triton events.
8 is a lucky Asian number, no?
Yeah.
And just truly nothing to hang his head about for Seth Davies. Obviously, Kravitz got him off of what was the winner in that 3 street spot, but 2 9s against 2 8s with just 8 bigs. Davies out of there
I don't know what I was supposed to do.
in
I don't know
fourth.
if I was supposed to hold or open or
Another world-class performance.
They all seemed equally
That cash
easy.
going to put him up and over $4 million in career tournament
There we
earnings
go.
here at Triton, by the way. The 9th of his career. Still chasing his first title,
I
though,
went on the river?
Yeah.
is Davies.
Oh, the straight.
Oh no, it was 10.
That was a 10.
It was Jack 10-8. It was the flop.
This threesome
Yeah, it was a 10 on the over.
Oh, yeah.
guaranteed. 435K plus for a third place or better finish.
It's not an easy spot for me.
Chris Brewer run good continues. Someone in the chat saying Brewer trims the mullet and dramatically increases his bottom line. Facts. Wonder if the markup has increased since the mullet was cut off. So listen, boys. Sorry, but the run good is real.
Webster's going to let the flop roll off with no added admission costs. Is 8-3 suited, wholly unimproved on the King High Rainbow flop. Can't say the same for Hobbits, who's got the 10s, checks it over. That's the stack he's not looking to pick a fight with, of course, especially with Brewer hanging around.
Yeah, Roman's best live cash before this run. 257,000 is now smashed that. Guaranteed 435. A win here would more than double his total live earnings.
How about that?
A ton of online results, I must say.
He's looked right at home from the onset.
He really has.
No betting on the flop or the turn as backdoor hearts have arrived. Hobbits finally puts chips into the pot with the tens.
You think they will allow me to change the box if I ask them, or they don't do it no more? It's just like we're like both sitting here behind the dealer.
They might let you move it over. I'm not sure.
Excuse me, could we like move a bit or something? Could we like move a bit? They're like both sitting behind the dealer and stuff. And just, okay.
Reasonable request.
Sure. See whether or not we can accommodate as we get a look at the chip counts with the blinds. Moving to 150, 300. Every 3 hands will cost you 750K as the stacks are further diluted. Those counts brought to you by GG Poker.
Big up the GG Poker guys. So just to reiterate, Ali, now that we're down to the final 3, you mentioned some change in the amount of hands that will be played, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. 13 hands per level. 3-handed. 8, 7, and 6 was 15. 5 and 4, 14. So these levels will be even more quickly paced.
I do believe, looks like we are going to accommodate as Webster and Kravitz have moved 1 seat over.
Oh, it's for me, sorry. I thank you.
Shout out to the team for taking care of that so quickly. 3 remain. 4-3-5 locked up. 9-6-5 for first.
Ace 8 in the small for Webster.
$900.
Yeah. 3x out of the small blind. We do see the upsizing often, as opposed to the 2 or 2.5x out of other spots when we attack the big blind from the small. Brewer not interested in competing with the 5 deuce of hearts. Oh, forgive me. He did defend. Missed that. Does flop himself backdoor hearts and a wheel draw up against top pair as we play a 2.1 million chip pot. Take your eyes off the table for just a moment and get punished.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Happens to the best of us.
Well, there was good reason, by the way, to be looking away from the table, Henry, as you had pointed up to the screen.
Yeah.
That is covering event number 2, which has now set the new high water mark with still some time to come in terms of total entries. Just staggering here, the amount of support for this Vietnam festival. As we see a bet and a call of $500,000. Brewer unimproved on the turn. See what Webster subjects him to here. Gonna be a check. Playing a little pot control. Listen, Brewer, 3rd in chips, but far from a short stack.
At 3rd in chips, 5 high. Expect to see Brewer fire out a bet here. No real showdown, has equity. Can fold out decent amount of hands, given that Webster's going to have a wide range from the small. It's the chip leader.
Also players, you're lucky enough to get eliminated on the
Ace-8, of course, checking with the intention of calling.
and you wish to re-enter, you can do so, but please let your dealer know.
Yeah, Ali, just scenes here. I mean, the room buzzing. The new players now had their first taste of what a Triton Super High Roller Series feels like. Going to a big river, 7.1 million in the middle, 5.6 behind as the ace of diamonds completes the board and proves Webster to trip aces now.
Comfortable spot to be in, of course. Backdoor clubs and straights fail to materialize. 7.1 in the middle, just 5.6 back for Brewer. Let's see whether or not Webster wants to slip him rope. The answer is yes. Boy, that is a tantalizing sum. It looks like it might be yours for the taking. We know 5 high never wins.
Non all in. Leave himself one blind behind.
5.5.
Oh, wow. All but 100K being put forward by Chris Brewer, and that's a big enough size. We're not going to see the snap call, I don't think, from Webster, but with trip aces, do we ever find the muck? Doubtful.
Against someone as good as Brewer, who, case in point, can have these types of hands.
Yeah.
The one chip flick in.
And Brewer never wanted to see that. Fairly swift flick from Lim. Doesn't lay it on thick. Professionally courteous stoicism there, as he has really set himself up nicely for a heads-up confrontation against the rookie Hrabets. You see Brewer. Just 100K left, Henry.
Can still pick up the big blind ante from the small. We've had our fair share of spin-ups already in this tournament.
Right. Smilkovic, famously, down to 8K within the first orbit or two of this event, and then wound up with over 4 million, was it, at the high water mark?
I mean,
chip leader?
Absurd. Absurd spin from Smilkovic.
By the way, the situation's even more dire than I thought, as that graphic there stating Brewer just has 50K, not 100K. All in the small. 10-4 and dominated by Hrabets' 10-7.
Domination.
Asking for a chop. Going to be a rough one for Brewer. Webster, 3/4 of the chips in play now.
10 out there, along with
That's a fair fight.
3 spades.
Unfair.
Okay, that little 4 of spades dangler.
Bring clubs.
Turn card doesn't help Brewer, who now needs improvement, and there it is.
I was like, it's actually, I was trying to figure out how many calls you can actually win on. I'm like, I don't think there's many anymore.
Quadruple up for Brewer from 50K to 200K.
Board pairing salvation, but perhaps nothing more than a stay of execution, as the task is really a tall one.
Well, ace-10, a welcome sight.
Yeah. 200K promptly sent into the middle. Couple of king highs behind. Now Hrabets calls the 300,000, and this is one of those unique situations, Henry, where these remaining two guys are so heavily incentivized to check their way all the way to the river and force Brewer's Holding to play against not one but two hands.
Yeah, there is a small side pot. Brewer flopping the best of it on the Jack 10-6.
Indeed.
Potential triple up here. More than triple up, I do apologize. Got about the big blind ante.
Note, by the way, that Hrabets binks the deuce on the turn for the side pot against Webster, but the main pot will be collected by Brewer.
Odds on Brewer winning this tournament now. Ali, what price will you lay me?
Come on, I don't even want to put it on the board.
It's
It's not right. Take advantage of people in that way. I mean, it's certainly not a reflection of Brewer. It's just the improbability of
He's
being able to.
18x his 50K already.
Yeah, you're in the marketing department at this sports book, aren't you?
Brewer now forced to put 2/3 of his final 900K in the middle. Could it be going with any two cards?
Can he make it 3 in a row? Well, yeah, up against two red aces.
I have
300 back, yeah.
6.
Gonna be tough. Min raise from Roman. Wow, Brewer's gonna be thinking ace-jack is a lot of hand for me to show up with. Gonna love to see this. Webster flatting.
Little chuckle to himself. .1 out there, Brewer now dead on the turn.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of the road for the last American combatant, as Hrabets just content to check down here.
Yeah, no side pot.
It's a dry side.
Check.
And it's a big pay jump of 218,000 secured by Webster Lim and Roman Hrabets, who will square off heads up courtesy of the elimination of Chris Brewer, who certainly performed well, making the podium a third place finish, 435K. The hot streak continues for him, and a lovely way to start this festival off for Chris, especially on the heels of North Cyprus, which was really a deflating experience for him. Good to see a smile on his face again. You know how hard he can be on himself, but GG, young man.
Yeah,
good to see you back.
GG's indeed. It feels like he's back, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Feels like he's just different energy,
Yeah.
different smile on his face, and I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him over the rest of the series, Ali.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing plenty more poker as we look for a champion here in event number 1, day 2 of the GG Super Millions Live. Who will it be? The Malaysian, Webster Lim, or the rookie, the first-timer to Triton, Roman Hrabets? Stay tuned to find out as we step aside. We'll come back with heads-up play after this.
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work, and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
Today's stream, I'm going to have to offer a free roll of my own to the chat. 2.1 out there. It's like a tick, Ali.
Are Triton employees eligible for that free roll?
They are. They are indeed. King of Diamonds rolling off. Sia desperately trying to get a pair of tens to showdown.
Ton. Habits looks like he wants to cobble a little value out of top pair here.
These wide ranges, blind v blind, the King of Diamonds, sure, is a scare card, but after Cecilia check turn and river, plenty of value to be had.
1/3 pot laying 4-1 to a call.
Yeah,
oh, and Jang going to make that call, and that is a painful 700K being passed to the left.
Yeah, can't fault Cecilia there. Blind v blind. Pair v pair. Modern day cooler in 2023, especially against a very competent Krabets. Nick Pietrangelo kind of handcuffed Ali for the time being, courtesy of those 2-11 big blind stacks. Talking of free rolls, by the way, Triton free roll on GG Poker starting in 8 minutes time, and the password is free roll. No late
Right.
reg in that one.
But now we see Jiang here with ace-5 suited. I appreciate what you're trying to do, is to redirect the thirst for a free roll toward GG and sort of our official stuff. We're trying to figure out how we get the free roll you offered, as we see Jiang jamming, and Webster Lim out of the big blind with king-jack suited appears curious. Remember, this is the hand that Davies put into the muck after Brewer jammed the button.
Yeah, that was for 19 effective. This one for 11. A lot of hand in the big.
And a lot of chips off of which to make the call. So Lim's going to give Jiang a spin. She does have the best of it. Might she find a double here?
Oh, thank you.
Getting it in good.
Might be
That's all you
takeaway.
can ask for. Tournament life. Gonna double up 56% of the time, Ali.
Oh, well.
Whoa.
King in the window followed by an ace, and you see Jiang walking back toward the table just to verify that she does have the best of it. Wait a minute. Queen on the turn, and suddenly outs added to Webster Lim's side of the screen. Jiang's got to fade a decent amount here, and the jack of diamonds on the river, giving Webster 2 pair and downing Sosia Jiang's hopes of
always a pleasure.
a title here in event number 1. Plenty of respect being shown.
Love that. Really love that,
By
Ali.
Nikki P.
Yeah.
First to his 3 Americans. The first timer from the Czech Republic, Hrabec, and Webster Lim towing the line for the always robust Malaysian contingent at every Triton stop. Here he is with 2 red jacks.
Chip leader going to be opening super wide with a legit hand. He's opening UTG 5. Nikki P. 18 bigs.
What do you got, Seth? I have 7.2.
Scanning around the table. Wouldn't fault him for rifling this in here. A lot of hand, 5-handed. A lot of fold equity as well.
Upstairs we go. Pietrangelo sticking 3 million of his 4.3 out there, Henry. This is not designed to 3-bet fold, is it?
No.
Ever.
Never folding to the jam.
And of course, Webster puts the remains on request, and you can see sort of dejected affect on Pietrangelo there, recognizing that ace-9 suited doesn't fare particularly well in that spot. But he does have 32% equity.
Yeah, 1 ace dead. Pietrangelo needs some clubs. One of the 2 remaining aces is to stay alive here.
Well, 1 club on the 4-4-6 board. $9.2 million in the middle.
Very warm welcome back into the broadcast booth here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. He's Randy Liu, I'm Henry Kilbane, and Randy, we find ourselves heads up in this record-breaking event number 1, the 25K GG Super Millions, and we have Triton Old School v Triton New School. Chinwei Lim, Webster Lim with an overwhelming chip lead. I say overwhelming chip lead, 2.5 to 1 chip lead over the Triton newcomer, Roman Hrabec. And you've been in the booth for, I'd don't even want to speculate as to how many heads-up matches now. 94 bigs playing 44 bigs, a lot of play to be had. What can we expect? Is there going to be like a feeling out phase now that these two are heads-up plenty deep?
Well, it is very common to kind of have that feel out phase. I believe these two probably haven't played many hands against each other besides this tournament, so feeling out phase makes sense. But then again, sometimes you just come in guns blazing. Roman's been kind of firing away throughout this final table, and he's been very fun to watch.
Yeah, getting that very creative triple barrel bluff through against Seth Davies with just 9 high. Guaranteed 653. A web here. A win here for Roman would more than double his total live earnings, but obviously we're very aware of the fact that he is, an online enigma. Webster Lim, if he can close this out, will join a very exclusive 2-time Triton champion club, including the dearly departed Ivan Liao, the likes of Fedor Holtz, Henrik Hecklund, just to name a few of the people in that exclusive club. 965,000 for the win, 653 locked up for both of these players. Is it going to be the old school closing it out and holding down the fort for the OGs, or is it going to be the newcomer, one of the first of many Triton newcomers at this series, making a name for himself? Roman Hrabets, 44 bigs, and a point to prove for the young Czech player. A lot to play for here. 300,000 plus difference between first and second. Obviously, picking up that trophy as well. That additional baggage fee on the flight back home. One that you don't mind picking up the tab for. Randy, let's go. Showtime. There's a quick look at how this final table played out. First to depart, Jonathan Jaffe, another deep run for him. Michael Seuser, APT CEO, bowing out in 7th. Cecilia Jiang bowing out in 6th. Petrangelo getting the monkey off of his back in the form of a 5th place cashier, 286,000. Seth Davies, another impressive run. Chris Brewer, without the mullet, seems to be running hot in 2023. 2 trophies in Paris, a 3rd place finish here in Vietnam. We have ourselves a deep stacked heads up match between Webster Lim and Roman Hrabets. Let's go. This is what we're here for, Randy.
750.
Well, we're going to come off raising right away.
$166 runners. This 25K GG Super Millions.
So we're kind of at that stack depth where I feel we might not start with a limping kind of game,
For sure.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
That tends to come into play as we dwindle down a bit.
Sub 25-ish.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a strategy that can be used, but I'm expecting more default right now.
Different play styles.
2.5x. And as we all know in heads up, you got to play wider ranges, otherwise you'll bleed to death from the blinds. King Deuce, worthy.
Generating a total prize pool of 2,580,000. We're going to pay 23 spots with a 23rd player finisher receiving 30,000.
It's 10 and 6. A couple of clubs, 1 diamond. Webster, that all-important king of clubs in hand. Hrabets, just 8 high. Backdoor diamonds and some very natural turn barrels. So a 7 or 9 roll off to give him a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, the King is not the best piece to have, but does have showdown value. Do got the backdoor clubs, like you said. Is going to make a call. It's going to be uncomfortable for Roman. Pairing the 6. That is not a card You tend to multi-barrel on. They've got a piece. Still looking good.
.8 out there. Blocking some of the folds as well with that 8 of diamonds in hand. Some of the 7/8s, 9/8s of the world.
Wow, he's barreling again. Just a pure muscle play.
Power poker has been displayed throughout the day from Roman Rabbits. Why would that change? Once we get heads up. First blow for Roman. 832 likes over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel to appreciate the ongoing support over the last couple of days. Would love to get this to over 1,000 likes to celebrate this record-breaking 25k GG Super Millions live edition. Take a couple of seconds to just click that like button. Helps us grow the channel, reach a wider audience. World-class free poker content being brought to you from the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino here in Hoi An, Vietnam. Webster Lim against Roman Rabbits. Heads up for title number 1 of the series.
Yeah, so far Webster's journey has been just grinding his way, but one opponent. This opponent is the guy who's been active in 4-3 suited, 3-betting, 2.4 million. It's aggressive.
Yeah, Rabbit's just trying to send a message early, it feels like here, Randy.
Queen 10 offsuit. It's an alright hand. In heads up, playability goes up a lot. He will make the call in position. Hoping to flop a little piece. That is a good window card. Smashed it. Actually, a little piece for Roman as well. 3-better. Bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. Could see him actually use a mixed strategy of, you know, betting small or check calling. See if he wants to maintain the lead.
Continues for just south of third pot. 3-bet pot, bottom pair v top pair. SPR going to be less than 2 going to the turn. Should Webster just come with a call?
Default here is to call with Queen 10. Roman's got to be worried up against a better pair. That is a bit of a scary card for even Webster, even though he does pick up that spade draw.
That a turn card that you expect to see Roman slow down on?
I would expect so. With the hand he's holding too, like if he bets again, doesn't have much equity.
It does tap the felt.
For Webster, I think betting isn't ideal because you tend to bloat the pot in a spot that you could get jammed on, and you don't really want to put in 10 million more chips on this turn card. If he's betting, he just doesn't want to give free equity to his opponent. Checks as planned. Bad river card.
Well, the Ace of Hearts maybe giving Roman a path to victory here. 8.1 out there.
It seems like a card that Roman should be taking a stab at. He's expected to 3-bet the big aces, expected to bet small on these little flops. Webster does have these middling hands a lot. Gonna give up though, just doesn't think he could shake his opponent.
3.
Gets checked through, and that is the first major blow of this heads-up match, Randy, and with it, Webster Lim, after just 3 hands of heads-up play.
That's lead.
Extends his lead to a 3-1 chip lead. And with Rabbits coming out guns blazing, really could go either way. I mean, this could be over very quickly. Could take a long time should he double. You can take a quick look over on pokerstake.com to buy some action of your favorite players. We saw Michael Soiser make the final table of this very event, and believe he had his action up on Facebook groups, Instagram, as well as on PokerStake, obviously.
700.
Or sorry, he had the links
700.
for his PokerStake action up on his Instagram and his Facebook page. Plenty of other players selling small pieces over there, and it really just does. I mean, I love what PokerStake are doing, where just making this all the more immersive, if you will, and engaging.
right
You just
word.
have 10, 20 bucks, you know, on 2, 3 of your favorite poker players. Little sweat ski on the side. Although Ali, being the savage that he is, was leaning towards betting on players that he's not a fan of. So if they do, you know, go on to win, at least he wins in the process and isn't just sat there commentating out of spite. So, you know.
It's a win-win situation, okay? I've never heard anyone bet on players you don't like.
I mean, look, if anyone's going to...
We want to know who those players are so we can get them
I didn't
in
dig
touch.
deep enough. He didn't let me know, but diving back into this, Webster flopping an inside straight flush draw on the King 6-4, 2 clubs.
Check call, check raise, both pretty good plays. Gonna check raise. Smashed it a little bit too much to play passively. In the end, you do have 3 high. If you can get these hands to fold their equity, it's a big win. Now, Roman's a little bit suspicious. He sees some back doors, but doesn't really want to keep committing chips with, you know, marginal, ambitious spots.
Having a 7, not the greatest card to hold, blocking some of the 7-3s, 7-8s of the world.
Then again, what if he's the type that's like, well, I can get a straight. Backdoor straight draw, possible.
You're right, it's
backdoor
all
club
about
draw.
perspective.
But, you know, Webster's journey has really just been playing solid, collecting chips, hasn't been reckless, and it's working.
Rabbits down to sub 30 for starting this heads-up match with 44 big blinds.
So now we've seen the first limp in this heads up as we approach under 30 big blinds effective. I think Webster seems pretty confident in his post-flop abilities. Open-ended against top pair.
Well, I mean, this could be it right here. Randy on certain turn cards. 10-8-5 rainbow top pair for Roman. Open-ended straight draw for Webster.
Good spot for Webster to put in multiple barrels.
300?
Suppose he's contemplating putting a raise in sometimes, I think. Usually would call, especially with this kicker.
Seems to be struggling with the optics. To lean in, see, do I really have top pair? Is that 10-8-5? King of diamonds on a turn, completing the rainbow.
With the hand Webster's got, I think it's a solid card to strongly consider putting in more chips. You can put pressure on 5x, 8x with 2 overs out there. You got the backup. You could hit a straight with a 9 or 4.
1 million?
Maybe Yeah, I like this bet.
1 million.
Even though it's not going to work, but it makes a lot of sense to put pressure on, especially in a limp pot. Rangers are extra wide.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one, Randy. 7 high with no showdown. It has plenty of equity as well, should Rabbits continue on this turn, which we can see of the flopping top pair. Don't want to say as if it's preordained, but one would assume he's not going to go anywhere as he does flick in the 1 million. 3.5 out there as the deuce of clubs rolls off on the river, improving Roman to 2 pair. And now, Randy, we know he will not be going anywhere,
Yeah,
regardless of...
How often do you say the 2 improves someone's hand? Gets a 10 deuce.
The only time I can think of is Doyle Brunson winning the main and Scott Blumstein winning the main.
I did not know Scott won with 10 deuce.
Not with 10 deuce, but you said on the deuce river.
Ah, got it. Never mind. Anyways, back to the hand, and you can see Webster's thinking about it. It is credible from the bet again. Then again, there's a lot of straight draws I missed. No flush draw was present. Would increase the chance you would be value betting.
2 million.
Going for 2 million.
2 million?
Question is, does Rabbits value jam this 2 pair against this sizing?
Definitely merit to jamming. You could call, I guess, when you jam. I'm trying to think what bluffs you could represent. It's pretty hard. It'd be pretty hard to represent a bluff. To check call, check raise all in with this board texture. No hands got there. Can you get called by worse? Possible.
I think you can get caught by worse.
Yeah.
Ruff's going to have some traps. Some pre-flop traps. Ace, kings, aces. King X that stabs flop.
All in.
Yeah.
He does decide that 2 pair is good enough to check jam. So get some back up to 12.6 million.
Sorry.
We've got ourselves a heads-up match. Let us know in the chat who you guys think is going to close this one out. Let us know who you're rooting for. Webster Lim looking to become a 2-time Triton champion. First Triton trophy for him coming back in Madrid last year. Rabbits, an online crusher. First Triton series for him.
700.
He's going to bump it up. It is ace on ace action. Webster will bring in a 3-bet soon. 40 big blinds. You'll probably see an adjustment in the 3-bet sizing with the deeper stacks relative to, say 25, 30
2.7.
blinds. 2.7. 9 big blinds. With the bigger 3-bet, it puts your opponent more in a spot to kind of jam or fold
My time?
rather than to call a 3-bet.
Is it my time?
Ace 6 is... It sucks folding an ace and heads up. But it doesn't have very good playability in the 3-bet pot. It feels that if you were going to want to put more chips, it'd have to be in the form of a re-raise. But then that feels over excessive, so fold seems pretty good.
Yeah, he does agree with you on that one, Randy. As the ace 6 finds the mark. So every 13 hands, the blind level will increase. We are heads up. See a poll over on the Triton Poker Series Instagram page as well. Get involved. Vote for who you think is going to take down this GG Super Millions 25K.
Four three suited wants to 3-bet again, maybe. Didn't work out the first time.
2.4.
He likes the 4-3 suited. Heart specifically. But ace deuce is similar to ace six. It's just doesn't play well in the 3-bet pot.
Sorry.
Give him 4-3 hearts one more time.
Think he's going to go 3 for 3?
3 for 3? I think so.
That wouldn't surprise me one bit. Seems like someone that is more than happy to lean towards the aggression side. Got Matty in the chat saying, I'm Czech, so I'm cheering for Roman, but I also like Webster as well. It's a very Swiss response there, right? It's about as Swiss as it gets. Love it.
You got to pick one.
Yeah, chat, we have to remain impartial in the commentary booth. You guys at home, you can pretty much say what you want. Well, you know, within reason.
So actually, this is Roman's first limp in the heads up as well, so they're introducing it. What happens is we increase wider ranges, stack to pot ratio. It's the one that's more comfortable playing these, fighting for these small pots that ends up winning it. Open-ended again of 7-6, misses once again, checks through on the flop. It's a little tempting to bet with 7-6. Be targeting like those king X.
Yeah, fold out queen highs,
Yeah.
king highs, jack highs.
I wouldn't mind some kind of bet.
1.5.
How about a big bet? 1.5 million.
An interesting sizing from Webster on the ace 9-8. Rabbits, the player with more ace-x, one would assume, and more traps in his range on the button.
I think Roman's reading is a kind of the hand. It's some kind of draw. Which one though is the question? Is it like, wow, look at that call, bottom pair. Nicely done, but we still got one more card. How about that one?
How about the third nuts for Webster Lim? 10 of clubs, giving him the 10 high straight, 3.9 million out there. The over-betting the turn. Does he go over-bet?
Kind of. Usually when you see someone overbet the turn, they get there. They follow through with it. They send that story kind of like, I'm trying to muscle you out. I'll tell you though, 10 is not the card you want a hero call off of. Those hands that he was trying to pick off were the 6-7s. I guess some of those hands would make a pair and probably slow down like 10 jack, 10-7, 10-6. But it connects those cards he was trying to pick up to some extent.
Yeah, I'm blocking all of the pairs. Really nice spot. Let's go for a large sizing. See a poll in the chat over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. As Webster does come with the overbet on both turn and river. Get involved in the voting. Let us know who you think's going to win. Love to hear from you all, as always. As Rabbit's pained by this decision. Having the 4 of diamonds really not good. Does let go of his turn. Bottom pair, and Webster back up. A 3-1 chip lead. Those of you just joining us, this is event number 1, the Triton Super High Roller Series here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino in Hoi An, Vietnam. 653,000 locked up for these 2 players. 965,000 to go to the eventual champion, as well as that trophy and Shambhala Jewels bracelet.
Did just increase the blind, so with this GG structure, we're going to increase the blinds every 13 hands.
That's correct.
So 12 now, after this one just played out. Could be quick with those blind increases, yeah? Heads up.
13 hands is a lot of hands.
Yeah.
I'd say, the heads up. I think it probably, if you did it over like a large sample, it probably balances out pretty evenly.
Right.
I would say. Just don't have much raise folding in heads up, right? There's a lot of flops.
That's true. Well, we've got King X and Ace X offsuit, limping.
Oh, I'm sorry, Randy. Twitch chat just...
So what did they do? What did they drop on you?
Well, there's a guy called I'm Goated 3 on YouTube. He said, I'm too goated to vote. Sorry. Well, you know what, I'm goated. You're not invited back to vote in the future. Another cooler developing, this time in the form of top pair v bottom pair.
I'm not sure if cooler is the
I
right
think
word,
heads up,
but I see where you're trying to say. So because it's a limp pot, Webster finds that it's kind of better for him to show weakness, since it's more likely that Roman's got the ace X with the limp and the check through on pre-flop.
Jack of diamonds now giving Roman an additional 4 outs going to the river.
Roman must not think his hand is good. The question is, can he get a better hand to fold? He does not think so.
It would be a disaster to have to bet fold this after picking up that additional equity on the turn, as it does check through. Webster, the 100% check mark next to his name.
Might be going for some value. Try to get hero called by some Jack X, 10X type hands. I don't think he would want to go too big. Smaller makes sense. Trying to get crying calls. Let's see what he comes with. 1.4. It's a sizable bet.
Yeah, 70%. Difficult to make pairs.
Trying to think what he's
and
trying
hold
to-
them.
He could rep like, what, deuce 3, deuce 5 as a bluff. Maybe some queen high floats. That feels like it must take a chance, and we'll scoop that one.
Webster just grinding away. Has his man on the ropes. Roman now playing 25 bigs. There's a lot to this heads-up match for Webster. Winning 2 Triton trophies, titles, joining an exclusive club, and kind of proving to your peers that the first time wasn't a one-off fluke.
Mm-hmm.
That one coming in a short deck event back in Madrid of last year to now add a No Limit Hold'em trophy to his already impressive Triton track record really set him apart from some of his peers.
Yeah, and I think he likes playing No Limit Hold'em more as well, so it makes sense for him to try to pick up one of those trophies.
See someone using the Triton Poker Plus app to see that Brewer is already in event number 2 after busting this 25k in third.
No breaks.
True grinder. Loves the game.
I mean, if you're on a heater, you might as well ride it out.
Oh, dude.
I mean, he got in, what, that pair over pair? 8s and 9s.
Yeah.
Against Davies, hits it. Yeah, I'd be registering right away in event number 2 as well.
Ace Queen against Kings.
Yeah.
Pre-final table bubble.
I see a little flush draw for Webster. Seems to be hitting the deck a little bit better than Roman.
Small sample, but yeah, I have to agree with you on that one.
Last time Webster picked up a flush draw, he did check raise. This time feels a little different.
Different stack depth, doesn't want to play for it all here. 25 bigs effective.
And we know Robin's capable of some creative bluffs. This one seemed pretty tough to bet again with 8-4.
Well, doesn't need to bluff, Randy.
Yeah, he does improve. The thing is, Webster's got incentive to try to represent something. Is a 4 going to call on this board texture? Maybe, but it's not an easy call. It's 4th pair. On a board where the straight draws would have picked up a pair. Like to see Webster fire away.
It's like 1.4 million again, same sizing that he used with that top pair just a few hands ago.
Yeah, but that one wasn't shown, so
that's true.
Roman isn't aware that it was top pair last time. Lays it down. See? Doesn't matter, you improve.
Webster just chipping away. See a few people asking about the delay. We are on a 60-minute delay, I believe. So protect the integrity of the game, and just for the sake of reiterating the security measures that we have here at Triton. For those of you wondering why Webster is allowed to look down at his phone, he's checking out the Triton Poker Plus app, which is allowed. Players are allowed to check out the app to keep up to date with the chip counts. One of the many things that actually attracts players to come to these Triton events is the Triton Poker Plus app. Makes it so much easier to keep track of the chips of your opponents and also to sweat along.
Yeah.
Out to tables. Trust me when I say security team here, Big Tony, head of security, Uncle Tone, doesn't mess about. Good luck trying to get into the back room without raising any suspicions, I'll tell you that much.
Also, players, once again, huge thank you for your support. We have broken on the second day another record for biggest entries in the Triton event with 172 entries. Thank you very much.
You hear that round of applause in the background. Randy. That new record that was set here in event number 1. Didn't last that long, did it? Less
No.
than 24 hours for that record to be broke in the very next event. Event number 2, the 15K 8 max, drew 172 entries. So Triton,
it's amazing.
Really just leveling up, if you will, in 2023.
900.
This was meant to be the warm-up series of the year. Everyone was saying, hey, it's going to be chill. Henry, Randy, Ali, going to be fine. Small fields, no.
No, it's only uphill from here. All right, so we got Ray's call here. Big blind 400K. Dominated queen. A little straight draw for Webster. Is it enough to maybe find a way to win this pot?
It certainly feels like it, doesn't it? 10, 9, 6, 2 clubs. Roman still with the best of it with his 2 overs and ace high. Webster with that gut shot.
Take one off.
A spicy turn card. Roman now drawing the 3rd nut flush. So, by the way, don't need to take our word for it when it comes to the Triton Poker Plus app. There are plenty of people, Selena Kid 86, saying the app is pretty legit over on YouTube.
I think as played, I would like to see Roman take that free card. Once you check the flop, it's hard to get a better hand to fold. So ace-queen is good as long as he doesn't fold. It would be hard to call bet. Can Webster maybe try to represent like a 9x, 6x right now? Checks through on the flop, checks through on the turn. Would probably check on the flop and turn. It's credible.
Well, 2.2 out there. Webster blocking.
Look at this.
Decent amount of value.
1.2.
That 7 of diamonds.
It feels milky, but he's just got queen high.
See if Roman can sniff this one out. He can't. Does let go of the winner yet again, and seems like some signs of frustration being displayed there, Randy, with that fold. Kind of, we've all been there, right? Where it feels like the deck's just not cooperating with you. Feels like you're just getting run over. Needs to stay composed, and maybe this is where some of that experience of Webster going to come into effect after being here many times before on one of the biggest stages in the poker world.
Yeah, it's because, in live poker, you don't get as many hands per minute, so you could get frustrated, feel like the deck's not hitting you. And, like he finally gets a good hand, ace-queen. Feels like he has to fold it. He's been 3-betting some other hands. Got some action, lost those pots. Doesn't feel so good.
Webster with almost a 4-1 lead now. 81 bigs against the 22 bigs of Roman. Opting to limp the Queen 7 of clubs on the button. Kind of what you were referencing earlier on, Randy.
Not a bad flop for Roman.
Yeah, more importantly, Webster with a piece of his own on the 9-8-7 in the form of bottom pair.
Looking good. I see a straight flush draw on trip 9s. Does it get better?
Too much of a hand. A little bit hold'em, especially in a heads up. 1.2 out there. That's gonna probe turn. Just south of half pot. Would it be a probe in a limped pot? Can anyone
I don't know if probe's the right word.
correct me on that one?
It doesn't seem right, does it?
With
Probing with
stabs?
trip nines.
Stab. Well, no, probe obviously being when you're the out of position player and the flop goes check, check, and
Yep.
I spy with my little eye.
Straight flush.
Little straight flush ski for Roman Frabets.
he's looking at it like.
Does he get any bonuses for having trips as well? Trips and a straight flush? Is that a new thing?
Well, you do get the guaranteed chips in the middle.
So please, one time, have the 5 of hearts, Webster. So it looks like another smallish bet. 700,000 into 2.2 million. Trying to squeeze out some value from the 2 pairs of the world.
Yes. Maybe like 5x. They was able to continue. Some straights. A smaller bet designed to get a wider range of hands. Con lays it down correctly. Queen 7. So the size was perfect against the hand he was up against, just that he still couldn't get his opponent to call.
It's a quick shot in the background. And how about a quick shot of the Shambhala Jewels bracelets that are being awarded here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. We've obviously seen the first one that's going to be awarded on display at this feature table next to that Triton trophy. Special shout out, as always, to Shambhala Jewels, the official partner of the Triton Poker Series, crowning our poker champions with exquisite men's jewelry. Wouldn't mind snagging myself a piece.
How are you going to get one?
I mean,
Purchase
you know what,
it.
Randy? With that attitude, that stinking attitude of yours.
You're not sharing it with me.
You know, I was going to let you wear it on Mondays.
All right, so limp pot, and it's actually raise.
Yeah, I love
from
this.
Webster with Jack 3 offsuit.
Big fan of this. Jack 3-0. 3.5x. It's really leaning into that 25 big blind stack of Roman.
Or doesn't get Roman to fold. 7-4 clubs. Very playable. In position. Monotone.
9-3 deuce. Webster flopping middle pair. And a jack high flush draw. Another complete whiff for Roman. 3.2 out there. Monotone board. Webster opting to check it on over to Roman, Randy.
I think he feels that it's hard to get a better hand to fold, given he's paired. He's got backup. Maybe he hits a flush and his opponent just stabs away. Pot control. It makes sense. Roman just feels, though, his opponent should be stabbing. He's going to try and take it away. Might feel like it's weak. Probably with intention to attack those king, queen, king, jacks. Ace X that would probably raise. No connection, check to flop. With the price he put on the flop, though, it would get those hands to continue at least to the turn.
Oh, look at this development, Randy. Roman actually picking up a
Inside
gut
straight
shot
draw.
straight draw. Webster inducing a stab from Roman on the 9-3 deuce mono board. 84% favorite to take this one down. Heading to the river unless Roman could get him to fold his pair of threes.
I mean, pair of threes is it's not ideal right now. We know he's willing to fire. We've seen it before.
Fire away he does. A sum of 2.5 million into 4.6. Setting up a
again-
very natural river SPR of around 0.6, Randy.
Yeah, Roman thinks that Webster's got 2 high cards with 1 heart right now. Can't shake him.
Surely alarm bells ringing in Roman's head now. 9.6 out there as he glares over to Webster Lim. Line of clubs pairing the board. So hearts bricking.
The way Webster's played it seems like a high card, 1 heart hand. Ace-X of hearts. He raised it pre-flop. Didn't even put it. He check called the flop. Didn't see bet. Check called the turn. Seems a bit weak. His holding is not optimal, but it is a pair of 3s. Is Roman gonna fire away again? Trying to move off like ace king, ace queen, ace jack.
Yeah, some of the offsuit Broadway holdings, the ace-X's of Webster's range.
I think Roman's also thinking, well, if you raised 9x pre-flop and you would bet this flop a lot, which would make sense because you got to protect against 3 hearts. So he's discounting 9x to raise and then just call flop, just call turn.
Well, a few people in the chat speculating that this could be the final hand. They don't think Roman's got this far to just wave the white flag with 7 high in the action.
5.2.
It's going to be back on Webster Lim. The non-all-in sizing from Roman Hrabets, the online crusher. First Triton series. If Webster can find the call here, Randy.
Yeah, he's almost sealed it up. 1 small blind would be remain. This is tough. Roman's played his hand in a way that it could be 9x. Very easily. Limp, call raise, flop you would bet, turn you would bet, river you would bet. It's very credible. You do block some flop flushes with the jack of hearts. It's important.
Webster just observing. Roman throwing in a time bank extension.
Webster might feel his hands a bit under-repped.
Exactly. This is where I'm leaning towards, Randy. 3.5x pre. Then checked flop. Just giving Roman rope. And he has been incredibly aggressive in this heads-up match. Another time extension being deployed here. If Webster Lim can find the call, he's going to have pretty much 9 fingers wrapped around that trophy.
Maybe. Does the remaining 225K mean something? It's possible. Could mean, you know, if I'm bluffing, you get another chance. It's a small factor, but
I think 3 years ago it would be. I think
depends
now
on
in
the
2023 it's
the balance.
not.
Yeah.
You see all of these elite players leave something behind in these spots.
Oh, it's tense. This would be a really sick call. It's 3 barrels.
If you call and you're wrong, all of a sudden,
You're
that
man.
3-1 chip lead. No
Nice
way.
call.
No way. Take a bow, Webster Lim. The old 1 chip flicking call. And he now holds 41 million of the 42 million chips in play with that hero. Chat is absolutely popping off at that one. And you can understand why, Randy. Webster Lim surely joining that exclusive 2-time Triton champion club now.
We'll try to get you a little bit better hand for the photo, you know? I'll try to get a little better hand for the photo.
I love that. I love that on the back end of running one of the biggest bluffs of your career to still throw some banter out there to your opponent.
Yeah, who shows up with Jack 3 offsuit? Wow. So he doesn't even, he actually has less than one big blind. He's got a small blind. 1% of all chips in play. Don't see that too often.
Webster Lim.
Is there a chance?
I
We've
mean,
seen people spin it
I
up.
was about to say, if there's a tournament where
Didn't improve a lot.
the spin right at the end would make sense, it would be this one, right? 7-3, the Barking Shark for Kravets. King 10 for Webster Lim, 67% chance for him to take down this record-breaking 25K GG Super Millions. 5 to come, Randy. Queen 6, 2 hearts. Webster with the hearts covered. Rabbits calling for a 4, not greedy. Just to pick up a little gut shot. Deuce of hearts on the turn. Removes the 7 of hearts as an out. For Rabbits now drawing to 5 outs once. Webster Lim 1 card away from joining the 2-time Triton Champion Club. Ace of hearts on the river. Seals the deal, Randy. We have ourselves our first champion of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Vietnam, and it is none other than Triton OG Webster Lim. A lot of fans out there, a lot of Triton regulars rooting for the OG to kind of just, you know, send it home for the old school guys that have been coming to these Triton events rather for the last 5 years. We see him go over to Crew on the rail. What an epic heads-up match that was, Randy.
Yeah.
Webster Lim.
It was sweet. He made some plays. That Jack 3 was really the hand of the whole heads-up match, and you can see all his friends congratulated him, like Soiza.
Love to see it.
Taking photos of him.
Webster Lim, our champion here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino, taking down event number 1, the 25K No Limit Hold'em GG Super Millions for 965,000. And more importantly, Randy, again, just going back to the idea of letting your peers know that the first time wasn't a fluke. Now a 2-time Triton champion. Even more impressively, 2 trophies coming in 2 different games. First one coming in the short deck, this time winning a No Limit Hold'em tournament. Roman Rabbits coming second for 653 as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, on the call for that one. It looked like coming into this heads-up match that we were kind of getting ourselves strapped in for a lengthy heads-up battle. I want to say that one squared off over 25 hands or so, maybe a byproduct of the aggression from the young Roman Rabbits and the cards just really not cooperating, Randy.
Yeah, it definitely is based on style. That could easily have gone a lot longer, but Roman, throughout this final table, was just going for a triple barrel right into Seth Davies and got it through. You know, he tried a triple barrel here again. It did not work, but he was also 3-betting 4-3 suited multiple times. One of them didn't work, lost a bunch of chips. Really, it is the style like we mentioned. He played a great game throughout this whole tournament. I love the way Roman played. First-timer here at the Triton Series. But, you know, Webster, he got it done. It's just the OG.
He is one of the OGs, and whilst we wait to hear from our champion, I know Ali is heading down to the floor to speak with Webster, just to tease, Randy, that record being broken straight off the bat in event number 2 of the 15K. 172 entries in that one. Just glancing over at the clock, they are currently on break. 600,000 for first in a 15K feels almost unheard of. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Randy, we're going to throw it down to the floor to hear from our champion, our 2-time champion, Webster Lim, going to speak with Ali Najad after winning event number 1, the GG 25K Super Millions here in Vietnam. Over to Ali and Webster.
Well, we had a chip leader coming into this Event 1 final table, and that chip lead was never relinquished. Here I am with Chinwei Lim, better known as Webster, who has now reached 4.4 million in career Triton earnings, courtesy of that 965K you've just earned for this first place finish. Your second Triton title, now adding a no limit hold'em title to go with your previous short deck title, Webster. At what point here during this final table, if any, did you feel tested? It looked like smooth sailing out there to us.
I mean, it does look like smooth sailing. Like, I don't think I lost an all-in. Like, it was just like really smooth. But overall, I think it's like really tough. It's, even though I come in with a chip, you know, it's like, it's never easy. I feel like my brain is like out of juice right now.
Yeah, and listen, never easy is the kind of pivot that I'm going to make now, you know, on the topic of things that were tough. Late last year, we lost such a bright spot in terms of the Triton family. You've won the 965K, but points also toward what is now referred to as the Ivan Liao Player of the Year Award. Given your relationship with Ivan, I wanted to allow you to speak to that friendship and just how dearly he is missed and what he meant to you and the entire Triton family.
I mean, all my close friends know me and his relationship. Like, without him, I wouldn't be here in Triton. So I just want to say, like, this win is for him. This is for you, Ivan. I miss you.
We all do. Short and sweet. And on that note, I'll bring in Luca Vivaldi to present you with a well-earned trophy and, of course, the Shambhala bracelet. It is Webster Lim, champion of event number 1, the GG Super Millions Live.
I heard it.
Congratulations. Yep. All right, where's all the...
Start your journey towards becoming a winning poker player today with the Tournament Masterclass. I designed a blueprint that has helped me and countless students to become consistent winning players in poker. We simplify and teach concepts that work. Pre-flop, post-flop, ICM pre-flop and post-flop, final tables, multi-way, a whole population analysis, a GTO Bible, and many play and explain live footage showcasing all the concepts and exploits taught in the Tournament Masterclass. Don't waste any more time on complex strategies that simply don't work and join the Tournament Masterclass and start winning in poker, whether it's online or live poker.
Coffee so many times I want one now too.
Yeah. Just to ensure that you are kept abreast of all of our content, get notifications, hit that like button for us as well. If you're into what you're seeing, certainly our pleasure to have you with us from all around the globe in all time zones. Poker fans everywhere. And Soiza is going to be a fan of Ace-Jack suited in the cutoff. Off of 2.1 million.
Push it in.
Didn't look like all of it.
A lot of you guys like to put in part of their stack
Ooh.
in. Confrontation coming.
Yeah.
1 point, 1 behind.
And this is half his chips already out there. I would imagine. Yeah. The click back to exactly how much Soiza has from Nikki P.
No, I'm just saying.
All in. All in, yeah.
It gets back around to Soiza. They deal with the formalities, and it is going to be an unfortunate development.
You know what I mean? Like if somebody has their chips in like 3s and 7s.
For Ace-Jack.
KOE 28 stacks.
I tried to make it
you were
organized.
fine.
Yeah, I made it 5 and 5, so it's 1.1.
I'm not. I just made KOE does 28 stacks. You know, like
No, like before I was saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's 5 and it's a whites and blacks. So.
Great spot here for Petrangelo.
Seems like the tournament for him so far. After being down to 2 blinds. Queen in the window.
Yeah, that's disaster for Soiza. You see his equity dipping considerably. Just 4% from this point forward. No spade on the board. And on the turn, Soiza draws dead. The river, a formality. And we have lost yet another player here in the early going in the first level of our featured table.
YouTube channel. Try and get that up to 1,000 before we crown a champion. Those of you just joining us, do take a couple of seconds out to drop us a like, click that subscribe button. Help support the channel and obviously bring this world-class free poker content to a wider audience. We do appreciate the support, as always. Let us know whereabouts in the world you guys are joining us from.
625.
Jang, 10-7 offsuit, makes it 6:25 to go. Hobbits with queen 3 suited. Gonna take a flop in position.
Yeah, I like this from Cecilia. Some fold equity by just 2.5xing pre. Don't really want to limp call a hand like 10-7.
Queen high rainbow flop and all Hobbits development.
2.5 out there. That 10-7 somewhat connected, you know. I'm stretching here a little bit, but very disconnected, dry board. Some natural turn barrels in the form of a king, jack, or a 9.
Follow through of 300K here. And we know Roberts is going nowhere.
Yeah, 20% C bet. Just going to call with his top pair. Wouldn't have faulted him. Raising for value, 10 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah.
Interesting development as Cecilia turns second pair.
2.1 million out there, and you wonder whether or not she thinks this 10 is in a position to continue to barrel. She decides against it. Checking over to Hrabets. Feels a bit tidy, in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, look, 2.1 in the middle, 3.4 behind. SPR just over 1.5. Trying to keep the pot at this size and get this turn second pair to showdown makes a ton of sense. The continuing range of Hrabets is going to contain some Jack 10s, 10 9s of the world.
Check back from Roman. Now a king on the river.
If I say of the worlds one more time on today's stream, I'm going to have to offer a free roll of my own to the chat. 2.1 out there. It's like a tick, Ali.
Are Triton employees eligible for that free roll?
They are. They are indeed. King of Diamonds rolling off. Sia desperately trying to get a pair of 10s to showdown.
Done. Hobbits looks like he wants to cobble a little value out of top pair here.
These wide ranges, blind v blind, the King of Diamonds, sure, is a scare card, but after Cecilia's check turn and river, plenty of value to be had.
1/3 pot laying 4-1 to a call.
Yeah,
oh, and Jang going to make that call, and that is a painful 700K being passed to the left.
Yeah, can't fault Cecilia there. Blind v blind. Pair v pair. Modern day cooler in 2023, especially against a very competent Hrabets. Nick Petrangelo kind of handcuffed Ali for the time being, courtesy of those 2 11 big blind stacks. Talking of free rolls, by the way, Triton free roll on GG Poker starting in 8 minutes time, and the password is free roll. No late
Right.
reg in that one.
But now we see Jang here with ace-5 suited. I appreciate what you're trying to do, is to redirect the thirst for a free roll toward GG and sort of our official stuff. We're trying to figure out how we get the free roll you offered, as we see Jang jamming, and Webster Lim out of the big blind with King Jack suited appears curious. Remember, this is the hand that Davies put into the muck after Brewer jammed the button.
Yeah, that was for 19 effective. This one for 11. A lot of hand in the big.
And a lot of chips off of which to make the call. So Lim's going to give Jang a spin. She does have the best of it. Might she find a double here?
Oh, thank you.
Getting it in good.
Might be
That's all you
takeaway.
can ask for. Tournament life. Gonna double up 56% of the time, Ali.
Oh, well.
Whoa.
King in the window followed by an ace, and you see Jiang walking back toward the table just to verify that she does have the best of it. Wait a minute. Queen on the turn, and suddenly outs added to Webster Lim's side of the screen. Jiang's got to fade a decent amount here, and the jack of diamonds on the river, giving Webster 2 pair and downing Sosia Jiang's hopes of
always a pleasure.
a title here in event number 1. Plenty of respect being shown.
Love that. Really love that,
By
Ali.
Nikki P.
Yeah.
First to his 3 Americans. The first timer from the Czech Republic, Hrabets, and Webster Lim towing the line for the always robust Malaysian contingent at every Triton stop. Here he is with 2 red jacks.
Chip leader going to be opening super wide with a legit hand. He's opening UTG 5. Nikki P. 18 bigs.
What do you got, Seth? I have 7.2.
Scanning around the table. Wouldn't fault him for rifling this in here. A lot of hand, 5-handed. A lot of fold equity as well.
Upstairs we go. Petrangelo sticking 3 million of his 4.3 out there, Henry. This is not designed to 3-bet fold, is it?
No.
Ever.
Never folding to the jam.
And of course, Webster puts the remains on request, and you can see sort of dejected affect on Petrangelo there, recognizing that ace-9 suited doesn't fare particularly well in that spot. But he does have 32% equity.
Yeah, 1 ace dead. Petrangelo needs some clubs. One of the 2 remaining aces is to stay alive here.
Well, 1 club on the 4-4-6 board. $9.2 million in the middle. Turn card does not bring the flush draw. And now Petrangelo, his first ever cash in a Triton event. Can he stay alive with an ace on the end? The answer is no, as the Queen of Diamonds seals his fate as the 6th place finisher. GG's issued. Well, they got the monkey off his back, Henry.
He did.
That's 3.4 million plus in career Triton earnings. 1 title, 8 cashes. Might this be his 2nd title as we roll on 4-handed?
Yeah, we join a very exclusive club that includes none other than Ivan Liao, Fedor Holtz, Henrik Hecklund, just to name a few of the 2-time Triton champions.
Rui Cao, Justin Bonomo, Michael Adamo as well.
Yeah.
Haven't seen Rui Cao, by the way.
Wouldn't surprise me if he's playing a cash game somewhere in the building, Ali. I mean...
Got a nose for him, doesn't he?
Absolutely loves it.
9-7 suited, making it 500 to go. Davies defending the big blind with the better 9, suited as well. King Jack 8. It's a gut shot and backdoor spades for the pre-flop raiser, who has been outflopped by Davies, who checks it with the flow of play.
Awkward one for Frabets. Be a disaster to get check jammed on. But 9 high. Not much showdown opening from the cutoff. The board texture's going to favour his range more so than Davies. Let's continue.
Mini bet.
Randy Lewis rejoined the commentary booth.
No, that's Aaron Zhang. That's who we take that from. Queen on the turn as Davies chose to call. Both players now with the bad end of a gut shot.
Rabbits now drawing dead, although the opportunity to take this away from Davies on the turn with this overcard to Davies' flopped middle pair rolling off. It's not slowing down, Ali. It's reaching for a second barrel. Small one again, 375 this time.
Things getting less comfortable for the Jack-9 now, but price being laid here. You wonder whether or not Davies is going to continue to keep his man honest. The 10 is just a less attractive development for this Jack-9 when it rolls off because the Ace-X creates problems. Nevertheless, Davies going to call.
The old double take. Or glare over to Rabbit's board, pairing river. Macy, Rabbits now wave the white flag. .6 out there. Feel like anything other than anything other than an all-in. Get looked up by Davies. Would it be the easiest of calls? And well,
there is the all-in as Savitz puts max pressure on Davies.
Note the glare over from Davies observing this Triton newcomer. Take a bow, young man. The biggest stage in the world. Finding the triple on this run out.
Davies looking for a live read. Anything that would help inform this decision on the end. And we know that it's non-zero for Rabbits to take 3 streets on this texture.
Ace-X. Pick up a gut shot on the turn. On a triple off. I think it's the small, small, big that's raising suspicion here from Rabbits. Opting to turn his hand into a 3-street hand. Plenty of bluffs. Can Davies make one of the hero calls of the tournament for his tournament life? Jack-9 goes into the muck, Ali, and with that, Davies down to just 8 bigs.
Circle that pot there. Not at all. Pocket 8s now for third place Chris Brewer. 6.75 out there.
Really grim spot with pocket 8s. I mean,
Davies on just 8 big
yeah,
blinds is the concern, obviously, Henry, as we look at the pay jump between 4th and 3rd, and not insignificant. 78,000.
It's like, do you just like limp call off against Davies and fold to a Rabbits jam? You're really opening the door for Rabbits to put on or pile on the pressure.
And he's run into 2 9s for Davies, who is going to be ready to get the remains of his stack into the middle at sub 10 bigs.
1.7.
1.7. Davies finding the 3-bet, and of course, Brewer puts the rest on request, and that is a devastating thing to look at with pocket eights. 2 9s for Seth Davies. It's what he needs. 82% favorite.
We're in Asia, pocket eight.
Yeah, if Davies can just hold here, going to be tied with Brewer. Both going to be playing around 4.5 million.
Oh, well, wait a minute. The 8 of spades in the window obviously was wretched, but followed by a jack and a 10. Davies is open-ended. 10 outs twice. Turn is blank.
Brutal development for Davies. One to come.
Hit the straight or the set on the end. No, it is 8s full for Brewer, who obviously can sympathize with Seth Davies. So often, Chris has been snake bit deep in these Triton events.
8 is a lucky Asian number, no?
Yeah.
And just truly.
And Rabbits have moved 1 seat over.
Oh, it's for me, sorry. Thank you.
Shout out to the team for taking care of that so quickly. 3 remain. 4-3-5 locked up. 9-6-5 for first.
Ace 8 in the small for Webster.
$900. Yeah.
Three X out of the small blind. We do see the upsizing often, as opposed to the 2 or 2.5X out of other spots when we attack the big blind from the small. Brewer not interested in competing with the 5 deuce of hearts. Oh, forgive me. He did defend. Missed that. Does flop himself backdoor hearts and a wheel draw up against top pair as we play a 2.1 million chip pot. Take your eyes off the table for just a moment and get punished.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Happens to the best of us.
Well, there was good reason, by the way, to be looking away from the table, Henry, as you had pointed up to the screen.
Yeah.
That is covering event number 2, which has now set the new high water mark with still some time to come in terms of total entries. Just staggering here, the amount of support for this Vietnam festival. As we see a bet and a call of $500,000. Brewer unimproved on the turn. See what Webster subjects him to here. Gonna be a check. Playing a little pot control. Listen, Brewer, 3rd in chips, but far from a short stack.
At 3rd in chips, 5 high. Expect to see Brewer fire out a bet here. No real showdown, has equity. Can fold out decent amount of hands. Given that Webster's going to have a wide range from the small as the chip leader.
Ace 8, of course, checking with the intention of calling.
Yeah, Ali, just scenes here. I mean, the room buzzing. The new players now had their first taste of what a Triton Super High Roller Series feels like. Going to a big river, 7.1 million in the middle, 5.6 behind.
And welcome back to continuing coverage here from the second day of our Triton Super High Roller Series Vietnam from the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino here in Hoi An, Vietnam. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. We just crowned Chin Wei Lim, better known as Webster, with his second ever Triton title, joining Elite Company, picking up $965K along with the trophy and points toward the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race. But we turn our attention to event number 2, which is underway here. We thought the high water mark was going to be set. It lasted all of half a day, I want to say. 166 entries top now. Here in this 15K, 172 entries total, standing as the new record-setting field here, Randy, as the enthusiasm is not waning one bit, dialing it back from 25K to 15K. Currently, we do have 79 left in our field, blinds of 6 and 12,000 with a 12K ante. And the story here, if you thought it was a storyline before, new players aplenty.
Yep, and we have new players who arrived just for this 15K. They missed the first event. As you look at our table here, it does seem Ana Marquez, new player, did not play the 25K. I see some other new names out here that I just never seen, Ding and Junam.
Yep, that's not actually the shot of of that particular table as you're looking there at the final table from event number 1. But it is Linus Lolliger who is joined by 6 fresh faces of 7 at the feature table here. Event 1 in the books, and event 2. We'll bring you a couple of hours of coverage of it before we call it quits for tonight and then come back to crown a champ tomorrow in this 2-day affair. Levels are only 30 minutes in length here. Starting stacks, 200K, and we're going to send you out to the featured table momentarily. Get your first look. Brought to you by Poker Stake. Blinds of 10 and 15,000 with a 15K ante. And it looks like we've actually got 81 in the field, courtesy of some late regging. Hong Kong's John So will be the leader with 630K in front of him. Behind him is Linus, Li Junam, Justin Saliba, Pablo Silva, Ana Marquez, and Biao Ding, who's playing under the Chinese flag, not pictured there, rounding out the field. And here he is with Ace 10, making it 30 to go.
Yeah, 200K stack. Doesn't have too many blinds. It's fresh.
It's my turn, yeah? My turn. This table is too big, the cards are too small.
Yeah. And there was Marquez. ACR Pro.
John So's got pocket 8s. I like this play. Put the pressure on the open raiser. If he's got it, but oftentimes it's gonna be a tough spot for Ace 10. You put in a lot of your stack, but if you call here, usually you're behind, right? Early position raise.
It's a big jam, though. Obviously, 170 effective. So the Ace 10 properly finds the muck as the pocket 8s haul in 30K and change. Well, it's always interesting for not just those of you at home, but obviously those of us here in the booth who have grown somewhat accustomed to all of the familiar faces colliding, just kind of how are we going to shuffle the deck and arrange them. But here at this festival, so many new faces and so many unpredictable situations, and the regulars are having to sort of get the lay of the land. And
yeah, just as they thought they knew all the different players, their little tendencies. They're like, yeah, let's throw in some, not just a little bit of new players, like a whole table full. Wouldn't surprise me. A lot of these guys just have never played a single hand besides today against one another. Pocket deuces.
I was going to say, never played a single hand. Randy, it is a 15K.
Yeah, they've just been folding. Well, how did you play out? Well, I just folded my big blind.
Or just like first hand ever of poker. That would be a little ambitious, as we see So ripping it from the small blind. Again, with the pocket deuces. This has turbo-esque pace to it.
Yeah,
30-minute levels incentivizing people to keep it moving.
But, like, Triton's always had these style structures You know, also there's room for play, but also gives the guys with lesser experience, you know, a shot at taking one down.
Thank you.
They don't want to play a 7-day tournament, for example.
Sure.
And you can get multiple events in, multiple shots at it.
There you go. All right, thanks.
Looks like we've got an 8th player joining the fray here. And it is Roland Rokita.
Let me guess. Newcomer? I don't think this bothers Linus at all. He's like, yeah, bring on anyone you want. Junam Lee. Let's start with an open.
Are you looking for this?
Yes. Thank you.
Making it 35 to go. Rokita in the big blind, mulling it over with the king deuce off suit. Decides to defend. Two hearts, 2 6s, and an 8. Ace high, still squarely in front. Junam jamming for 495K, making quick work of that king high. Look at the hardware there.
Yeah.
On his
Cool.
wrist.
It's pretty fancy. I can't stop staring at it now. It's like kind of like sitting vertically.
Looks like Linus not to be outdone. Paid a visit to the jewelry store himself.
He's got one on each wrist.
Oh, coordinated necklace, by the way. Don't know if you caught that.
Mm-hmm.
So far, John So's had exactly one gear, all in. Now we're seeing other parts of the transmission as he limps with
limps
the
the
ace
cutoff.
6.
We've got some short stacks in the small blind and big blind. I mean, when I'm a short stack, I don't mind when you limp. I get a free flop. 7-4 offsuit.
Yao Ding says run it. Neither player connecting with the all paint flop.
Nice spot to just throw a little tiny bet out there. If the big blind's got pretty much his whole range, since it's a limp pot, how often are you ever going to hit a queen, queen, jack?
$50K sprinkling. As So collects yet another. These are long days, Randy. Some of the guys in this 15K right now started their day in day 2 of the 25K. And these festivals can really turn into a blur pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, because we're doing day 2 of one event, they're doing day 1 of the next event, and just keep going. It's pretty much nonstop poker for these guys. You know, sometimes they transition to some cash games here and there. They just, You got to come prepared. Come with some buy-ins. Play your A
Sure.
game. That's where
Sure.
that fitness and mental stuff comes in a bit. Make sure you're playing well throughout the whole series. Queen 6 of clubs.
Yeah, Rokita with just 55K.
Interesting. Is it going to get through?
3-4 offsuit. Doesn't
Yeah.
rate to be intrusive, but it is just 3-4.
It's like 3.5 blinds. He's like, gosh, what a math problem coming up.
Probably wishing that Ding would have done his bidding from the small. Let him off the hook.
What a takedown, Queen 6.
Yeah.
Plus 40,000. He started the hand with 55,000 chips. Almost double for free.
Okay, that bracelet really means business.
Do you have any fun in Paris? Did you go before this to EPT?
Yeah.
Did you have fun there?
Didn't catch any tournaments, but was one stop.
Yeah.
You were also in Paris?
Yeah. Yeah, I went for a little bit of it.
With any runs?
I got 6th in the final 25K for min cash, but nothing too exciting.
Now Ana Marquez.
Did you play
with
all the 25K?
No.
King Jack offsuit.
Just the final.
Min raising.
Yeah, with these really shallow stacks, min raise is pretty much optimal. Puts the same amount of pressure.
Those EPT mains are so fun though. Where'd you start with, Anna? Thank you.
Saliba.
Request an account.
Can you
Yep. King Jack of his
Can you
own.
see?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
good. Thank you.
Yeah, he's trying to see if he's got potential of making a play. Seeing fold equity is in there. Doesn't think he can get a fold too often, so we'll take a flop instead out of the small blind. It's an awkward situation.
Oh, Jack in the window, good for top pair in both seats here. Let's see how Saliba responds as he comes with a check.
Pretty much dream scenario when you got a 12 big blind stack. So he flatted from the small blind. I wonder, I mean, I guess you just check call because it's hard to represent a bluff by check raising flatting from the small blind. So while your intentions are to get it in, you want to do so in a way, you're like, I don't know, just, yeah, check call just seems fine.
For the time being, your intentions are to get it in.
Yeah.
Obviously, we reserve the right to amend those intentions based on board development.
Board development looking good right now.
Yeah. Marquez, undaunted by the turn. Looks like she decided to jam 160. Gets called and
King Jack?
Simple.
I have King Jack.
Yeah, me too.
same. Players are going to chop it up regardless of the river here.
Flush.
You could confuse me. I don't see anything.
It is hard, yeah.
He's got 4 clubs. I see the king of clubs, but I'm sure.
That's him.
Thank you.
That's it.
Interesting that this is Ana Marquez's first event playing under the Spanish flag. One might have imagined she would have made her way over to our Madrid stop last year on home soil. Don't
No.
recall her
She got the itch when she just saw these fields growing.
Right.
I want to be part of record-breaking fields.
Why not?
That's why she skipped event number 1. She knew event number 2 was going to be the bigger one.
Mm-hmm. I didn't. I didn't think we were going to break that 166 entry mark set by event number 1, but
I
of
agree.
course, you know, 15K, even more approachable than 25.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think, too, that some of those guys were still playing event number 1. They couldn't even register event number 2.
Right, right.
So
take those names off the board.
More people just flew in.
Ace 4
When we
suited.
come back to Vegas next.
Marquez opens again, and Linus Love
Yeah,
in the small blind.
Another kind of awkward
Go sooner to Vegas, right? After this?
sizes
Yeah,
pre-flop.
There's like a
He's
poker
actually going to take
poster.
kind of a different approach from the small blind. Whereas Saliba,
Been a lot of
glad
travel
to
so
king
far
jack
this year.
off.
Excited to be. I mean,
Gonna
I'm gonna
3-bet
enjoy
queen
it here,
jack
but
suited.
excited to be home after that for a little bit. There is home for you.
You made a nice
Asking a question of Marquez here, and this 90 represents just shy of
Originally the Midwest, like Ohio.
half of
But I've been in Vegas like
her total chips.
over 4 years now.
Another 60 to call, though. And
I love it. I love it. The weather's nice.
just concedes.
You can't be there in like August. August is pretty rough.
Nicely
but,
done.
Like, missing the winters is really nice. Not having to deal with the snow and stuff.
Well, that's all standard fanfare.
Plenty
from
of poker.
Lolliger.
Food's good.
Yeah.
Let's get a peek at Silva. Starting stack at this point, basically. Good for 14 bigs.
In Vegas. You ever spend much time in Vegas?
No, I've never been
You
there.
never been?
Never been to Vegas. Okay.
You think you'll ever go?
Come on down.
Yeah, when I'm retired.
Yeah,
I'll go for fun.
It's a fun place.
Linus might be busy shopping in Vegas instead of playing poker.
Plenty of good shopping in Vegas.
Deuces find the muck. Rokita jams the ace-queen suited.
Linus going to request to count ace-6 offsuit.
Does he want to tussle with the Austrian? The answer is no.
Two tens will.
No, I've never been. Otherwise, I would have.
Yep, no question. That is more than enough for Marquez to make the call. She does have Rokita covered in case of emergency, but she is well in front. Hence the smiles. Rokita all smiles as well, as he understands this is standard. 8 high rainbow board favoring Marquez heavily. Rokita in need of a queen or an ace, and right on cue. Queen of clubs on the turn. Now just needs to fade one of 2 remaining 10s in the deck, which he does.
A little level.
And for Ana Marquez, this represents a deep wound to her remaining stack.
6 blinds remaining for her.
Did you travel from the States to here?
I went to Paris.
Just got that
Yeah.
Kind of on the
turbo
Yeah, yeah,
vibe you were
exactly.
suggesting.
Yeah.
A little bit easier. Especially
Sure
the time
does.
change. I think it's like 15 hours from Vegas time change difference. But only 6 from Paris, so made it fit nicely.
You know what it might be time for, Randy?
Oh gosh, what is it? You think it's Vietnamese coffee time?
Local time coming up on midnight at present. Not generally the time one reaches for coffee. As Rokita reaches for chips with the 2 queens. He's fared well since his arrival.
Yeah, he had 55K. Jack 5, not what you want to see. Good price, not optimal hand. Lay it down. Move on to the next one.
Do you prefer to look up and see more chips in front of Rokita if you elect to play the Jack 5, just so you know that
if I was to consider
your upside
playing it?
isn't capped? Or do you prefer to be up against a shorter stack?
I don't want to be up. Okay, so there's multi-parts to it, but mainly if I'm up against a shorter stack, it's good in the sense that you'll get to realize your equity better post-flop because you don't have to commit as many chips. You
Sure.
may make a pair. The problem is, on the flip side, is the guy with the shorter stack opening from not even the button is a stronger range. Therefore, it goes into the muck. Can't get the best of both worlds. It's like, you got to open as if you got a big stack, but you must shrink your stack when you play post-flop. Not a thing. Queen 9 of diamonds. You know that Biao Ding here is probably looking for a spot to shovel some chips in. Is this enough of a hand? Under gun +1? I don't know, I'm not so sure. 9 blinds. Feeling frisky. If you feel like the big blind's coming around, you're going to eat up the big blind ante. You can see some people just kind of push it in, hoping for the best.
And that appears to be the approach that Biao Ding is going to take here. Jamming 130. So far, so good. And now we've got a stopper in the ace-king of hearts for Marquez. The saving grace, of course, the fact that Ding has her covered. And as a result, is only playing for 80K.
Let's see if she gets some luck this time. Decent favorite. Good flop.
Ace in the window and no diamonds to be found. So Marquez sits oh so pretty here to double. And it's official on the 3 of clubs turn.
We're going to keep getting these all-ins until we combine some stacks.
Yeah, feels that way, doesn't it? People are looking for some spins.
So let's spin it up until we eliminate the weak links, the ones that can't hold on.
Feels like you're describing me at this point without my Vietnamese coffee.
You're on a different level right now. It's not the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there like a maximum number of those you should drink per day? Have I exceeded my quota? Producer James holding up an index finger as if to suggest 1 a day is the maximum. Don't be ridiculous. Quick peek at the chip counts here. Brought to you by Poker Stake, our official staking partner. We're at the Triton Tour. John So in front of Linus Lolliger still, with Biao Ding now nursing 3 bigs, just 50K. As I recall, though, that's kind of where Roland Rakita found himself on arrival, and since then he's up to 255K.
Well, Biao Ding's picked up 9-8 suited. Now push it in. Jack 10. Tempting, but you do have mini player Zach behind you.
Doesn't stop him. Does anyone want to play for 50? Fold it all the way around to Rokita.
Got it in good if 9-8 suited.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Dominating hand somehow. $125K in the middle. One club in the window was a promising development for Rokita, but followed by an ace and an 8. No positive development. The deuce is of no help to him, and now he needs a 9. That'll no work.
A 9. What's a 9
Yeah,
going to do?
no, he's drawn dead. Forgive me. That's the lack of Vietnamese coffee. Which I need to really inject directly into my cortex at this point. But listen, we're not even out there making these sorts of decisions. We're observing them. We're talking about them. Imagine sort of the grueling nature of putting in a full day of poker for those that started out in event number 1, day 2, then, depending on when they finish there, hopping right into the 15K. Of course, depending on where they came from, you heard Justin Saliba talking about how stopping in Paris was a bit of a saving grace. Obviously, the grind from EPT to Triton offset by the fact that it's only a 6-hour time difference. For those that made their way from the States.
Still got a journey, though. And they played the schedule there. It's gruesome. That's what I was telling you the other day with Adamo. He says, I can't play all these stops. I want to pick and choose. So he skipped the EPT, came straight here instead. So he's going to be more fresh than some of the other players out there. It's all about trying to get that free flop with deuce 4 offsuit.
He sure is. I don't think it's going to happen as Biao Ding looks down at black 10s.
I mean, you just saw this guy jam. Queen 9 suited, 8-9 suited. It's a bit ambitious, I'll tell you. Deuce 4. Wow, he checked 2 10s. Is this like a next level trap that I don't know about, Ollie?
I don't get it at all.
This is
really peculiar, really unorthodox, and wholly unexpected by both of us.
Feels like these cards are too good that got dealt.
Yeah, but
I would usually
2
expect
10s is vulnerable against that, you know, the Jack 7s of the world. Oh no, I did the Henry.
Of the world.
Yeah.
That's his play.
It's rubbing off on me. It's infectious. Now suddenly equity for Rokita's deuce 4 as the action on the flop went check, check. Picks up a gut shot straight draw.
You know what?
He could think this is
He's gonna
a
stab.
pot available for the taking.
He's got to stab this. Somehow, Biao Ding has gotten more chips out of his opponent with his pre-flop play.
Well,
and
he
flop
hasn't.
play.
We can't describe them as chips that he's gotten yet.
I mean, is he gonna find a fold? Is he misread his hand? No, okay. He did not misread his hand. He's continuing.
Yeah.
Man
All
of
he
a
needs
game
to
plan.
do is dodge a 5.
Oh
Oh,
my
come on.
gosh. Is this hand real?
Every time I tease those situations, I instantly feel responsible for these sorts of rivers. Just a disgusting run out for the 2 10s.
Did I not say he got more chips out of deuce 4 somehow?
Yeah, but now he may have cost himself. And yeah, Ding flips in the call and show me a queen, show me a 6. Don't show me deuce 4.
Yeah, that's worse. Ouch. Slow play gone wrong.
Indeed. Boy, and you know, that's sort of really a teachable moment, dare we call it, Randy, in terms of taking those 2 10s and not being cute with them. Just put the raise in. Shed hands like deuce 4.
Trapped you.
Yeah. At least charge him pre-flop. If he wants to commit more chips with deuce four, then let him in if he takes you up. But as played, he's given his opponent a free chance to take a shot at you for no reason.
Would you be more upset at the check back from the big blind pre-flop or the check back post-flop? If you had to choose.
I would choose the pre-flop.
I think I agree with you.
The post-flop is actually, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's not as vulnerable on that board texture, queen 6-6. Yeah, no, it would be pre-flop because your opponent could be limping jack 2 offsuit, queen deuce offsuit. These king deuce offsuits, they got a chance to take out 2 10s pretty easily. So, yeah, maybe a little inexperience on some. Maybe he's not used to playing short stacks. So just like kind of confused. But you know, you give it your shot. Other events to maybe learn from. I'm sure he's going to be thinking about like, what did I do, and just try to fix that.
Yeah,
leak.
that's a long walk back to your hotel room, you know, filled with sort of questions about how you could have avoided that situation. And there were multiple opportunities, of course. So we see Rokita on the button, raise and take it with the ace-9.
Well,
Spin.
he spun it up, didn't he?
Yes, straight upwards.
55K. Got up to 95K, no showdown with queen 6 of clubs. Get some doubles. Cracks 10s of deuce 4 offsuit on queen 6-6. How? Runner. It's a good day for him. It was probably pretty miserable when he got moved here, right? Oh, I've got.
Yeah, he thought he was done, right?
Like, why am I here?
Well, if you're burning the midnight oil along with us, we thank you. Wherever on the planet you might be streaming us from, whether it be on YouTube, Twitch, or the Triton Poker Plus app, welcome aboard. Ali Najat and Randy Liu taking you through the home stretch of this second day of the Triton Super High Roller Series from Vietnam, our first stop on the 2023 tour. So we see the Brazilian Silva jamming ace-4 and taking it.
Let's increase those blinds.
Yeah, 10 and 20K now officially.
You thought we were short earlier?
Yeah.
More players coming in. There's 64 left. I think a table broke.
Oh, is it a TV table?
Yeah, I think so. Could be Marcus.
Are we taking bets? Taking bets on who's coming?
No. Right now, them come.
You can bet.
Linus ready to get some side action down.
Oh, no, looking it off. Are you in what table is raking?
Oh my god. It's not looking great. Look who's coming.
I'll take Marcus.
Who's coming?
Not looking.
Drum roll, please. John So suggesting it's going to be an unwelcome arrival, which is a compliment to whomever it is.
Yeah. I heard him say maybe Marcus. Must be referring to Lykonen. Who knows? I'm curious to see who it is.
Can you cover me?
Blind versus blind. But these are not micro stacks.
70?
Disrespect. Jack 6 suited. Linus?
You know, with Linus, it's not personal. He's just out there lollying.
He's lollying. I like that one.
Look at the spot he finds himself in, too. Dominating the 10-6 of Junam Lee.
Man, how does he know? Gets it done.
Oh wait.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for this
Before it gets
moment.
That is one hell of a cardigan.
Yeah, I've been looking at it. Can't figure it out.
It's not there to be figured out, Randy. You know, you just appreciate it. You sit back and soak up the mosaic, the cashmere tapestry.
45. Looks like we do get Marcus Lykonen.
And we do get a raise with ace-queen suited from the button. Ooh, Marquez.
Simple hand. Been seeing a lot of ace-king, ace-queens today. Ace-queen's been doing okay.
Yeah. Anna jams it in there and is in great shape against Linus. Blocking the king of hearts. Blocking the flush, rather, with the king of hearts.
He's in the hand.
Good morning.
69% equity going to the flop, but it is a queen high board. Ugly, ugly stuff.
Did I do it?
You may have ridden the broom there, Noko. Turn is of no help to Marquez, who is hunting a king alone here.
Come on, give it to me. It's my first Triton.
Asking for assistance.
Okay. Ciao.
Not getting it, though.
Okay, thank you.
Graceful in defeat, Anna Marquez.
Just one of those things when the short stacks play themselves, can't win them all.
Open 3.
Oops, sorry.
Tell you what, you couple Linus Lolliger's talent levels with some run good, and you've got yourself some real problems on your hands. You want to track Linus's tournament, or for that matter, anyone else in the field, be sure to download the Triton Poker Plus app and, of course, supplement your Triton experience from wherever you are taking it in by engaging with us on Facebook, on Twitch, YouTube, like and subscribe, Twitter as well, Instagram, of course. Love to see you join our family, as so many have done here in Vietnam.
They don't want us on phones at the table. They don't want us to use phones at the table. They don't
Junamli
mind
on the
if you
button.
just, like, step up. But yeah.
Queen 6 suited.
Hard to figure them all out. One day they'll just have a little plaque. One day they'll just have like a little plaque with how many chips everybody has.
Somehow Lee is going to take this flop, having limped the button, dominating
this is the first
Johnso's
time
queen
live for you
4.
in
Neither
4
player
years?
connects
Yeah, yesterday.
with the 10 high board, which pairs on the turn after
Where's
a couple
home
of
for you?
checks.
Where's home for you?
Mostly there now.
Checking quickly. You gonna take queen high to showdown?
Looks that way.
Chop.
Chop that small blind money up,
Mm-hmm.
along with some Annie biscuits.
Put a little fist bump on
So
the chop
you'd
up
be
the other
able to-
guy.
Yeah.
What's
Seems like the #1 spot for
Who's the small blind? Oh, the small blind's gone.
for European players.
Oh, so they didn't even have that.
No.
All the tax benefits in the world.
Actually,
Johnso
Johnso
lost
had to,
chips.
Johnso lost chips because that big blind Annie got shared.
Yeah.
I think the lack of a small blind played somewhat of a part in terms of Junam Lee's decision to limp as opposed to
Yeah,
to
I
raise
thought
it
it
up.
was interesting that he opted to
Yeah.
limp, but it's starting to make more sense.
By the way, how quickly we just forgot about Anna Marquez, Miss Marquez.
Yeah, she's not going to be happy about that.
Our apologies. Got the memory of a goldfish in here.
Mm-hmm. Goldfish has been swimming in Vietnamese coffee. That's what I'm
Yes,
thinking.
you're not wrong about that. I actually wouldn't mind. Granted, I think the folks at PETA might come after me for this, but just, you know, drop a few koi in a in a coffee pond and see how they respond.
They'll be swimming pretty fast.
They'll be dying pretty fast, Randy, is my speculation. I'm no scientist, but I don't think gills are designed to work
Receive
their way
coffee.
through a coffee-filled aquarium.
We're getting canceled today. It's not a good day for us.
Linus opening the pot with Jack-9 suited. Over to Roland Rokita. Doesn't want anything to do with that 5-3 offsuit.
I'm gonna take a selfie.
I think John So's taking a selfie. He's mesmerized by this table.
At least he made the disclaimer. It's like, guys, just putting it out there.
It was very chatty in event number 1. You know, just enjoying his time here. Plays recreationally. Plays like a pro, though.
Linus, a top 10 stack, 9th by our count currently. With 65 remaining here in event number 2.
Queen Jack, 10 blinds. Button. Good time to shovel those chips in.
Silva tends to agree.
Call.
Call.
Well, we stand corrected in terms of good time to shove them in, now that we know what Likkonen is holding. Ace King promptly making the call, as the new arrival at the featured table is going to give the Brazilian a spin of the wheel. To the flop we go. And that wheel's not looking great for Pablo Silva.
Nice.
Does have the hearts working. Now picks up a gut shot straight draw as a queen or jack are no longer good. And on the river, it doesn't come in. A wrap of the felt and a fist bump.
Good at this, like all-ins.
As Pablo Silva
Everything
is
else
eliminated by Likkonen.
Likkonen. It's actually known to be one of the best no-limit cash
I
game
think I got 50.
heads-up players out there.
Maybe, but like, don't trust me on that one. I don't.
Seems like a fairly young man. I wonder how old he was the first time that he watched Patrick Antonius, his countryman, making waves out there, or maybe the also famous Zygmunt, Ilari Sahamias.
I mean, everyone from Finland's super strong at poker. He must have been a baby then.
See, I thought you were just going to say everyone from Finland is super strong, playing into those like world's strongest man competitions where Scandinavia just shows up and picks up the W year after year after year.
Well, I didn't know that.
Magnus Magnuson, you know, just I made that name up, but I'm willing to bet it's a real person that competed.
Yeah, I was
in
like,
that event.
sounds real. Like, pretty good at faking it.
How do you think I made it this far? Likkonen, 7-5 offsuit in the small blind. Saliba awaits his procedures, which involve flatting.
It's an uncomfortable seat. You have two of the biggest crushers on each side of you.
Right? You're bookended by
Alpha, he's got game. Look
shortage
at
of
this.
talent.
8-4 offsuit. I like this.
Saliba's no slouch.
No, he's not. I mean, you said he was a slouch in mixed games the other day, but...
No. Said he was a newcomer to mixed games.
Okay. So he's limp called here, right? With 7-5 offsuit.
Likkonen, indeed, investing another 40,000. Getting sticky out of position, but has Saliba well covered here, so the damage is capped in case of emergency.
I suppose he feels he can maneuver post flop. If it comes high cards, likely to hit that big blind who raised off of 15 big blind stack. He thinks his cards are live. A lot of these cash game players are just very comfortable playing post flop. But it seems like a good flop.
Yeah.
Actually, he's in trouble.
He's got the gut shot and bottom pair, but unfortunately for him, he's up against second pair. And this isn't the territory that Saliba's pre-flop raise is supposed to be associated with. Of course, Justin was looking to take it down pre.
I mean, he's happy he's paired his eights. It is not a comfortable board. Tempted to bet to protect your hand, and you don't also want to bet and get jammed on, which is annoying.
7.
It's just uncomfortable. 7, that's in 70,000. Got 10 blinds behind that bet. The stack to pot ratio is pretty small. He's also thinking about the bet size that Saliba has chosen to use. Seems like it's liking this flop to some extent. So we call. Find out what happens on the turn.
Saliba might be able to cobble some real value out of this dusty 8-4 offsuit, depending on what develops. Now, all of a sudden, a second straight draw materializing, courtesy of the Jack of Hearts on the turn for Likkonen.
This card is getting pretty gross for both players. Just, your pair doesn't look so good. There's a lot in there. 195K in chips remaining to play for.
And Saliba, did I hear correctly? No, it was Likkonen who announced all in.
My. What a play. How? Oh my gosh.
This is very sexy, Randy.
I like it. Did not even think about this one. These cash game players are sick.
This is just recognition of the situation by Likkonen. But note Saliba not snap putting the 8-4 into the muck. This is for his event 2 life.
So he's trying to construct what range would just all of a sudden open jam when a scary card rolls off.
As opposed to check and induce a follow through from...
Right, if you had hit it.
Yeah.
You have to get pretty creative to try to think of the hands. Right, so it's not like a random 6x. It would make sense to be paired. So something that came with some hearts might come to mind.
Yeah, a big combo draw?
I don't think he thinks it's 7-5. I really don't.
No.
So...
But you have to come up with something.
You got to come up with something. He doesn't think it's an 8x, I don't think.
No, he's blocking that.
Is it a 9x sometimes? Maybe. Jack X?
Why would the 9x take this line?
I don't know.
So
I don't know.
Neither do I.
I also don't know why the 7-5 second line, but it's a great play, and I love it. I'm learning so much from this. They put us in a blender, and we get to see the whole cards.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Who could blame Saliba for putting it into the muck? But I'll tell you something. Putting this many time banks to work means gears are turning in the right way upstairs for Saliba, who smells a rat and makes the call. Likkonen gave it all he had with this 7-5. He knows he's got outs in case of emergency. Once Saliba doesn't snap call. And no shortage of them, by the way. A 5, 6, 7, or 10 would spell disaster for Saliba. A lot to fade, and the deuce of spades is a beautiful river. to go with a beautiful call, well thought out there for Justin Saliba. What I wouldn't give to chat with that man at some point between now and bedtime and ask him all that was going on in his mind en route to that double.
That was an art by both players. They're like
Yeah.
a perfect poker hand to watch.
Yeah. Rembrandt ran into Picasso.
Yeah, no. That was, you know, sometimes people don't think short stack poker is interesting, but man, you can get some really creative wide ranges here.
Yeah.
That's just world-class play.
Yeah.
Both players.
Tell you what, I don't belong out there, and I know it.
If there was ever any chance you thought about it,
My
no.
8-4 is straight into the muck there.
I'm not even going to see a flop. You know what? Just dealer take them. Get me out of the trouble. Wow, it's amazing.
Pretty wild. Rokita jams the ace-10.
15 blinds. I think people have a mixed strategy of open jamming and min-raising this from the cutoff. Both fine options. Mainly depends on the stack sizes behind you as well as how you maneuver other hands in with the stack depth. I just keep seeing Rokita stacking chips slowly.
Cobbling.
Is that Wai Kin Yong just sitting there? When did he come?
Slid right in there,
Wait, when
didn't
did Adrian Mateos come? Was it during that last hand?
Yeah. Wonder how much of it they soaked up, by the way, as Saliba went into the tank. And the two Triton veterans joined the fray. Rokita, ace-6 suited now from the hijack.
He's gotten a little bit too many chips to just
Yeah.
open jam now.
345 deemed enough to min-raise off of.
So it's 350.
Likenen folding king-10. Lolliger now inquiring with king-jack in the small and a deep stack that can well afford to take flops. Flats inviting Junam Lee to close the action out of the big blind with queen-8 suited.
Yeah. Not a bad spot.
Not at all.
Dare I say connected.
Oh, stop. Come on. There's a limit.
It is, though.
It is. You
By
can
definition.
put both cards to work. Not on the 9-5 deuce 2 club board, but nevertheless, the fact remains as nobody hits a pair.
Ace-6 of diamonds got some backdoor potential. What's important is that you opened off a 16-17 big blind stack and the small blind flatted you. What does that mean? Is it those big cards that would check fold, or is it those pocket pairs? He's not sure, so he's going to check.
Now the queen smacks Junam Lee for top pair. Nobody with a club draw after the round of checks.
Linus thinking about... Linus does have a lot of queen X here, actually. Queen Jack, King Queen. Hands that don't want to get it in with the open raiser, but so they flat the small blind. So it is actually really credible for him to bet here.
$40K, the sizing.
So
Lee, too much hand to fold and maybe not enough to feel good about a raise. Flats.
with this call, I don't think that Lolliger is going to think that's defined to be a queen and only a queen. I think Junam Lee could easily have like a 9 with a club, even like an ace-5 offsuit with ace of clubs. So There's a chance that Lolliger will find a way to try and win. He's going to give up, though.
Surrendering is Linus after the deuce paired. Lee hauls it in.
Wykin with a fresh stack of 200K.
All of it's going into the middle promptly, by the way, off of ace-7. Lolliger, an ace-7 of his own. Put it into the muck, but Junam Lee asking for a count.
It's uncomfortable with King Queen. The good part is if you do commit, Mateos behind you doesn't have much more chips. It is undergun +1, which is a pretty strong position to open jam even for 10 blinds. Got to figure out the frequencies of your opponent. See, some players put it in, some players fold it. Be trying to pick off weaker broadways, pocket pairs, get a little overlay from the big blind and the big blind ante. Helps. You did put in a small blind, so you are getting a little bit better price. Looks like he's going to pitch him.
Sure is. Mateos pitches them as well. Wykin with a little pickup. Son of Richard Young, one of the co-founders of the Triton series.
Also one of those just guys who crush slowly. Just you look back at him, he's got more chips. And actually, he plays a lot of the cash game specials we run. Wow, 10 million in Triton earnings, 3 titles, 11 cashes. Crushes all the Triton cash games we shoot that we put onto YouTube, social. He's winning there too. Yeah, he's just an all-around player. Knows how to play short deck. He's good.
To put it mildly. 7-4 suited up front. He'll take this one off. King 8 suited for Roland Rokita.
Seems like a hand he's going to open, doesn't it? There we go. Suited king. Early position. Looks strong. When you raise him early position, the big blinds tend to defend a little bit less against you, so the worrisome part about playability post-flop goes down a little bit. Jack-6 of clubs. Just enough hand with a mini raise.
So tends to agree. Plunks down the extra 20K, and to the flop they go. Advantage Rokita, king high, turning into a diamond draw.
Got 13 blinds. We've got a dry flop. We don't mind if the diamond rolls off. I say small bet.
Rokita agrees with you. 30 into 110.
You know, the Jack-6 clubs, it looks like potential, right? You're like, well, maybe I can check raise bluff here. I've got these backdoor clubs, backdoor straight draws. The problem is we don't got much to stack to play for. So getting creative here could be a reasonable misstep. So lay it down. It's the difference between short stack and medium and big stack poker.
Hasn't been playing much. Too much anymore. He's still very young, right?
think it's like Peru.
So lays it down, of course.
Like 29, maybe 30. I think so. I'm not sure.
Have you been getting good PLO action?
Yeah, it's some, not too much.
That's right.
40.
Linus opens to 40K. See what he's got. Jack 10 off suit in the hijack. Looks like it's folded around to Wykin here. And he's going to jam over the top.
Nice, ace-6 offsuit. Some players just, while I'm closing action, I'll see a flop, but by jamming, he's giving himself to win this pot because a lot of times with ace-6, you're just going to whiff.
It depends how I move.
Okay.
You just
It's a
lose.
pretty sick game.
Dwindle down. I like that play.
Had enough to create some fold equity.
Ace blocker to the hands that would call your jam.
Right.
But also drain.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I get a coconut water, please? I ordered before, but it's okay. Yes, thank you. 40.
Back at it, Linus, this time with ace-9. John So with the ace-8 puts it right into the muck, and now Wykin with king-queen.
I think he's going to jam on him again.
Likes to move his chips around. I think he knows that about Linus as well, though. And that comes together to create this second all-in jam over the top of a Lalagur Open, but this time Linus doing far better than Jack 10 offsuit.
Yeah, the problem is Wykin's got more chips now, so you need more of a calling hand. He might be getting a little annoyed. He's got jammed on twice in a row. Not enough. He started with 200K, 2 jams, uncontested, 375K now.
Mm-hmm. But with 30-minute levels, this is a speedy structure, and you really do have to.
Yeah, if you don't take your spots, you're just going to dwindle down to like 8 blinds, 7 blinds. Uncomfortable.
We now play 10 and 25,000 with a 25K ante. Just look at how tightly clustered those top 5 stacks at this feature table are.
27, 26, 25, 24 blinds. Missing the 23.
Collect them all.
Mm-hmm. Gotta catch them all.
Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker.
There's in event number 2, the 15K competition on Jerome, have a new level, 15,000 to 30,000, big blind man be 30,000. This is also the last level of play for today.
Ace-queen for Hong Kong's John So. Ace of hearts, queen of clubs, up against king of spades, queen of diamonds on this min-raise open.
I smell trouble. He's already jammed king, queen before. He's up against a later position, even more incentive to jam.
There it is, as suspected, but on this occasion, Wykin does look to be encountering resistance, as John So does make the call and finds himself in terrific shape. 810K pot. Wykin needs help in the ace-8-6 isn't that? As he could very easily draw dead on this turn, and the 4 of clubs makes it official. A wrap of the felt. GG's exchanged. The river of no consequences. John So showers Wai Kin Yong, who kind of had his luck run out in terms of the jams.
He picked the wrong opponent. He needed
high variance. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Is what it is. But I would say his play is standard there, King Queen. Good blockers, 2 hands that can call against you, even if you get called by pocket pair, coin flip. It's pretty much a cooler.
Why?
Marty, is this long-time girlfriend? Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
We get a look there at John So, who's playing under the Hong Kong flag, and that flag also played under by a guy who I haven't seen yet here in Vietnam, Elton Sang.
That's right. Yeah, he's not here.
Generally a fixture.
Maybe he comes
Does she
later,
always
not
travel
sure.
with you? Sometimes. Yeah.
He wants bigger binds.
You know he's not going to miss a stop altogether, right?
Yeah. A lot of guys repping the Hong Kong flag out here.
Like 650.
Saw Danny Tang. Been playing some events. Once again, it's Linus raising and taking.
It's a quiet room at this hour, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's okay.
You know, like beer level at the World Series of Poker?
Yeah.
Where they just bring the beers and walk around the room. This should be Vietnamese coffee level. Where you just have a dozen of them on a tray, you walk around, you know. I'm telling you, you guys don't understand. We've talked about it all day long, and by we, I mean me.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion, Ollie. Okay, why don't you go pitch it to Triton production and staff?
It's literal hot cocoa, cold cocoa, rather, jet fuel.
Jet fuel.
Forget smelling salts. Just a little bit, just a couple of drops on your upper lip bring you right back. Official sponsor of the UFC. Somebody gets knocked out. I'm telling you. I don't know what they put in it, but I want more. Well, a reminder that our title sponsor, GG Poker, offers daily Triton free rolls as well as qualifiers for Triton events. If you haven't already, head over and sign up today using the code Triton2023 and get yourself a whole host of perks. It all happens at GG Poker.
Have you seen any of the players today and yesterday on our feature table drinking a Vietnamese coffee yet? I don't think I have.
Strangely, I don't believe I have either. And that should be cause for concern because a lot of these players are coming from the sorts of time zones that you would imagine could benefit from some of the caffeinated wonders of a lovely Vietnamese coffee, but they've abstained. Maybe they know something I don't know.
So who's making the mistake? I think it's you.
You take that back, Randall.
Randall.
Lolliger.
I've never been called Randall in my life.
Jack 9 opens to 80.
He's kind of been attacking the spot open raise. Small blind versus big blind against Junam Lee. Gets him to lay down queen six of clubs. That bigger sizing just not too comfortable for Junam Lee.
Also, the prospect of just having to play pots with this
Even with
maniac.
position, it's just, you know he's going to multi-barrel. You know you don't want to call down.
If he was intimidating before, now that we've ensconced him in this child's block,
I saw the child's block
kind
too.
of
I wanted
cardigan,
to fold it up into
and
a
then
block.
is there such thing as like 32K gold? Because I thought 24 was as rich as it gets, but that shade of yellow,
it's
really,
rich.
It's like a pharaoh's tomb level of purity.
That really shiny gold, eh?
Buddy, what did you show it?
190.
Thank you.
Well, back to the poker. Ace King. He did ask the stack size of the big blind of Adrian Mateos, which might change the size he opens to, which would be bigger if its opponent in the big blind is playing one of those 10 big blindish stacks. It is 65K, and Linus has woken up with 2 10s.
Of course he has.
2 bigger stacks. Could clash for all of the chips.
A 3-bet to 150,000, and Saliba's response forthcoming. These ace kings like to just get it all in there pre-flop.
Keep it
Randy.
simple.
Yeah.
You take the fold equity. Get all 5 cards if it does happen to get it in.
Yep, and
Snap.
of course we know Laliger always going to make this call with the 2 black 10s. Off to the races they go.
Slight favorite for Laliger.
Ace-king does perform fairly well in these situations, and on this one in particular, as the Ace-Jack-9 board leaves Saliba well in front. But Laliger has the 10 of spades working, along with some backdoor straight potential. All of that dashed after the 9 of clubs rolls off, so it's 2 outs once that Saliba needs to fade. Laliger coming with the prepay.
Oh, prepaid into the 10. Scoop it.
How do they do it?
Got these tricks, man. Prepay, stand up. It's not fair. Look who's standing up now.
I'm standing up.
I'm standing up. He's not.
No need for him to do so, as he continues to compile chips, absorbing all of Saliba's tokens. And how demoralizing is that after you flop the ace?
You didn't call for it. You have to like scream it.
My gosh.
That's what I do all in.
No mercy out there, Randy.
I want to see some more Saliba after that 8-4 call he made earlier.
Yeah, wasn't that cool?
It's real cool.
You have 4 blocks?
5. Huh?
Adrian Mateos. It's like one of those paintings. Did you ever watch Scooby-Doo? Like they all walk by and then the painting just tracks them with its eyes. Motionless, just the eyes darting around, soaking it in. Couple of 5s now for Rokita. Just shy of 400,000 up front. Gonna play it. 2 scoops if you do. 1-5 finding the muck behind him. Oh, and there's the other one accounted for. So there will be no sets in Rokita's future. But there will be a flop as John So with ace-4 defends. Jack 9-7 board.
That is an ugly board for 2-5s from under the gun. Let's see if he wants to maybe take a free one off. It smashes the big blind. That's a good
Hence
card.
the check back from Rokita, and you're right. Board pairing in the form of a jack, not a bad card whatsoever. And for John So, I think he's often content to try to get the showdown with ace high here.
Yeah, maybe sometimes you beat some king X type hands. 2-5s. It's a little bit tempting to throw a little bit out there because you can get counterfeited as well by the 7 or 9. I could see checking being a reasonable play too. Looks like he thinks his hand is too vulnerable. So I'll just put a little almost mini bet in there. I like it. If your opponent had a jack, 9, or 7, they probably would bet, given that, you know, it's really close to a straight out there. Wow, he's going to call here. Ace high. Got value from 2-5s, but still has 21% equity. Take it out. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, the gut shot card on the river.
You know, John might be thinking about taking the lead here.
Turning his hand into a bluff.
Was looking to get the showdown, but sometimes you get these cards that give you that aha moment like, hey, I can get like ace-king and ace-queen to fold. Why not throw some out there? I like this play. Okay, well, I like that he's put a time bank card first, but I would say it's credible. I would say a hand like 10-9 would play this way. 10-7, suiteds. You know, if he had 2 hearts, he probably would have bet out himself, so he doesn't really represent those busted hearts as much. Really nice play. Really credible.
150,000 into 195. And John So successfully denying Rokita the opportunity to check back and get to showdown with the best hand. And that really kind of a display of understanding the ever-dynamic board development, pouncing on an opportunity there.
Did you see that shot right now? R2 was kind of sideways at the beginning.
Yeah, well, he may have had one too many coffees.
That's how he's fueled up.
You remember Back to the Future?
Mm-hmm.
Remember there's a Mr. Coffee machine, I believe, back there that they used to power the flux capacitor. I know I'm dating myself. But imagine if they just put a nice small glass of Vietnamese coffee into that DeLorean.
It would travel many, many years.
Tell you what,
Decades.
I felt like somebody hit me with 1.21 gigawatts after my third glass. Ace-4 suited on the button for Mateos. Jams in 155K.
Took some time for him to find that hand he can jam.
I don't think 10-7's the one, and neither does Roland Rokita. What a beast the Spaniard, Adrian Mateos, is. He's at home in his natural environment. In a high roller.
Just about to do the draw. Table 1 for remaining hands of the evening.
Taking a look at Mateos's Triton track record. Just north of $1 million in career earnings, 2 cashes. Didn't cash, by the way, in the festival prior to this one, out in North Cyprus.
Yeah, I felt like he struggled a bit there. Looked like he was going to get a deep run, got cooler for some huge pots, didn't end up cashing them. He's a fighter. We know he's good. Ten big blind stacks. Blind versus blind. Some pretty weak hands. And see the difference here? Rokita folds the small blind with Jack 4 offsuit. But then earlier, he limp deuce 4 offsuit to beat those two tens. I think it comes down to the opponent that's in the big blind to make these kind of pre-flop decisions. Just knowing that Lyconin is such a scary player post-flop. Like,
we learned that.
Yeah. Just like Jack 4, no. Junam Lee, ace, queen suited under the gun. Not too shabby. Feels perfect with his hat and patch there holding the clubs. Another battle between Linus and Junam Lee seems to be brewing. Ace 4. However, it is Junam Lee with the aggression pre-flop.
Dominating the ace 4 in the middling and coordinated 8-9-10 board.
Not too fun for ace queen of clubs. Yes, he's got the inside straight draw, but it's that board that kind of connects a bit. Check makes sense.
Yeah, with Lolliger's defense range, of course, is what you were referring to. Linus was looking for a diamond on the turn, perhaps, but
85.
So astute. Just knows that that under the gun range contains a lot of hands that have to show respect to this sort of flop.
I think
so he gets after it.
What's important is that quick check back too, that he might feel is very weak, but he's picked it off. Ace queen high, making that call. Hand's not over. King on the river. Both players unpaired. The king should not really hit Junam Lee's range as played. Check back flop, call turn.
But the turn bet also feels like it shouldn't get called by Lee all that often either.
Right.
120.
And that
420
is definitely a part of the calculus for Linus as he barrels yet again 120K. And
120, yeah.
What a lookup this would be from Junam Lee off of 420K.
It'd be insane. Ace queen high, blocking some random straight draws that missed. Lolliger just went for it. No connection. Maybe Junam Lee thinks of some... Wow, he's using a time card here. Is he thinking about calling? Is he thinking about raising? Both plays are reasonable. The king should not hit Lolliger.
Just when we thought the heroics here at this feature would belong to Justin Saliba, the departed, all unto himself, Junam Lee now suggesting that he wants a piece of glory. Click, call, and enjoy some.
This would be pretty sick.
Well, you start to take a pair of 8s and a pair of 9s out of the equation.
Agree.
Maybe a 10 chases some value, but shows a bit of respect to the King X combos that contain straight draws, the King Jack and the King Queen, which certainly could find themselves playing conservatively post flop.
Oh,
I thought he was reaching for calling chips, but no. Eventually, Lee does fold, but he didn't hesitate to look over at Linus, and
Man.
he knows that that ace-4 was no good. See the little lick of the lips? Forbidden fruit.
He just gets away with these pots, man. Like series after series. Chip waiting.
1.5 million plus. 62 bigs in total now, placing Linus second overall behind Nacho Barbero, who's got 1.7 million. This, the Argentinian's first ever Triton stop. Mateos and Rokita at roughly 10 blinds apiece. Ace queen now for John So. Goes to work. Welcome, Lun Lun.
Hello. King Jack. Straight into the muck.
Yeah. I'm a bit surprised to see that, by the way.
Yeah.
I know So sits fairly deep with 1.1, but you know, Lolliger likes position.
It's interesting because he did call King Jack in a small blind earlier.
He was in the small there. You're right. For a second, I thought he was on the button.
But he did call one in the small blind before. So maybe it's a product
Was it against an opponent that was that deep, though?
It was against a short stack
Yeah.
opponent. So you can see it depends on the stack side of his opponent on whether he wants to continue. And
Hang on a second here, Randy. The monotone 7-5-4 board produced the nut, flush, and a pair for Junam Lee, which was well in front of John So's ace-queen high with the queen high flush. Now a disaster turn for So, who understandably is barreling after the second check from Lee, who has made aces up.
It's a tiny min bet. I think it's time to raise. Might as well get value out of those ace X.
Yeah. You're almost always drawing live here. I don't think 6-3 of spades, or for that matter, 8-6 of spades are contained in the pre-flop open range for John So.
You never want to get checked raise when you're holding a one pair hand, but the price is good enough to continue. You got the queen of spade back up.
Yeah.
Usually it's good. Not in this case. What do we have here?
Well, the 3 of hearts completes 2 different straights. Any deuce, any 6 would be problems for Junam Lee, who checks it, and So is happy to get to showdown without any further drama as he wipes the sweat from his brow.
Yeah, you never want to see a 4 straight, so Junam Lee was pot controlling there.
Just a reminder, all players in event number 2. We restart play tomorrow at 1 p.m. If you wish to open your own bag, you need to do so 10 minutes earlier. All bags will be opened by the dealer 5 minutes before the start.
New arrival here at the feature, playing under the Dutch flag. That is Johannes Straver. I'm fairly certain I took that last name to the butcher block.
I would do a worse job, so it sounds good to me. Let's find him and ask him. Wait, no. Let's find 2 aces.
Yeah, and take ace-8 to the butcher block. As Lycanen piles with 480K. Not going to want to wake up with anything behind him.
Just ask for a count. What's Linus got? 2 sevens.
Red sevens, yeah. Listen, So hasn't done anything to suggest that despite the fact that he's one of the deeper stacks at this table, that he's getting out of line from under the gun. So you can't simply gloss over his open if you're Lolliger. And obviously Likanen's willingness to pile over the top of that same reality does imply real strength, and it gets no stronger as he hauls one in, uncontested. Likanen, of course, turning to poker after his Formula 2 career was cut short due to repeated failures to qualify because he was up all night playing online poker. Now, I'm making it all up.
Okay,
right?
I was like, is there like some truth to this? I don't want to like laugh
whatsoever.
And then, have it be a true story, and then
at this hour, my imagination tends to run wild.
Okay.
The famous Kimi Räikkönen, I think, was just the.
Oh, I'm supposed to know this guy.
Basic,
Got it.
Come on, Formula 1 famous driver.
You said Formula 2.
I know, because Räikkönen wouldn't be a Formula 1 driver if he shifted to poker.
Okay.
You have to be out there in the Formula 3 streets, maybe even.
Formula 3.
Here he is with pocket nines, and Loon's got the right formula for him with ace-king. Jamming.
I have an easier time solving these poker problems than what's going through your brain.
Yeah, you're going to want to leave that alone. Ace-jack for Lolliger finds the muck. It's actually bad news for Loon, who, of course, is behind Likanen's nines.
Yeah, so it's uncomfortable 2 nines because of the positions they're raising from. It's relatively early. Whereas if you're in late positions, he would have called by now.
Marcus.
It's like, it seems like too much of a hand to hold.
Kind of close, I suppose.
Yeah, I think like 8's is tough.
In it goes, and we spin the wheel. So far, so good for the pocket nines, which have Loon covered. Is an ace or a king available on this turn? The answer is no, as the 3 pairs, and now 6 outs once for Loon. 6 of clubs.
No, I think it covered me.
Yes, and I think Marcus, you covered. Yeah, 500.
Sorry.
I believe officially, once the count is complete, we'll have sealed Loon's fate.
GG.
And he wraps the table with the GG. So many ace-kings associated with departures in events like this. No shame in it.
Thanks.
And Loon will not be making the money here in event number 2. Might, however, be making his way over to the Webster Lim party somewhere on property, as
the
Malaysians were thrilled to see their man pick up his 2nd Triton title in event number 1 and almost $1 million in payout. We play 15 and 30,000 now. You know, the winner's photo after Webster won, I was standing beside Isaac Haxton, who was headed to break. He glanced over at the final table area, and he looked over at me, and he said, "That is a densely populated winner's photo." And indeed, I don't think I'd ever seen that many people jammed into the frame. As
they couldn't fit everyone.
They run deep, that Malaysian contingent, especially when we're on this part of the world. Just a short flight from Kuala Lumpur is Da Nang. And a short deliberation for Mateos before jamming. With ace-4 suited, looks like a snapper here from the Dutchman. King-jack suited, never a thought. Interestingly, Johannes here, but notably absent thus far. Tom Vogelsang and co. As the 9-6-4 board skews even more heavily in favor of Mateos. Now trip force on the turn, so I think we can call this one for Mateos. We'll double through. Kevin Paquet among that
Yeah, I love
Dutch crew.
Love me some Kevin Paquet. He's fun to watch. There's more. I feel like there's
Yeah,
more.
I feel like there is more too. Producer James, who are we missing from the Dutch contingent that normally makes their way to a Triton? Of course we said Vogelsang. We've said Kevin Paquet. No, there's one other player. Maybe in the chat they can help us out. There it is. Toon Mulder. The name that was escaping us. I understand that their absence had something to do with taxes.
Okay. I don't know.
Specifically, years worth of back taxes unpaid by the Dutchman. No, I'm kidding. See, there it is. That's my imagination again. Johannes giving Rokita a walk. Well timed. Flag the cocktail lady down. And let's just quietly, without saying a word, we just send a round of Vietnamese coffees there and see who takes her up on it.
Okay.
Right?
That would be cool. How many do you think would be taken?
Then we'll know who's really ready to party. You think anyone would double fist?
Double
just
fist?
Go in for a double dose?
I mean, you do it all the time.
I've never had just one. I'll tell you that. That's for amateurs. If I'm going to go to the moon, I want to get there quick. Ace-queen suited for John So.
I feel like the sales of Vietnamese coffee has gone up a lot today. Not here, but, you know, for our viewers. They're like,
Here's
wow.
my favorite part about those things, Randy.
What?
They're free.
That's the good part.
They really should charge for them, though. At least they should charge me, because
you're making money off them.
The price is very wrong in terms of my health. 65K open.
7-5, the Lyconin.
Yeah. Defends it. Unintrusive.
Actually got some deep stacks in this hand.
Fairly straightforward holding. Oh, wow.
Trippies.
Yeah.
I think a mixed strategy of checking and betting seems fine. Ace queen suited. If you're going to bet, you tend to go small and paired boards. Third pot makes sense. What did he come with? Third pot. Is it time for a check raise or check call? Depends on how often you check raise bluff here is going to determine your frequency of check raising when you actually do have the trip sevens.
Pretty wet texture. but maybe not against So's opening range. Could be some club combos, obviously, but the straight draws don't strike me as being present. Cutoff raise, though, the range is a little bit wider.
Yeah. Good thing in raising a 7 here, you don't have to worry about kicker problems given the cutoff doesn't have many 7Xs, and you can see this. John So is he's suspicious, but sometimes they make hands.
That turn card is a pretty unwelcome sight for So after he called this check raise to 150. Lykonen picking up a gut shot, dummy end.
It's annoying for Lykonen, though. Could be behind from his point of view.
Yeah.
He also doesn't, like, he doesn't want to bet and get raised. He doesn't want to check and give a free card.
He announces 150, and we'll be relieved to see John So snap fold, not make him sweat a club on the end.
Yeah, they want to give that free card to the club.
Well, we do want to give you a free $600 in matched deposit bonus if you sign up today with our title sponsor, GG Poker, where you can qualify and perhaps even join us at a future Triton event. Just use the sign-up code Triton2023. We'll even throw in free $50 Global Millions ticket. If I read that right.
Good timing. Just lost the pot.
You always look a little steamy, don't you?
You always do. Or at least you always think you do.
My favorite is in a spot like this where I'm just begging for action and the guy shows me the big fold.
Yeah.
I'm like, really, dude? I've never looked steamier in my life, and all of a sudden you decide to give me credit?
Yeah, see Linus just folding a check face
right.
up right now.
Right, he's like, no, I know you got it. Asking for a count is Lolliger.
Yeah, he's actually thinking about jamming here. Does. Good luck. You got 7%.
We're playing a big one, by the way, here. This 600,000 was not at all an insignificant chunk of Lolliger's $1.5 million that he was willing to stick out there.
0.3%.
Yeah, the 5-5-8 board, not one that the ace-jack's going to fare well against aces on. And as of the turn, Lolliger draws dead and slides down to 850K, which removes him from the peloton here in event number 2. I said that like I have some grasp of the cycling world, but
I was wondering, like, are you talking about the cycling equipment?
not the equipment, but rather the reference to the pack at the front of a cycling event.
That's what a peloton is.
Yeah, picking up hands.
Yeah, that's the full scope of my knowledge of cycling. I guess doping. I know about that. A lot of that in cycling. Speaking of doping, where is my coffee? Is that considered a performance-enhancing?
The coffee, the
Okay,
Vietnamese coffee.
Who is the governing body for poker commentary, and do I need to report myself for for PED usage? King Deuce yet to find the muck here up front. Mateos has 355K. Maybe thought about trying to leverage his position.
I don't know. I don't think he had ever
Maybe it
any
was something
intention.
else. You're probably right.
Just eyeballing. annoyed.
Yeah, well, it's going to cost him 75K to go through these blinds over the next 2 hands.
80.
Lolliger getting after Junam Lee's big blind. Timing is poor as
This is the 3rd time he's raised.
Yeah.
Small blind versus big blind. Has not limped once.
I wonder whether or not Lee has had enough.
Looks like he's gonna take a flop here. Definitely a hand he could have thought about jamming in.
Tend to agree off of that sub 500 stack. Instead, he takes the queen, 10, 9, all club board, where Lolliger has flopped the straight along with a club redraw, while Junam Lee has just a pair of 9s. And look at this, Lolliger trying to give him some rope. It does not work as Lee quickly checks back. Dry turn.
Two quick checks.
And now Lolliger will do his own bidding. Barrels 100,000 into 190. Can't really blame Lee for at least trying to see what develops on the river. And queen pairing is actually a really unfortunate card, I would say, for Lee.
Yeah, it gives you that extra confidence with your pair.
Right. No more uniques on board. Face 9 was good before, it's good now.
He's going for all of it.
Yeah.
He's hoping Junam Lee's has a queen that just quickly check back to flop. It is reasonable. Doesn't think a queen would ever fold. Go for the maximum.
This smells abusive, though. It's your 3rd time getting after my big blind. You check the flop, and then you go barrel jam.
Yeah, it does. It feels a little personal, doesn't it? Like, every single time you fold to me, you've been aggressive against me.
Right.
And he's shown some passiveness. One more discipline laydown.
Yeah.
But he's down to 11 blinds. I think you might want to consider some pre-flop action.
Yeah.
Put it
I
back
think
on him.
that was the juncture at which we win that pot.
Mm-hmm. And then instead of having this 330K stack, you back up to like 500, 600, whatever number it's supposed to be. It's kind of pros and cons. Yeah, you risk your whole stack, but if you can take it down, no showdown against a guy who's opened 100% frequency from the small blind into you.
Pros and cons sounds like a themed poker event that takes place in a prison.
Convicts.
You got it.
In Australia, that's where they're from, huh?
That's right. Historically, right?
That's right.
England shipped off the criminals to Australia.
That's where we play pros and cons poker at the Crown.
Play cons and cons poker. Lycanen with ace queen opens from the hijack to 60K. Lolliger on the button with a suited king.
He's feeling naughty. Suited king.
He does have a sort of mischievous look on his face when he's out there, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And there's the naughtiness that you detected. As the 3-bet to 190,000 comes in, Junam Lee wouldn't have minded playing the king-queen. Would have been in bad shape, though, against Lycanen, so perhaps Lolliger doing him a favor with the 3-bet on the button.
So we're playing, what, 35 blinds or so effective. Ace-queen, he's got an interesting spot. He would have to play out of position. He's got a lot of fold equity. He knows Linus is up to no good at a decent frequency. He could call the 3-bet as well, out of position. There's a reasonable chance he pushes it in.
All in?
Yep. And of course, snap fold from Linus. Good pickup there. for Lycanen. 190 plus blinds and antes.
Rokita back to that shoving stack. Ace 10. 8 blinds. His kind of spot. Lyconen's got 2 6s. Lots of players to act behind him. The price is nice. The positions is not.
How much is it?
If you choose to flat, though, you open yourself up to a squeeze from behind.
Mm-hmm. And then kind of waste those 245K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then...
crossing your mind for sure.
Re-raising also feels a little bit silly.
Re-raising is definitely worse of the 2 options. That's why people, when they do have like aces and kings, they'll just smooth call as well to protect these situations. Lays it down.
Yeah, obviously there are some alarm bells that go off when a player is willing to just flat the 245K and invite you to participate, as we see a king-jack hit the muck. And Rokita gets no customers. Round and round we go. Here in event number 2. Jam-packed slate of events still to come.
What's our next no limit event? Ollie?
Stand by, Randy.
We going up to like 50K?
Well, as I glance at the schedule, we're going to have a 20K. And it's going to be our first mystery bounty event.
Mystery bounty?
10K
We've never
plus
done that.
10K. We sure haven't, and it has been such an incredibly popular format of late. Really plays to the inner degen in all of us, doesn't it?
Seems perfect for the guys calling out natural 9s when they see 10-9 offsuit.
Yeah. Not perfect, of course, is having Queen 10 against 2 kings, which is the spot that Junam Lee finds himself in. Off of 325K. He's shown so much discipline. This would seem like a strange time.
Yeah, this would be
to deviate. And
frustration if he had jammed that.
Yeah.
In bad shape, but not going to blame him given Jack 6 suited usually got live cards.
How much did you start with? 350 before posting, so 310.
Johannes, not all that deep.
Top set. Like when he looked up, he looked down. Whoa. Did I smash it that hard?
The answer is yes.
Mini bet coming. I think while you're tempted to check, I think he knows that he would bluff his whole range on this board anyway, so it's like, all right, I guess I gotta throw some chips out there.
You know what? As I watched him look up above himself, which is oftentimes what the players will do as they get their bearings, we have tournament information on screen. It felt to me more so that his next action was going to be associated with anything but his interaction with the board or his hand, and as such, I thought maybe there would be some similar takeaways from the Jack-6. It could have lent to some continues, but not the case. Red 7's the follow-up under the gun. Lycanen. Mini race. Uh-oh.
Not a mini raise coming with this. Ace king. I'm thinking he's going to use a similar size into king 5 suited, you know, try to recreate that scenario, try to induce some action against him. But we got some late, really early positions, undergun, undergun +2. Did he just flat?
That's not possible, is it?
It is.
I can't remember the last time we saw something like this, and just take a look at what it's going to do to Junam Lee. His king-queen suited off of 325. Cannot blame him one bit for thinking that he can squeeze in this spot here.
Oh my, you know what? We might get a multi-way all-in. A 7's kind of re-jam to kick out Lolliger. It's possible. Whereas he wouldn't have put in the 30 big blinds if the 3-bet had
TBD,
come.
Randy, but you're right. There are some very interesting things that could develop.
He could fold as well. I guess it's possible.
Let's not forget that Junam Lee, I believe, is being perceived as fairly snug.
Yep.
Somewhat straightforward by the rest of the field. And as such, his willingness to jam now might have been read as very strong, but nevertheless, Lycanen decides to move all in, and an instant grimace on his face as Lolliger
He's nodding. He's in good shape.
made the call. But yeah, you're right, especially given that Lee and Lolliger both share a king. It's just the upper crust of the deck that Lycanen is looking to avoid as he plays an active, or a dead side rather, against Lolliger, who just smashes this flop. Ace 8-6, top pair, nut flush draw. Board pairs on the turn, and that's all she wrote for Junam Lee, who draws dead. Lycanen was drawing to one of 2 7s, and a brilliant choice from Lolliger leads to a triple up.
The time bank flat with ace king. He's got over 2 million chips now.
Well, he didn't spend much time in that sub-million territory after losing a pot to John So.
Wow. This guy just keeps creating some new moves. Scary. And, you know, Lycon in there with the rejam was hoping to kick out Lolliger. Usually you will.
He's going to be down to 830K when the dust settles.
Still comfy.
Yeah. Enough to operate off.
How much was it? 870.
Linus, dangerous enough off of any stack, but now with the top 3, 2.1 plus, becomes even more difficult to contend with.
It's 30. 1530.
1530.
We're missing 5 more.
A late welcome here to the feature table for Hingyang Chow.
Played some events some time ago in JG Montenegro.
Yep. Does have a title. That's one of his 3 caches that came in Montenegro. in a PLO event.
Yeah,
back in
Omaha.
2019.
Something they just tested back then.
Test came back positive for
Well,
Chow.
Looks like Mateo's get some more chips.
Yeah.
That was the last hand. We're finished.
Yep. Time to bag and tag, as Kilbane likes to put it.
Thank you.
As the players will slide their tokens into the Ziplocs and sign them away and head for a hopefully restful night's sleep, as they'll be back to do it again tomorrow. Linus Lolliger, third in chips overall with 2.14 million. Short stacks of Johannes Strever and Roland Rokita will need some spins as we welcome you back inside the booth. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu, looking to put a little bow on today's festivities. First and foremost, Randy, your thoughts on Webster Lim picking up his second title in event number 1.
Yeah, one of the OGs of the game who's been playing at all of the Triton stops, Montenegro, Jeju, just to name a few. He's always very friendly. He's honed into his skills. One of the part of the Malaysian contingent, friends of Soiza, to talk a lot of strategy. It's really nice to see him pick up a win in No Limit Hold'em, which I know is his stronger game, I would say, but he does play short deck, and he picked up one of those titles before there. It's really nice to see. His opponent was a very strong opponent, first timer, Roman.
Mm-hmm.
And
Krabic.
yeah, it was a good battle. I would love to see it.
Yeah, had some really nice things to say also about Ivan Liao.
Yeah.
They were very close friends, and obviously his loss was deeply felt by all who were part of that Malaysian family. And then we turn our attention to day 1 in the books in event number 2, which was even more replete with Triton first-timers, Randy. It's exciting to see them in the fray.
Yeah, and then, a lot of them got their own kind of strategies.
Yeah.
And some of these newcomers also some really strong online players that we've heard of. And, a lot of the cool hands here, we had some short stacks, but they were really interesting, right? A lot of them involved Lykonen as well as Lolliger. And, that last clash right there just really swings some stacks.
Overall chip leader when we return tomorrow at 2 o'clock local time will be Alex Ponikovs. Almost 2.4 million in front of him as he overtook Nacho Barbero in the late going. So 37 players remain of the record-breaking field of 172 entries. We bid you adieu for the evening on behalf of our entire team here in in Hoi An, Vietnam. I'm Ali Nejad. He is Randy Liu. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 3 of this Triton Super High Roller Series from Vietnam. Good night.